hope you find me.
Amigo. Thank you very much. Good morning here in South Africa, the southern part of South Africa. The National Provincial Championships for softball. My name is Benny Bushomani, your usual presenter for the National Championships held each and every year by Softball South Africa. Not held in 2020 because of COVID-19. Remember last year we were in Gauteng. These are the first finals for today's championship days. Today is a championship day. It's either you are in or you are out. Limpopo will be taking the fields. The two big rivals of South African softball are at display here. The two giants, provinces that have been competing in the finals, they are not used to this kind of opening the games. They are used to going straight to the finals, either second or first. Today, it means softball is evolving, it is improving. And thank you very much to everyone who is involved in softball. Softball South Africa, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, nationally, the city of Cape Town is hosting us here. The weather today is even talking to us. We spoke to it and it heard us. It's a very clear sky, a little bit of breeze, and we'll be witnessing the best softball at the Turf Hall Stadium, the mecca of softball in this western part of South Africa. Remember, viewers worldwide, some of you might be sleeping, some of you might be waking up in the morning, wake up in the game of softball. Nadal will be betting, and the scorers for these games is Mendy will be Mendy from the Western Cape and Kitumetse from the Northwest. The plate umpire is Puti Homo from Limpopo, and Tabo Dihale from Gauteng, Sipho Muthobuka from Limpopo, and Sello, the great Sello Molosani from Gauteng. Remember, Limpopo are the defending champions. First start, strike hold by the plate umpire. Runners up last year, team KZN, the Heat. Let me tell you, a low-scoring first game in prospect. It will be 1-1, top of the first inning. Tilima on the mound. This is an international player on the mound. And catching. Today the tables have changed. Ngomori is catching. And they have rested Puli Mpahlele. At first base is the reliable Pumulo Paladi. Second base is Silo Mulogwan. At number 6 is Martin Pasha. 2 balls called. And today, Moao Tupuri will be on the field, play number 5. Number 7 will be Kamuhelo. Makulumagwe inside pitch is 3-1. And at 8 is Poncho Masingi. And number 9 is Midus Mandla Matsuriani. The sheep, one of the most difficult batter to face. We need to calculate, as I told you, one of the most difficult batter to face. That is an error by number 6. It should have been an easy catch and easy out. It needs 100% concentration. This game needs 100% concentration. One error might cost the team a game. You don't have a fresh start. You should be in your gear 6. You don't have to wait for gear 1, 2, 3. Otherwise, the game will be gone. Chris Nyland safe at first base. And Dirima on the mount. Caught by first base Pumulo Paladi. and young lad Ibrahim Dayland. Ibrahim Dayland, young lad, number 55, coming to bat. Ashendon Wesley, who is very difficult to take out. One of the players who is difficult to take out is one down. Reese still at first base. Swung in a foul base. I can count from the 9 that took the fields. I can count only one player was not in the Czech Republic from Team Limpopo. It's only Kamohelo who was not at the Czech Republic. But he is also a seasoned international because he represented this country at the World Champs for juniors in Michigan. There's a swing and a miss. Reese stole and save at second base. That's how brave. I like his braveness. That's how brave Reese can be. Colleagues, we are live here in Cape Town, where we are witnessing the very first final for today, finals days. First final between Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal. It's through an inner one. The catcher. It's 2 strikes. A swing and a miss. Now it's 2 down. Strike out. The pitcher now has 2 strikeouts. The most experienced player in the Natal side, in the KZN, is also coming to bat, Mark Olivier. He is also an international player. He represented this country several times abroad from the days when he was playing second base. Now he is a catcher for his younger brother. They've been in the game for a long time. Reliable batter that they can rely on. But the days are also gone. Remember, they have 2 out and a runner at second base scoring position. Mark would just have to push it outside the infield. Otherwise, they will go for him, whether it's runs or what. In this situation, you need to take it out of the infield. Save yourself and the runner will be home. Strike hold by the umpire. Very nice rice ball called and thrown by the combination, which is also one of the combination that at the Czech Republic, I'm told it was working between the 2 guys. 2 strikes on the umpire. And still in the morning, I guess we're going to see a lot of variations from the pitchers, Tidima and Grant. It's now 2 strikes, no ball thrown. Ball called. It's now the pitcher is leading. As I said, the Limpopo side, I see ±8 players who were at the Czech Republic. Out of the 17 teams, it's only George Sanga who is not here. That's how deeply talented the team is. For the past, since 2015, this team has been unstoppable. It is also the very first time that now they are playing in the plate system for the finals, for the grand finals. As I said, softball is emerging, it is improving. Strike out. He was on top, the pitcher, Dilima, was on top of this frame. 3 out, 3 strike out. 1 hit, 1 error. No run scored. see even when Grant comes in, there will be a lot of strikeouts. So it will be a low scoring game at bat. First, Pumulo Paladi, Mandla Mazunyani, Ngumuri Chipapi, Morau Tupuli, Sehlabi Mulukwani, Silo, Kamorelo, Magulumagwi, Malesela Pasha, Boncho Masingi, Tilima, Kikana betting number 9. This time he's betting for himself. Normally, most of the time, they will get the designated better to bet for him. One of the reasons why he's betting is also because he has been injured for a long time. Remember, South Africa will be representing Africa during the World Championships in New Zealand, sometimes in the year, somewhere in October. If I'm not mistaken, because we have that under 23 and also the senior teams to the 23 will be going to Argentina in Paraná. So one of the reasons that he is betting for himself is just to get that fitness, that match practice and match play, so that he is at his top when the major championship World Cup comes in. So there's no time to relax for Team South Africa. Even after this national championship, they will have to have team training, team camps. This is Grant, as I said, Grant Olivier on the mound. He's also aging, but he is still one of the reliable pitchers that you can, player that you can rely on from both KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa. During the qualifiers, he was thrown when the game was very, very tight, and he delivered for Team SA. These guys knows each other in and out, the batter and the pitcher. There will be a lot of change-up. Expect a lot of change-up. A lot and lots of change-up from this from pitcher Grant Olivier. And one of the strongest points for Team Limpopo, if you want to deal mostly with their best batters, they are not used to do slow pitches. If you go hard on them, you will regret. That is why the first two balls that were thrown were a bit slower, and it took a lot of effort for them to play those kind of balls. National championships for SSA here in Cape Town. We are witnessing the first game. Whoever loses here will be a bronze medalist. And it will be after a very, very long time that one of these teams will get a bronze medal. They are used to getting silver and gold. And congratulations to Team Gauteng. There is a lot of improvement from the Team Gauteng, to say the least. They have improved a lot, drastically changed the lot of phases there. I saw them. Most of the phases are new, and majority of them I saw them in the national setup, either in the under 23 or in the senior team, which is a way to go for Team South Africa. So that if you want to build a good base, you need young players to come in and assist, to come in and play. Mandla on the bat, one strike hold by the plate umpire. I'm not sure whether you want to take a slap or what. Ball thrown. We'll see how the pitcher is relaxed, doesn't want to go around. Is saving a lot of energy, because most of the energy we'll need now. Pumulo will advance to first. That's a sacrifice play by Mandla and the coach. And remember, the number 5, number 6, second base for Team KZN are still young and very quick and fast. So when you play a band, you need to be very fast and very quick. On bat is the catcher. Ngomori does a hit. Drop hit by number 8. 1 run has been scored. And Ngomori is safe at second base. 1 run scored. Ngomori is safe at second base. That was a nice plant. You see, that's what I said. These Limpopo teams are hard hitters. Majority of players who are fielding defending teams, they stay very, very far, just next to the fence. And at some stage, you need to come closer so that if they block, you are able to collect. And at least the player will advance 1 base. Mohau Tupuri at bat. This is one of the players that if you don't get your line right, he can give you nice hit. He can even take you out of the fence. So you'll see it will be very calculative of Grant and the catcher. You don't go hard on him. Any hard ball, it will be gone. You count 3 balls. This is one of the players that you don't just go straight at him. Also, there is a runner at second base. It's 4 balls. It looks intentional from where I'm standing. Normally you mix, a pitcher will mix. Now we'll have Silo coming in. Silo Mulukwane coming in. He is also looking to go big. Attempted a bunt and failed. Attempted a bunt and failed. You are witnessing the first game of this championship today between Team KwaZulu-Natal, the Heat, against Team Limpopo. They call themselves Dinari. Remember, we are right in South Africa where Nari is one of the big 5. And that is what we love in softball. You get the morale up. Outside pitch, it will be two balls and a strike. We also have 1 ball that goes over next to the fence that advances. It's a strike 2-2. In our language, that was a sitter. Good batters will not waste such kind of throws. It's a fly ball. It will be 3-2 count. He's coming with a strike. From where I'm seated, he will be coming with a strike. It's a 3-2. If it's a ball, we shall have wasted a lot. That's a waste. You don't have to. Yeah, that's a waste. That's what I said. Grant is not at his best. He is agey. When the Team KZN was dominating before this Team Limpopo was assembled, Natal used to be one of the best provinces, still the best provinces, but at the Mount, Grant was at his best. You could see his age, but I'm happy because I saw 2 pitchers who are doing well for Team KZN, which then sees the legacy of Grant, it is still there. Now is 2 out, then Limpopo needs, it's 1 out, they lead. It's only Manda who is out. And there is a short caucus. One of the players that is difficult also to take out is the one who is going to bat now. Kamohelo Makulu Makwe. He's one of the. He's also an international. He's in the under 23 side that is going to Argentina. He's low. When they won the 2021 championship, the score was very tight. This boy hit a home run and Limpopo won against Grant. So there was a lot of discussion from both sides. It might be you give him 4, you go to the 2 batters that are coming in, you sacrifice a run, which is difficult to do. But softball is a game of risks. It's a game of risks. It's a strike called. Even the Grant is celebrating because it's difficult for him to take this boy out. He is still new to him, and more especially these are players that are giving him challenges. He's going for a strike. It's 3-1. And you can't afford to waste this one, because any hit that goes out of the infield, 2 runs will be scored, and you need an out. Either a pop-up or a K. It's a 2 strikes, it's a 2-2. Very calculative throws. Now it works in both minds. The better my swing, it's 4 balls on him. A run scored, 2 runs scored. Then Pasha comes in. Remember, it's still 1 down. It looks like it was deliberate, and I see the coach is even going in poll. There will be a smaller discussion. So what do we do, guys? It's becoming difficult for me. Grant is difficult for him. He doesn't find his line. Maybe the last game yesterday drained, took a lot of strength, energy, and everything out of him. So it's 2 runs for Team Limpopo, who also wants to go up and play against their bitter rivals, one of their bitter rivals, Team Gauteng. They want to go and team with and play Team Gauteng. It looks like it's a pitching change. Let me, number 38. Which is Tim Lee. It's coming to, is it? It's 38. It's Tim Lee putting to shirt number 38, who is playing 7. It's coming to throw. I saw him throwing very nice against Team Gauteng. These are the boys who should take over from the great guy. Smile means don't be sure of yourself. I'm coming for you. Gavin, nice strike. Good start. Good start. Good start for team. Good start for team. And remember the catcher. Remember the catcher is well experienced for this kind of games. As I said, my name is Ben Bushomani. Do your commentary in the live streaming, www.360sport.co.za. These are the national champs, a very good outside pitch. Nice outside pitch. The pace is medium. It will be medium and slow. We won't have hard pitches. It's now 2 balls, 2 strikes on Matling Pasha, the shortstop for Team Limpopo Slicky. They will go home. They will play home plate first. A run has been, it looks like a run has been scored. All bases are loaded. Number 15 coming to shed 15, Bonso coming to bat. On his good day, Boncho can go over this fence. It's just that he needs to be choosy. Because when it comes here, I go for it. There's still 1 out. Bottom of the first. Remember, Limpopo is closing the batting and opening the fielding. It's nice strike called by Puti umpire. Puti, the umpire, is a level 5 WBSC accredited umpire. Internationally, is able to do the job that he loves most. 2 strikes on the batter. And swing and a miss. Strike out on Team. It's a strike out. At least for him, it's a good start. He let in one run, and those runs are credited to the pitcher who put them on plate. Let's see what Limpopo can do. The score is 3 runs to nothing for Team Heat KwaZulu-Natal. You are watching the National Provincial. This championship is contested by the 9 provinces of the Republic of South Africa, inclusive of the the University Sports team, both boys and girls. We unfortunately don't have both Mpumalanga and the Northern Cape. Reasons are very complex and logistical. But during the coming championship in August, which is the Premier League, it is Sobo South Africa that is taking care of the traveling costs, the accommodation costs, and we are just hopeful that both Mpumalanga and the Northern Cape will then come and participate, because we don't have the university sports at that time. That one is contested only by provinces. Remember, Team Natal hasn't scored, and they are opening the second frame. A swing by Grant, who is also doing, on a good day, he can hit it very hard. One strike on him. That's 2 change-ups thrown thus far by Dilima. As you look at Grant, he's waiting for a hard and fast pitch from an international Dilima Kekana, who at some stage went internationally to go and participate at World Club Championships, hosted somewhere in the US, and one of the hosting countries was Canada. He was there, produced by Mampiri Sitosa at a village called Moletlane here in South Africa, locally brewed but throwing internationally. This guy, on his good day, he can go, he can throw, but he comes from a very long late injury of about 2 years. So this is his second major tournament after the qualifiers. It's a hit and out. 1 away. It was a swing and misfield by the catcher, but very quickly he then picked it up and then took the runner out. Now 13 comes in, the designated player, Cameron Duba. As I said, KZN has new lot of faces who were second to others who are not here. A strike hold. That was a very nice outside pitch. It needs a lot of quick thinking and hands. You move your left leg forward when it comes and take it to either 8 or 9. Outside, go with it. Second outside pitch cold. 2 strikes on Cameron Duban. We are watching live streaming SSA National Championships held here in the furthest point of this beautiful country of us, South Africa. The facility is very nice. I remember in 2011 we held the WBSC women under 19 side here. Very nice experience. And outside there are still graffiti that talks to the championship. It was a very nice championship. Hosted here, won by the US, beating Japan. It's now 3-2 count. That was a very quick and hard throw. The umpire says 2-2, and I saw 3-2 somewhere. Swing, enemies. Very strong outside pitch, and he is not throwing that hard. The team Natal need to take this out of their mind. I can just read it where I'm standing. They are saying we are facing Tidima Kikana, one of the best pitchers here in SA, our idols. So we can't do 1, 2, 3. Doesn't have to work like that. They need to take that out of their mind. You can see that was very, very high. They swung it. He swung at it. It's 1-1. It's not throwing the normal hard pitches. The speed has been reduced. So they need to also adjust. We've even seen the count. Viewers, we are here in South Africa, the southern part of Africa, in the southern hemisphere of this world that we live in, hosted here by the Western Cape Softball Association in the city of Cape Town, on behalf of Softball South Africa under the leadership of Mesh Masitela. A swing and an out caught by Mandla Minus Matsunyani. Just block it. It's 3 out. Remember the score still at Limpopo, Dinari 3. The hit of KwaZulu-Natal at nothing. You are watching this game out of live from. So I also saw the former president of Softball South Africa, Mr. Marapiani, is here. I saw the vice president, one vice president of South Africa of old is also here. The Noor Nasruddin is here. And thanks to Fuzan and your team Kubido for hosting us here. The first games were opened somewhere at a place called Lavender Hill. It was very nice. A very nice outfield for that part of the country, not far from here. It might be about 12 k's to 15 kilometers from here, they have built a very nice field at Lavender Hill. Thumbs up to the Department of that take care of facilities, public works in South Africa, or Sports Trust, whoever has put the city of Cape Town, whoever has made effort to make sure that that field is then built and erected, and it should be useful. We are live here in South Africa. The game between South Africa, the defending champion, and the runners-up, KwaZulu-Natal, for the place in the finals against Team Gauteng, waiting. I'm sure where they are relaxing, because we still have a ladies game coming in after this one, so that they will come thereafter. You don't have to come here, and sometimes when we are here, you get you then instill a lot of fear in yourself. Or I can't do 1, 2, 3, and I'll be inviting 1 or 2 people coming over here, and others. Remember, South Africa is a very diverse country. We have more than 30 languages that people are speaking. Officials are 11. Sometimes when people come over here, they'll speak in another language. We'll try and translate. Strike out. Strike out. 2 strike out. Slow pitches as he is throwing that inside pitch is working for him. Top of the betting side. Top of the betting side for Team Limpopo is what I saw from this guy who is hitting. He is top of the betting for both country and province, not by default. But from this tournament that I saw, he is not at his best. He is not at his best. Otherwise, if he was at his best, he would have been given 4 balls. So these coaches are doing their job. They go out and see the best players, how they are playing. If you are not at your best, they will go at you. If you are at your best, they might give you an intentional base so that they deal with the rest that comes in. He is not at his best. At his best, he will not leave a tournament without having gone over the fence several times, not once. During the qualifiers, he was also at the top. In the finals, very first batter for Team South Africa, he went over the fence. So even now, don't have to relax as a pitcher. They're making it very difficult for him to beat. Remember, it's 1 strike out in this frame. When he comes in, team took 1 for the team. They scored a run and he went for the batter that comes in, and it was a strikeout. 3-2 count. It works in both minds, the pitcher and the batter. That's where we said as coaches we want to be very choosy. 4 balls on him. Let's see what Mandla could do. Because already they have 1 down. Mandla comes in. You see the gesture, he said, teammate, unlucky. Lucky for you, got a base. Unlucky for me, I did not finish the game. But that is part of the game. When things are not going well for you, you give others chance to do that. And I saw in Team Gauteng, there are a lot of couple of new faces, and they are doing very well. We'll see a very nice tournament. Even in the ladies will be coming. Natal will be playing Team Gauteng after this game for the space to play the host Western Cape team, the Pelicans, which is a very, very difficult team to beat, more especially at home. The Western Cape team, it is very, very difficult to beat them here in the Cape. If you go to the score sheet, check the runs against, they are very, very limited, less than 12 after 7 games. It's another ball thrown. Team looks very relaxed, doesn't even worry. Just say I'm doing my best to deal against these hard hitters of Limpopo. It's three count, 4 balls. I see Mohau comes, Ngomori and Mohau will be coming in, and Setlav. These ones are going to get slow pitches, all 3 of them. No hard ball, it will be slow pitches. Because if you go hard on these 3 that are coming in, we might talk another language. Ngomori Chibabe comes in. A lot of these guys grew together, almost all of them. From age 12, they played together at 13. They played together at 15, and at 13, by that time, Pumulo, Didima, Silo were at 17. And they won their first championship here in the Western Cape, the very same stadium coached by the legendary Mampiris Tosa, who is here. And I guess at home, the MEC is waiting for gold medalists for Team Limpopo. There are a lot of stake for these teams because government wants winners. Government wants winners. I even saw the acting chief director of Limpopo, Mr. former coach, Mr. Homu, he is here to witness and follow the team up because he was once a coach and a player. He's now a priest called by God to do the godly things on earth here, so that we deal with other social ills from that part of the world. There is a lot of talks around, was that a swing or was that not a swing? If it's a swing, it's a strike. If it's not a swing, because the bat doesn't if the bat has crossed over the home plate, I'm not sure whether I'm quoting old rules, but if your bat goes over the home plate, it will be a strike hold. If it hasn't, it wouldn't be called a strike. Let's see how it is counted from how it's down. Lee is throwing an inside drop ball, which is also one of the difficult balls to take out of the infield. Most of the time when we connect, if it's not correctly, it go to 6, shortstop and number 5. The count is 1-1. It's too low. You are watching the first game of today between Limpopo, Team Dinari, and KwaZulu-Natal, the Heat. The score is still at 3 Limpopo and 0 KwaZulu-Natal. That's a waste. It was a very nice thrown strike. Mohau at his best will go for those kind of strikes, more especially if it's a sitter. A ball that goes straight over the plate. No swing, no side. It becomes it's a ball. It's now 3. It will be full count. As I said, it's Puti Homo on plate. He is with Silo, he is with Tabo, with Sipo. The best of the technical of umpires here in South Africa are on duty. 4 balls called. The pattern for throws for Team Natal from where we are in the commentary box are not called today. This is as a result of sitting down to say This one will go. This one will come in. This one will go. This one will come in. We'll go for this 1, 2, 3 batters. That discussion talks to something like that. Here we are seated, we thought it's 4 balls. It looks like it was the third after that short discussion. It will be inside and drop through. Too low for Mahau. Remember, Mgumori is at first base. Mandla is at second, and Pumulo is at a scoring position. One little mistake, he goes home. His swing enemies, see, as I said, it's more of inside throws and low balls, which are very difficult for batters to take it out. Same throws, inside, drop. That is where the coaches, technical coaches comes in. You analyze, you see how they are thrown. Then you position your players. When they are in the batter's box, how do you put your left leg that anchors that should then direct your shoulders? It's a hit. No run scored. That was very nice and calculating of him. There is a lot of hey at first base. These guys are, when it comes to play, there are a lot of emotions, but in the spirit of the ball game, it's done and it's dusted. There are a lot of memories of 20 last championship that went out. You don't have to ask even the umpires what was the call. It's an out. Yeah, you see the saying, he should have gone 1, 2, 3, should have gone to an orange base. And these things happened in any sport. You cross weight, you cross doesn't have to be a lot of discussion. Let the game begin and play. You are watching the National Provincial Championships here in the Cape between Team Limpopo and Team KwaZulu-Natal. We also, from the commentary box, we haven't seen what the issue might have been, whether Mahau, his leg went to the first base, or what. But the discussion looks like it is on that. That was a waste inning by Team Limpopo. It looks like there is an ejection from the umpire's thrown arm. It looks like there is an ejection. Maybe there were some ways. It looks like there is an ejection for Grant. Remember, as a referee or an umpire, you need to lay the rules, to play the law, but let the games play at the spirit of fairness and the spirit of the ball game, whether we are in football. But what is important is for the game to play, we call it fair play. Fair play. There was somewhere where they talk of you eject a player, the manager goes out, when you eject a player, what. But the umpires knows the rules. Umpires knows the rules. Had we had a privilege of a replay of what they are saying, but I saw the umpire the plate umpire, no, the umpire throwing the arms that looks like out, which looks like an ejection of a KZN KwaZulu-Natal member. Yeah, sure, thank you. Team, we are down here in the Western Cape province, coastal province, next to the Atlantic Ocean. I'm told the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean collide somewhere here at the Sea Point or Cape Point. They go different ways. They meet and say, bye-bye, I'm going to India. I'm going to the part of the Atlantic. Ejection, yeah, that is an ejection. Somebody has been ejected out of the game. Somebody from Team KwaZulu-Natal is out of the field in terms of the rules of the ball game, which was applied by the umpire in terms of the conduct. Not 22. Yeah. 45, which will be Mark Olivier. Yeah, it's Mark Olivier, because his younger brother is Grant, who is at first base. You'll see when it comes to teams coming into bat. We are back live. The game continues. On display is the best of the best in terms of the rules of the ball game. Silo, Sipo, Tabo, Puti. In terms of appliance of the rules of the game, the umpire's weight stands. Clarification at DC levels, but we don't want those kind of things here. Let's play the game. It's the hard luck. In the spirit of the ball game, let the game begins. For the love of the ball game. Tilima on the mount for Team Limpopo, catching. Ngomori Chipape at first base. Pumulo Palari, second base. Silo Mulogwane, number 6. Martin Gavin Pasha, number 5. Morau Tupuri Tolo. Strike called by the umpire. One strike. And let's see what Daylan can do. Strike hold on Dayland. Did not cross the home plate. So it's 1-1. KZN has got, in terms of betting, they have a very fighting side. They are very good in terms of training batters or working on the batters. These are one of the programs that produce good batters. And also we used to have up north in Gauteng North then. As a swing enemies. Strike out. Strike out for Daylan O'Brien. Then Tim will come in, the pitcher who took over from Grant Olivier. Remember, the score is still 3-0. Limpopo had a very wasteful inning that passed. Let's just hope they don't live to regret that inning. They should have at least scored 2 runs. It was open for them to score. After this game, they will have to wait for about 2 hours, and then it will be a ladies. Will be giving you a ladies final between KwaZulu-Natal and Team Gauteng. Who loses will be third, and whoever loses against these 2 teams will be a bronze medalist. Last year we had the Western Cape coming in at 3rd position, KwaZulu-Natal at 2nd, Limpopo at 1st position. For 6 years running, since 2015, they were top. The Premier League, they are still the defending champions. That's how dedicated, talented this year. That's a nice hit. Caught at number 7 by Kamu Hello Makulu Makwe. One of the most reliable. I still remember when we were in Michigan with my team as head of delegates. There was one time that he caught a ball when he was playing 5. They also wanted, a lot of guys wanted to see him, and how did you see that young man? It was a very hard ball hit, and then he took it as if it was just thrown by a little boy under, as I said, under Mampiri with his team, Bominch and other team members. That's a nice hit. That one should be over. That one is over. It's over the fence. From Team Lee, that one is over. It's Rhys Nyland. As I said, this one can hit the ball very hard. The national coaches are here. He is the captain for Team Under 23, and they are in 2 minds whether to field him in the Under 23 or in the seniors. He is as talented as you can think of a talent on a young man like Rhys, who is still 23 years old. That was a nice hit. Ibrahim Delen also is also difficult to take out. The score is now 3 Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal 1. From the one and only Rhys Nyland. You expect this kind of performance from him when he's at his best. It's very difficult to take him out. He was also then one of the good batters from the team that went to Michigan. I saw Makulu Makwe was there, number 7 for Team Limpopo, and Rian Hatting for Team Gauteng is also here for Team Gauteng. These 3 boys that I'm speaking about can hit, can also field, can also run. They are still, we're happy as so about South Africa that these boys are still here. I saw Kwena throw it. That is, you see, right on the plate, he goes over the fence. A replay of, he went straight to his former teammate at National under 18 side. Grant is still here. We'll see whether the catcher is back or what, because there was an ejection for somebody. We'll see who that person is. You are watching the National Provincial Championships between Team KwaZulu-Natal. Yes, there is a catcher's change. Mark Olifir, number 45, is out, has been ejected. There's a change of a catching side. Number 14 is in, which is Whitefield Cameron. I wonder whether he's the son to Paul, or they are just related. But Grant Olifir has been ejected and replaced by Cameron Whitefield. We'll have to find out whether he's the son to Paul. If it's that, then that will be good. And that will be very good of him. coming in and learning from his dad in terms of how the sport is played. Strike hold by the umpire. The score is still 3-1. There is a lot of discussion going out over here. I'm not sure whether who is joining me, whether it's the madam or is this young gentleman who has just came in and joined the commentary. I will introduce him when he is online. It's one strike hold. Welcome in the commentary box. I'm joined here by as I said, we have USA here, the leadership of USA here under Teboho Mapetu, whom I said earlier that he was one of the team members for Tilima and his staff who are playing here. He is now working at one of the universities here of the Val, a well-known university in terms of sports. Welcome, Mr. Mapetu.
Thank you, Brabeni, for welcoming me in the studio.
Viewers all over the world, joined by my colleague in the structures. It's 3-2 count. From where you are, Mr. Mapetu, how do you see thus far in terms of performance from both sides? It's 4 balls called, as I said before earlier. The inning that passed, I said Limpopo wasted a lot of, because you can't take games for granted. They were bases loaded with only 1 down, but they were unable to score at least 1 run.
Yeah, from what I see when I was standing there, I think Limpopo, they had something like 7 runs left on bases. If they could have used that opportunity to score those runs, we could have been talking a different ball game with the score as it stands now.
Yeah.
Yes.
In your time, I know it could have been. This game will not go beyond 5 frames. This guy who has joined me was the teammate to these guys that are playing. They were at this stadium. He was also one of the good center field for both country and province, and top of the betting side, which I think the experience that you had is also what we are seeing here, because these are your boys, and thus far they are on top of the game.
Yeah, so far they are looking good. As you can see that the relief pitcher for KZN, Mr. Lee Tim, I think he's containing them because he doesn't have a lot of balls. He pitched a lot of strikes, just that Limpopo, they don't get perfect contacts.
Yeah.
Yes. Now it's Kamoral Makulmak on bat.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think now it's a ball. The count is 3 balls, no strike.
Yeah.
Yes, Limpopo, they have a runner on second base, which is Molokwane Slavi.
And most of the time, you look at Tim, he throws close ball and a drop ball, because when he goes there, most of his balls are inside and drop balls, and very difficult for these guys to get a clear contact. You hardly get the strike that he has just pitched. It's now 3-1 count. 2 strikes on him. It's also a waste because that was right on the plate. From where we are seated, he would have gone for that one.
Yes, and if we can see KwaZulu and Natal, they're trying to maintain them inside the field. As you can see, they are throwing a lot of drop pitches. They don't want to go up because, at any chance they can go out of the park.
You see. He's now getting a strike out again.
Yes, they're continuing them down there.
Yeah. You don't have to play in a pattern that is easy to be analyzed and exploited, and that is what I've been observing.
Yes.
It should be go for a strike.
should go for a strike.
Yeah, go for a strike. Because we
Yes.
only have 3 strike against 4 balls. So strikes are precious to get, more especially on the plate. If it goes over the plate, go for it. Because you never know what will be left from 3-1, from 3-0 to strike out.
Yes.
Yeah, something is not, something in terms of the tactical part of it is not right.
That's Madeleine Pasha.
Your teammate, your former teammate, even is his former teammate at home
My,
and even at Provence.
my former teammate at
Yeah.
home, my former teammate at the current club that is playing. And on additional to that is my cousin.
At all. So this softball is running in your blood.
The
So you
softball
see-
is in
yeah.
the family.
You see the first 2, as I said, he's throwing an inside pitch, and you could see at Gavin's bat, he's swinging another strike, not this one that team is throwing, and he's still gonna throw the same one.
And I think-
Inside pitch, low.
Yes.
That's a block. That is what Giant Killers was known about.
Yeah, we call it the short bat crash. Yes.
That's what these guys will do. Go over them, then they decide to let's block these balls just outside the infield. And that was this one of colleagues is one of the it was one of the feared side in up in Limpopo where these guys comes from. The game has evolved. Now a new generation comes in. This is from Makuluri Spikes, one of the feared side at that time, Poncho Masingi.
Yes.
I was telling viewers that you went with these guys in the Prague in the Czech Republic.
Yeah,
At
went
least
to Czech
8
Republic.
of these ones that are on display.
The other thing that I saw, Brabin, is that the lead team, I think, is containing Limpopo because he's new to them.
Yeah.
They've never faced him. That is why he's enjoying his game.
Yeah.
Yes, because they are used to the pitching of
Grand.
Grand Oliver. So now they've put in team, which is a difficult pitcher for them to go against.
And adjust. And this is what coaches should also think about. When we have this pitcher that is known to everyone,
Yeah.
we must train somebody who has different variations than the one who is known all over.
Yeah.
So it now becomes very difficult to adjust to team.
Very difficult. And they've put in the catcher now because Mark Oliver is out.
Has been
So
ejected.
the new catcher is Cameron Winfield.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that is also will also affect the betting side for team KwaZulu-Natal because Mark is also one of the strongest batters. Cameroon is still a young lad, should be 18 or 19.
Yeah, I think yes, in the average
Around
of 20
around
down.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was one of the players trialing for the under 23 also.
Yeah, it's around there.
Yes.
Let's see we're at it. Start at second, save
Save at second.
and error at shortstop.
Yes.
One of the most reliable second baser, Rhys Nyland, at second base, and he's number 6. There was a lot of delays because these guys can run.
These guys can run.
This guy at this level, these boys can run.
The bed on bed, it's Dean Magagana, the pitcher. The coach is having some query with
There's a
with
discussion
the play
on
second base.
whether it was a forced out or a save.
Yeah.
There's a bit of discussion between the plate umpire and the plate umpire at second base. Rules of the game: save.
Decision was a save.
The decision is a save.
Yeah.
Then you need someone who can take the ball out of the infield for second base to come home when the situation is.
When the situation
Yeah.
is like this.
Take it to 9 because that is the furthest part to where you will be running. Because if you
Yes.
take it to 7, he will be safe at second base.
In
the third base, yeah.
in the coaching language, they said
Yeah.
you must hit the opposite field.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The opposite of where the runner is going.
Yes.
Yes.
Remember, I have a seasoned player here with me, joined the commentary, and not also a seasoned player, an administrator, a worker hit by pitched ball.
Hit by
Who?
pitch ball.
And that is one of the things that we don't want it happening,
You
because
don't want
as a pitcher, it
Yeah.
becomes very difficult, because some of the things we think is intentional.
No, it's
It
unintentional.
happens
It happens
in a ball game.
in a game of softball.
Yeah, it
Yes.
happens.
No one will want to hit the
Yeah,
opposition.
no.
per se.
We have one out. We then have all bases loaded, and the slugger at first base, who is, as I said, he's not at his best in terms of betting.
And if you check him now, he has changed. Now he's betting at
Betting,
right.
yeah, which is
Yes.
difficult. When Pumulo comes to right, you don't go over the plate. When it comes to right hand, you don't go straight at the plate. You need to calculate. I thought the score is 4-1 because Sillo scored the run. Okay. Then where is Sillo?
No, Silla squad, it was the third run, that one.
Okay.
Yes. Because they scored two runs in the first frame.
Okay.
Then this, on the third one, that's when they scored one. So the score is 3. Another pass ball.
Another pass ball, another error. Run scored.
Run scored. That's a run by Malisela Pasha. They call him Gavin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then Gavin is home.
But when you check Pumulo, when he's betting right, that's where he becomes more and more disciplined. He wants to score those runs.
So he went. Now he's at his.
That's where he's lethal.
That is, yeah.
Yes.
You don't have to go up.
No, he doesn't want to go up now.
You see, team is throwing same pitches.
Yes.
Low. If it goes up, it looks at the pitch. Look at the batters, seems to be not that well prepared. Then he put it on the plate. But when you are like this, he goes down.
It goes down.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I saw is that Natal is checking with the wind.
A run has been scored.
Because we are at the coastal. They are
Yeah.
using the advantage of wind, because when you throw it down there, yes,
it goes quickly.
It
goes
goes
down
quickly. Yes.
quickly.
Oh.
The
So
score is now 5 to Limpopo and 1 to Reese Nyland and his team.
Yes, he had a great hit there.
How then? What is going to happen, Mr. Muppet? Because we are one of the delegates that goes to Argentina. He is doing very well, Reese, in this tournament.
Yes.
2, he is part of both the senior and the under 23.
The under 23.
Yeah. And we want, as South Africa, we want to be represented by the best of the best. Are you going to take him to the 23 first, then to the seniors?
I think that answer will be answered by the technical team.
I'm told.
Yes, because me and you,
Colleagues,
where we are standing, we can't select a team.
we are told that was a sitter in our language, because right on the plate, right on the belt, and that is where most of the hitters are lethal. If you go there, it's man that goes low, 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 low.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
it. That's Mandla Matsunyani.
He is also an international.
Also international, and it's a student at the Val University of Technology, the 3rd-year student for cost management accounting.
Okay, thank you. The good job that these guys are doing. Debo, his colleagues, is telling us. He is the gentleman who's overseeing these young boys from all over the province that are playing softball. Majority of them attend school where he works at the Val University of Technology. It produces a lot of good players.
Yeah, Robin. And when you check now, I think Limpopo, they are getting their hits right.
They
Though
just
that,
scored a run, if not safe at both. Because there was a runner at second base when Manda came in. Yeah, now they are playing it very casual. I mean, very, very easy.
very
Because if you
easy.
take it very easy, not that serious, that's
Yeah.
why, yeah, they are scoring
Manda,
one by one.
Manda
Manda
is,
is at
Manda is
first.
in, Bonzo is in, Didima is in.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we are still at one down. I think now Team Lee is struggling to get them out with a lot of errors from his teammates.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because at this level, at this game, we can't afford to have this kind of errors. Whoever loses here is out as a bronze medalist.
Medalist.
And if the Rays are going to play against the Team Gauteng, we are also expecting a very tough game in prospect.
Yes.
The Team Gauteng has got a lot of players. Majority of some of them played with these guys in Limpopo. They work and attend schools. School in Gauteng.
What a nice
Yeah,
pitch.
nice pitch.
cut-off, huh?
Yeah, he can even afford it. He can even smile because he took out one of the difficult players to take out.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think he
Yeah.
has changed the zone now. 'Cause
Yeah.
Now he was throwing an outside pitch.
Yeah.
Yes, cutting the plate very well.
Then Mahau comes in. He's now going to throw change up all over. It'll be
Yes.
slow pitches all over.
Pass ball.
Advances to now the second base is open. You have Mahau Tupuli at bat. That was a K. Strike out. Team had 3 now strikeouts. Mahau is also not at his best.
It's not. It's not.
It's not
a
also
very
at his
good
best.
game.
He needs to have a team next to him where he's working, so that come the National League, because National League will be closer to the world champs if he
Yes.
is part of the team that goes to New Zealand.
If he makes it to the
Yeah.
16-man
Yeah.
squad,
But
that
these are
is selected.
These are boys that you rely on when the chips are down. Come Prague. When it comes to Prague, he was one of the top performers in terms of betting.
One of the hard hitters
Yeah.
of softball South Africa.
Yeah.
Yes, and like you are saying, I think he's struggling with the practice time because now he's based in Witbank, which is very outskirt places in terms of softballers.
We don't have
Yes.
more teams playing that side. And I think Sobo South Africa will need to work along those where there are big towns. Should have at least 3 teams participating to take care of. But these guys are now working. You
Yeah.
can't choose where you work.
You can't choose where.
No,
you're-
work chooses you.
Yeah.
Work can take you to Namibia. It's strike 2. So you need to have that. Otherwise, at his best, he would have been given 4 balls.
Yeah. You can't confirm
No,
this one.
no.
At any time, it can surprise you.
It's out 4 balls. Now bases are loaded.
This is loaded. Sihlabi Molokwane is coming in.
Silo comes in.
Silo Molokwane is a graduate also.
For the same university that we are talking
From
about.
the same
I told
university.
you, viewers and listeners, that Val University of Technology has produced a lot of softballers, and now it's also dominating, I guess, in basketball, volleyball, football.
That's a strike.
Yeah, that's a strike on him. They are doing a very good job. He likes to go to these low balls. Which is
Sometimes about the patience that the player is having, because they knew that now that Lee is throwing down, so they just want to target anything that is coming down there.
a run has
Another
been
pass
scored.
ball.
Run scored. 6 runs to Team Limpopo, and still that big hit from Riz Nyland for Team KwaZulu-Natal, heat of KwaZulu-Natal. If miracles can't happen, Gauteng will be playing against Team Dinari in the finals. You see, that was all close and low.
Low. That's where Lee is specializing. That's where he contained and he enjoyed to throw that ball.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was throwing this kind of a ball against Gauteng.
During the weekend.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see their game.
Yeah. He was throwing almost similar, inside, down. And we were expecting the next game that comes in the grand final. Most of that, I saw Mananga smiling. He's also not part of Team Limpopo. He's now in Gauteng. So we're going to see if he comes, if he is put in on the plate, we're going to see a lot of spins.
Yes.
Himself and Dilima, that side in the opposing side, because they are teammates
in the national setup.
The national setup.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a nice game if the result stays as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Viewers out there, this is the National Provincial Championships hosted in the Western Cape, in the town, in the very time in the city of Cape Town, under the auspices of Sobol South Africa. And the host is Cape Town Softball and the Western Cape Softball Association, courtesy of them. I even saw the city council chief or mayor gracing this occasion, 4 balls on Sehlabi, which means the bases will be loaded. And Kamuhelo comes in.
Kamuhelo Makolmago, it's a student at the Tshwane University of Technology.
Then we want to take everyone.
No, the athletes have to study, Prabini.
Athletes have to study,
which is a good
work.
Thing. Yes. Softball will pave a way for you.
This is a good investment for the university and for the sport.
Yes.
The university that has got bursaries for players and for team, whether it's athletics or any other sport.
Yes.
It's investing as what government wants to see happening.
Yes.
We are witnessing a strikeout. We are on the way to the second strikeout for Makulumage, because if it's throw the same ball and the bat goes the same way,
that is not gonna get it.
It's gonna get it.
Yes.
It's not gonna get it. Strike out. Lee has strike Kamuhelo, who is giving Grant a sleepless night. Now they have a remedy from Lee for him. This so young man has been difficult for
his
Grant.
Senior.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bobo had another 3 runs left on bases.
Yeah.
So now
it's also a waste.
It's also a waste, because now we are talking about 10 runs that they were supposed to be scored.
Yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if they had scored to those runs, we'll be saying after the 7th frame, the 5th frame will be talking a run ahead, chances of a run ahead, unless KwaZulu-Natal score some runs. You see, as a coach, when these things happened, because we still have another game that comes in, what do? You need them to go all out.
You need them
so that at the 5th frame, the game is done and dusted. These are the slow motion reflexes that characterize the game of softball.
Yes.
In slow motion. Remember, you are watching us from the southern hemisphere of South Africa and the southern hemisphere of this world. In South Africa, in Cape Town. These are windy towns. At any time, the weather might change and becomes rainy. To 30 minutes, it's cleared. Number 55 comes to bat, which is, I think, it's Wesley.
It's Wesley, the third baseman.
Wesley comes in action. So Team Limpopo need to close this frame if they want to go and relax for a lot of hours. They need to close this and come and score in the coming frame. We are top of the fourth.
Yeah, top. And I think currently now Limpopo is cruising with KZN, because the KZN, they are struggling to hit Didi Makekana.
Yeah.
Yes.
I told the viewers that some of these young men are idolizing him. They are playing the name, not the ball.
Because to me, understanding him, knowing him, is not at his peak.
It's not at his peak.
He's from an injury.
Yeah.
Yes.
2-year full
injury,
and then rehabilitated. And the first competitive tournament was against Botswana and Kenya. And it didn't even throw against Kenya.
No, he didn't throw against Kenya. He only threw against Botswana. Yeah.
So these guys just know, this guy Didima is unstoppable.
Yes.
Even though he's not throwing those bombs. You are watching the National Provincial Championships for Softball South Africa held here in Cape Town between Team KwaZulu-Natal and Team Limpopo. The score is still 7-1, 7 to Limpopo and 1 to KwaZulu-Natal. Clear, no out. The score is at 2-2 and Dylan at bat.
Still Wesley.
After this game, we'll be seeing Hitch by pitched ball. After this game, we'll then be seeing or witnessing the finals of the bronze medalist between the Gauteng
and
the Roses of Gauteng
and the KwaZulu-Natal
and Team KwaZulu-Natal. Whoever loses, whoever shipped out will be a bronze medalist. Whoever is stronger will go and face the host, which is very difficult in the women's side to beat, more especially here at home.
That's Cameroon Whitfield at bat. Yes.
And it's one of the things that I've witnessed. Didi Madison wants to stay a lot in the dugout. And his team is just playing like that. And whether it's tactical from KwaZulu-Natal, when he comes in after staying plus minus 10 to 12 minutes, he starts very slow.
Yeah, that was a chase from Cameroon. It was supposed to be the third ball now. So now it's 2 counts, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, it's a young man coming in.
It's a young man.
You don't even know him. Who can even take a hit? The count says 2 strikes.
2 balls.
2 balls.
Yes. We're in the top of the 4th frame. So
it's strike out. It's another strike out. And at bat is now Grant Olvir.
That's Grant Olvir.
His brother has been ejected.
Yeah, that's
These are one of the guys who can also hit the ball over the fence.
That's Didima's colleague.
It will be a size up.
That's a double play.
It will be. It goes straight to second base at that time when you have to run. Because this field, as I've gone through, I went over, then I move around the field. It's not as hard as it should be.
Okay.
Yeah, when you run with this slit,
it goes deep into the side.
Yeah. So you need a bit harder, like ground C.
I'm laughing here when I'm sitting here with you that with the Limpopo field, that the same infield that is playing now.
Yeah.
In the 2004, they make history in this field.
This field.
Yes.
I told the viewers, this is the same team that made history here. Yeah. And they have good memories of this field. They were here beating the host by a lot of runs to nothing.
It was their home away from home.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
why you see them. They feel welcome when they're in Cape Town.
It's
just a change of weather.
A change of weather.
Yeah.
But the field is theirs.
They know the field.
They know
by
the
now.
field very well.
Yes.
Yeah. But these players need to play at different altitude, different fields, because this is the second in South Africa. We have this one and the one in East London.
In East London.
Which are skinned diamond.
Yes.
And the Atletville one is also within that category. And we're building one big stadium in Limpopo, down in the capital city, in Polokwane, courtesy of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and the softball leadership.
Yes.
So it will be one of the state-of-the-art softball pitches. So we'll have plenty of fields to choose for.
Yes.
So, but what we like to be seeing is government supporting all these provinces, so that at least we have one nice
per province.
Per province. We
Yeah,
have
no,
one international, like in other federations, we will have each province has a nice football stadium. We have cricket fields all over. So you need to have and athletic fields are also there. So this is one of the fields that we say at South Africa.
Yes.
We have a diamond that speaks with the demand of international.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
if you check through this the month of March and April, Cape Town was hosting a lot of sports events.
Yeah, baseball is around here.
Baseball was around,
Yeah.
athletics was here,
Yeah.
hockey was here
Yeah.
also.
Yeah.
So they hosted a lot of events in Cape Town. So
And these young kids need to be exposed to all these things, because if you take your kid to a hockey side, when the next day hockey is out, you go to softball, you go to baseball, so they are now exposed to different type of games and sports.
it's one strike to Malisela Pasha.
He's gonna throw inside
That's
pitch.
He's struggling with that pitch
Yeah.
because he's been getting strikeouts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think even Lee has saw that he's struggling down there. He doesn't even want to change.
One of the good things is as a pitcher,
Yeah.
you need to do that.
You need
Know your batters very well. If it's a hit, it's fine,
If it's
because
a
they
hit,
are
it's a
there to
hit.
hit, and we are there to take them out. You see, now he then did the same thing that he did before. He hit 6 or 5 just on the space. When you correct it, if it's not corrected first time, he's able to go through.
Limpopo, I think they're putting in a new batter. Shirt number 8 is Denver Kekana.
To come and bat for Ponzo.
Ponzo Masingi.
Okay.
Yeah, Kekana is a graduate from University of Limpopo and DUT.
He's also
A graduate.
a graduate.
Yes.
And I know now he's now working somewhere in Polokwane,
Yes.
and which is good for this young man, because our end product should also be seen into all spheres of government or entrepreneurship, or yes, you don't just play softball. You can also you go to school, and given the opportunity, you also work. He is a Denver colleagues. He's
Yes.
also a teammate for Tilima, who is pitching. They are playing at the same club
Yes.
down in Limpopo, at a rural place called Muletlane. Their head coach, Mampiris Tosa, is around here to see his product, how they perform. It's low. It's 1-1.
And if you check Denver, he's more familiar with the KZN team.
Because
he spent something 3 to 4 years in KwaZulu-Natal while studying at DUT.
Yeah, once we were here, I think it's 2010, he was here.
With KZN.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. He was here. Let's see what Maden will do. He's got a strike and a ball, and the runner is advances to second, Gavin Pasha,
Yes.
at the scoring position.
That's 2 balls, 1 strike
Then we have to take it. Then the better we have to either to sacrifice to first base band or to take it to the other field, which is number 9.
Opposite field.
Opposite field. That was too low.
That was too low.
And he's going to throw that one again.
Don't have to change it, Brabin, if it's working for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why change it when it works for you? You are watching live here at Cape Town, the National Provincial Championship for Team South Africa. It's a strikeout for Denver. And another strikeout for Team. He's doing well, very well with his medium pace throws. The pitcher, Didi Magekana, comes into bat. He was one of our hard hitters for years.
For years.
Yeah.
Until
he clears the field at any moment. Most of the time they will even say just let him go, let him go. But now the tables have changed. Most of the time you just say the pitcher can't beat, can't hit, let him just throws. I think that thing has contributed a lot of how he was attacking teams in terms of his batting. He was very good.
At one point, we were playing in Botswana at club level. He was our guest player in VUT. He surprised the Botswana pitcher when we sent him to come and bat. And he cleared the field with the base loaded.
That is what he was known to be.
That's the second strike to him?
Yeah, second strike to the pitcher, Didi Magekana. But the score is still at 7 Limpopo, 1 to KwaZulu Natal, KZN, the Heat. The defending champion and the runners-up are playing.
Yes.
For a place in the grand final. And he will be happy because he has pushed the teammate to third base.
Yes.
He's 2 out. Then Pumulo now has gone to the left batting side.
Because he doesn't want to go to third base because there's a runner there.
At third base.
Yes. And if you check in the calculation, Limpopo, if they scored this run, they'll be having 8-1.
And Natal need to score in the next
Natal
frame.
need to score in the next frame.
Next frame that comes in, if they score that one.
Yes.
But the difference will be 7 in terms of the law of the ball game.
Yes.
That's a hit. That a hit.
Like I said to you, he just want to go to the opposite field.
You see, Pumulo is a seasoned, disciplined,
better
player.
Yeah.
If you need him to very calm, never be see him fighting or rather. No. You say run, you run. It was difficult for him by the time when he was injured.
Yeah.
It was difficult for Team SA and for Team Limpopo.
Yes.
To get the very first batter who will frustrate batters, because he was the only one who can do that.
The opening batsman.
With aplomb.
Yeah.
So Manda comes in. The score is Limpopo 8 and KwaZulu Natal hit 8. You are watching live here the first final between Dinare of Limpopo and the Heat of KwaZulu Natal. No play.
No play?
Because he's not that pressurized to run to second base.
No.
You need to save your reserve because war is still to come. War is coming at 14 hours.
That's the game I'm looking forward to watch.
They know each other very well inside and outside.
Yes.
Team Limpopo and Team Gauteng.
Classmates,
teammates, you name them.
You can name them.
Friends, because they are closer to each other. They went to school. Yeah, so that will be a final to remember. The defending champion are playing against the runners-up for 2021. Remember, the defending champion have been in the finals since 2015. This will be the finals of the 7th final in the provincial, including the national leagues. So you have Mr. Mape, you also have gold medals.
I'm having a gold medal of 2016 and 2017.
You see, as I was telling you, he was one of these are his team members that are playing. Then Ngomori comes in, 4 balls. Yeah, from what I see from the Natal side is these guys we can't, from the score and how the frame that they've gone, said no, these guys we can't. The score is too high for us.
Yeah, they've opened a big margin in terms
Yeah.
of scoring, and their pitch is still looking good. For KZN to come back, it's that they have to be more disciplined and bet and go hard on Tidmakekana.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I guess if there's somebody in the dugout will be saying, colleagues, if you go out, if you don't score these ones, they should not score in the next frame.
They should not
and the
score
game
in
will
next
be
frame.
over.
Yes.
And that is one of the Silo
No, that was Ngomori.
court, nice court. Difficult because it drops just
Yeah.
before.
This wind is so unpredictable. Rabin. At some point it stops. Now it was moving. So
And, we need
and
to
when the
go.
ball goes down, it goes down very quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice catch. Nice catch. That's a nice catch. The score 8 Team Limpopo, 1 Team KZN, KwaZulu Natal. This is Team Lee, the pitcher. You see the 2 fingers that talks to how the ball should go.
Yes.
Yeah, we did not have a lot of home runs in this field.
You can't.
Especially because of the wind. Because since
Yes.
this game started, it has been blowing from that side of the field. We did not have much of that. It's
I can
one there,
I
one
can
there.
count that I saw only 2. The one of Frisneyland and the other one it was of Alista, the Western Cape catcher.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 that I saw in this field
It's
that they
difficult.
went out.
It's difficult to hit it over the fence with this wind.
Yeah.
But in the other field, colleagues, I can guess there were lots and lots of outfits. This field A and field B, the way they are structured in terms of the wind blows in this part of the city, it's difficult for you to hit it over the fence. So it needs a lot and lot of training. And colleagues, we are viewers here in Cape Town. The yearly or the annual championships that is held by Sobo South Africa with provinces. Provinces are grouped as inland and coastal, but they've been given years. This province will host. Remember, we have 9 provinces in the Republic that are playing softball. So we are also proud to be saying all 9 provinces of this country are playing the sport,
They're playing the sport.
which is good for players and for
Yes.
administrators.
It's very good, Praveen.
Yeah.
Just but like we are saying that we just have to be on with reviving it more in the side of Northern Cape
Yeah.
and Mpumalanga province.
Yeah, if you
Yes.
do that in those 2 provinces, we will be saying, yeah, we have achieved more than it is expected in the term of this office.
Yes.
Because what we need is kids to go and participate, exposed to all these things. And they make friends, they become very disciplined because sport discipline players.
It does, Praveen. I can concur with you in that one. That if you're a team player, I always like this other phrase where it says an unconscionable kid.
Yeah,
Yes. When it gets to work, it can be observant in terms of what the bosses are saying. But if the kid is coachable in the field of play, is able to work with other people in the
outside, yeah.
of the corporate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you need discipline everywhere.
You
There's
need
2 strikes and 1 ball on the batter. It's a strikeout.
Strike out to Tyrone.
And if it goes as it is now, these guys wants to wrap up the game. These Limpopo guys wants to wrap up this game and wait for the grand finals. Number 13 is going out.
That's Cameroon.
Getting changed. No.
Oh, no,
it's
that's
wearing a mask.
forget the mask. Yeah.
Remember, COVID-19 is still with us, and we're happy as South Africa to see all these players that are here, all these administrators, coaches, everybody who is here they have vaccinated, and they have done all necessary requirements or things so that they don't spread this deadly COVID-19 virus. And I saw even in the country it is going down. Casualties and infections are at a lower rate. It's about 6% out of the population of 58 million.
So we are getting there.
So we are getting there.
Yeah. I'm just worried because now the winter is coming. Maybe the stats will go up a little bit.
Out by Sasabi. It's 2 down.
It's 2 down
for Team Limpopo. As I said, they want to take this out. If you see where Matling was, he was just close to him to say if you don't miss it, if you miss it, I take it and take.
You can just imagine if an infielder is catching the ball in front. That how powerful is the wind now?
Very powerful.
Yeah.
Because it was going back.
That's O'Brien Dylan.
Dylan also has been one of the difficult player to take out.
Yes, and he's been having a great tournament this time. Looking at him fielding the at shortstop.
Yeah.
Throwing those cannons at his hands. He's a hard thrower.
Yeah.
And I think also he's still at the age of 20.
Yeah.
But already in his second NPC. Yes, you can just imagine what will happen at the age of 22.
He will be unstoppable.
And KZN is missing one of their lethal batter by Matthew Parkinson.
Matthew, I'm told, I went to the coaches because we went with him to New Zealand. Then I checked with him that I'm told he has gone overseas.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are studies, and there's another family that is there. He was one of the good hitters of the ball in New Zealand for Team South Africa. It's a strikeout.
As a strikeout?
It should be a ball game.
It should be a ball game.
Where is the umpire? You see the umpires running towards each other to say, colleagues, we have done our best. The wind, the what. Colleagues, this is the end of the first game of the day between Team Limpopo and Team KwaZulu-Natal. The score is 8-1, which makes 7-0. If you minus 1, we call it a run-ahead rule in the language of the ball game of softball. Congratulations to the two teams. Then Team Natal will be the bronze medalist. A tough and interesting and hard game to come by between Limpopo and Gauteng at 14 hours. Now we'll be coming back to that game between Team Gauteng and Team KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you for being good listeners and supporting the game of softball.
The next lot is ladies team, which is Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Thank you, viewers. We'll see in no time.
In no time, we'll be back.
catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it. Many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They say no to sleepless nights. Will you find me? Hope you find me. When the sun rises, when the sun we're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. We're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me howling at the moon.
The road ahead, it twists and turns, and the sun it beats down and it burns. But I keep on pushing through. And every step quicker than the last, my feet tread down this beaten path, and I keep on pushing through. 'Cause I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Oh, I've come too far in this to raise my flag and call it quits. So I keep on pushing through. Oh, with every step my heart it pounds. Yes, so sure I've had my doubts, but I must keep pushing through. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground.
and me together, we could be anything, anything. You and me together, we could be anything, anything. And I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you.
Sometimes when I hate where I am, I forget every single place that I've been. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I wanna tear off every piece of my skin. I'm looking for a lover, but there ain't nobody here. Searching for a vessel that can sail into the clear. Endless blue and a crew to hold the line. And if you wanna run away, then we got room for you. Never feel ashamed for doing what you wanna do. Time away doesn't wait to be defined. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. No
more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
What do I believe in? I don't think I know anymore. Tell me there's a reason. Was there ever anything more? Have I been afraid to find what I've been looking for? It's all this little mind. How did it know that everything was broken by design? How beautiful. It's taking me so long to realize. It's all a state of mind.
Built up walls like mansions to the sky. Protect my heart so it would survive. But you climbed in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you, I was drifting out, safe from any shore. Didn't want to get hurt anymore, but you pulled me in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. When I found. Felt familiar the moment that we met. Tried to block it out so I forget. Your persistence kept on pushing through. The day I knew I needed you. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. You saved me, changing my direction. I'm falling into our connection. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. When I found you. When I found you. When I found you.
Hey, it's amazing the subtle games that you are playing. And you don't even know I exist. You have got me on your hit list. And you're conspiring. Girl, you are sexual and bad. And now you got this on your conscience. Because now I'm unresponsive. Run through the fire, I'll walk the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. We can feel the floor underneath our feet. Fire shots through my chest as you watch me bleed. Every kick, drum, hit is a symphony. Every brush of your curves is the air I breathe. You speak, I am listening. Sweat rolls, girl, you're glistening. Slow-mo, pull me into the light, the light. Are people watching us, wishing they were obvious, instead of giving in to the riot, the riot? Run through the fire, I walk the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. One heart to survive when one just breaks. One slow suicide while one just takes and takes. One choice for the good of you, but not the one you make. One worth dying for if you saw her shake, shake, shake. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. I am listening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. You are glistening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. I am listening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. This might be it for you. Run through the fire, out the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. Run through the fire, out of the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. My heart's been ripped wide open. So many mixed emotions. It's like
Do we speak to you? Morning. Good morning and welcome to the second semi-final of the National Provincial Championships. We have myself, Lee Vermaak, commentating, and with me next to me is Bernadette Chirac. Benny, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. Enjoying the lovely weather in Cape Town. It's quite a windy day, but we're looking forward to a good game of softball with the ladies here.
We have a breezy Cape Town wind blowing, pretty constant, at I think about 30 kilometers an hour. And as the girls are getting ready to start their games, we should have a plate meeting shortly. We're just running through the lineup quickly. Home is Gauteng today. They're going to be fielding first, and their lineup is as follows. We've got Vilmari Bester playing in position 6, Karlin Kutzer playing in position 3, Elrie Herman on third base, Lisa Bischoff on second base, Yolandi Kriel catching, Nushka de Beer at left outfield, Marianka van der Merwe center outfield, Danielle Deploy pitching, and Lianka van Vieren on right outfield. On the bench for them is Emily Mashlalela, Narisha Nadir, Johanri van der Walt, Etumeleng Malechela, Itumeleng Morerua, Megan Meyer, Hannah Hugo, and Shanae Late. On the KZN side, the team that's going to be batting first, we have the following. Chelsea Jarrett is leading off and playing position 6. Taylor Pierce is on second base. Megan Lavender is playing third base. Robin Lee is playing center outfield. Ronelle Buitendag is pitching. Esty Shaw is on first base. Kelsey Carter on the catching position. Jenna Thomas on right outfield. Tanya Sterkenberg on left outfield. And on the bench for them, they've got Katie Fourie, Jenna Strivig, Lisa Mashlanga, Jamie Morris, Nicole Williams, and Hannah Carley. So we're looking to have an exciting semi-final. Last night, KZN played off against Limpopo for the spot to play today in the semi-final. Gauteng ended in position 2 in the round robin stages and is thus qualified to only play this morning versus KZN to earn a spot in the final. Now, Bernie, we need to see in terms of the young players, we have a little bit of experience here, but we also have some youngsters in the field.
Yes, I think it's exciting to see KZN with a good up-and-coming team. They've done a lot of development, and it's nice to see their game improving and making this semi-final. And I look forward to seeing how this game plays out.
Well, we watched the game yesterday. I think it was KZN versus the Eastern Cape. And a girl that really impressed me was the second baseman. She actually made a really good play on a really crutch out.
And as you can see here, Gauteng are now starting to clear the field and get ready to start the game.
I think it's going to be an exciting semi-final this. Obviously, Western Province on first position in the round robin leagues, and they qualified to go through to the finals of the National Provincial Championships. So I'm pretty sure that they will have their scouts out making notes and seeing what finals we're looking at. I think it's going to be really exciting, especially the finals this year. There was a really tough matchup yesterday versus Gauteng versus Western Cape.
As you can see, it's rather windy down on the field. So it'll be interesting to see how that comes into effect in the game, because the balls in the air, they do tend to move around a lot on this field. So the outfielders will need to be wide awake and tracking that ball through the wind.
It's the interesting thing about Cape Town. You never know where it's going to go. I mean, I think both Bernie and myself have played here quite a few times, and when the wind's blowing, anything's up in play, Bernie. You should know.
Yes. We've seen some interesting balls being hit and traveling a good 10-20 meters in another direction thanks to the wind.
So for those guys who are watching and don't know the game of softball so well, we have what we call a plate meeting, and that's normally between the coach and manager of both teams as well as all the umpires. So what they're doing here is just going through the rules a little bit in terms of the ground rules, the field rules, and what the umpires are expecting from both teams. So the plate umpire has both got 3 umpires, so it's a 4-man system, meaning that everybody's pretty much responsible for their own base, and their calls will be pretty much for them in terms of their judgment calls on the bases.
And as you can see, we're ready to get underway here.
As we're going to start the top of the first inning, we've got KZN leading off with Chelsea Jarrett. And she's going to be followed by Tyler Pierce. Now, Bernie, if you were coaching this situation, what would your strategy be to get some runs on the board?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, especially playing in Cape Town, is to get bat to ball on the ground. You always have a chance. In the air, it's a tricky situation. The ball doesn't travel as well down in Cape Town or in KZN. So, yeah, I think get the ball on the ground, get the ball in play, and play smart game here. And here we see Gauteng taking the field with their traditional run on from home plate.
You have to admit, Bernie, it looks like a really strong field selection this for Gauteng. Danielle's really firing on the pitcher's plate. We had a look at her pace yesterday, and she seems to be on good form. I think perhaps what they need to be working on, if we work in terms of the batting, they just need to get the ball in play. We watched the game yesterday, and it seemed like they had a few swings in terms of not really looking at their discipline and looking at everything else. So perhaps that was just a round for them to sort out some of their their batting and things like that. And I hope that they've really, that they'll connect today, because for me, their fielding was really strong yesterday.
Yeah, I think in your round robins, it's good to see the nice team spirit between the outfielders there. But I think it's always important in your round robin games to iron out your issues and find your best team to take you to the final.
Obviously, with COVID being quite a challenge for everybody around the world, but in terms of softball, I think it's also it's taken a bit of a toll, and it's almost like hitting a reset button and getting back into the swing of things and really committing yourself as a player to get to that performance level which you are used to.
Yeah, I think it's going to take everyone a bit of time to get back to the height of where they were. And here we have our first pitch.
It's a good strike from Danielle. She's obviously throwing to Yolandi Kriel. So Chelsea Jarrett's got one strike on her. Taking a bit of time in terms of setting the signals. That's a hit up in the air, went back. Now, Bern, while we're watching the game, let's talk a bit about Renelle Buitendal. She's been in the game for a long, long time, and she's got a lot of experience on the pitcher's plate, working with youngsters, working with girls. I think, do you think perhaps that her being a part of the team is pretty integral in terms of her the time that she's been involved in softball?
Yes, for sure. She brings a lot of experience, and I think with her bubbly fighting nature on the field, I think she inspires the youngsters to up their game and give their all. Clever
That's
pitch
a ball.
selection there.
We got 2 strikes and a ball on Chelsea Jarrett. We actually have really lovely weather today. Sun's out. That's a hit to shortstop, and Vilmari Bester taking an easy catch for the first out.
Oh, that's a good start to the game for Gauteng. Good pitching, good calling from Yolandi Kriel. So I think Gauteng is off to a good start, the start they would have liked. They've got a very strong team and a strong pitcher in Danielle. So I think we'll expect to see a lot more of these. Good calling in the infield there from Villa.
Vilmari Bester covering that third base, behind third base really well. That's a first ball on Tyler Pierce, who's up to bat now. Swing and a miss. So
there you can see Dan's pace. She's really throwing well. It's good to see her on form.
Well, yesterday when we watched the Gauteng versus Western Province round robin game, Danielle was up pitching and she looked like she had good speed. It seemed like the batters were a little bit late on them, and actually struggling to make a bit of good contact on the ball. Danielle just now is trying to come back to the plate. I think the call is now 1 strike and 2 balls. 2 strikes and 1 ball. That's a good strike from Danielle. So there's 2 strikes and 2 balls on Tyler Pierce. Swing and a miss, and that would be a second down for Gauteng. Looking sharp this morning, Bernie.
Yes, Gauteng are looking strong. I think they're having a great start to the game. Danielle is obviously firing. Yolandi's calling a good game there, and you making full use of Danielle's pace. So it'll be good to see them maintain this throughout the game.
First ball on the batter. This is Megan Lavender now batting. KZN needing to settle themselves and get on a base, Bernie. That's ball number 2. Danielle obviously just playing around a little bit on that strike zone. A little bit down on the first one, a little bit up. Seeing if the batter's willing to chase any ball. And now she's got to come back to the plate.
Oh, what a catch
And
from Villa. Sure.
a diving catch from Volmadi Bester to make it side down for Gauteng.
It's good to see your field backing up your pitcher and making a great catch like that.
Yeah, Volmadi Bester, obviously a veteran player. Here we have a replay.
Oh, that's good
That's
stretching.
fantastic. Great movement off the bat. She had a movement, that ball was pretty much behind second base that you just spotted there. And she had to get all the way there from shortstop really quickly and make a diving catch for a side down.
Yeah, that's the kind of play we expect to see from national players. So it's good to see her performing well and putting her body on the line to make a crucial out to have a good start to the game.
As we see now, KZN's taking the field for the bottom of the first. So we'll have the veteran player, Renel Buitendag, on the pitcher's plate. And I have to tell you, for me personally, a play like that would give me a lot more confidence in terms of the field and plays. Let's say, just because she's got a really high hit rate in terms of the spots, in terms of where she needs to place the ball. And she can work around, you know, getting her fielders to be sharp, to have an idea if the ball's going to come your way and be more awake.
Yeah, I think she's a very good leader on the field. She's got great experience. She's played at all levels, and she brings that to the KZN team.
So with all the experience that Renel Buitendag is bringing, she's throwing to Kelsey Carter. It's also not Kelsey's first NPC, so she's been around the block once or twice. But they do seem to have quite a young side, and it looks to be like KZN is really putting in the effort to build softball in their province.
There we see them taking their throw to second base as they're about to start the bottom of the first inning.
So Volmadi Bester up to bat first. Hopefully she's had a sip of water to recover from that dive. Now having to go up to bat.
I'm sure she's good to go.
So I think essentially what Gauteng wants to do is actually start off well and get a batter on a base, get them into a scoring position, and then try and get the runs on board.
Yeah, they've got a very strong batting lineup, so I'm sure they're feeling very confident to get their runs in nice and early.
That's 2 balls on Volmadi. So pretty much what you want to do also as a pitcher, you try to get those strikes in and get the batters to hit the ball. I mean, you don't really want to give away a free base. That's a first strike. Good outside pitch from Renel. It's probably one of her strongest places to pitch from what I remember. Because her outside pitch is her go-to pitch.
And her change-up. She loves to throw a change of pace, and she hides it really well. So when you think a pace ball's coming in, she throws a nice floating ball in, which makes it difficult to hit.
She really feels, unfortunately, she's just not finding the strike zone yet. So Volmadi Bester is getting a base on balls.
Caroline Kutse is now up to bat, the first base for Gauteng.
Caroline looking really determined. The whole Gauteng side's got a determined feel about them this morning, Bernie.
Yeah, there seems to be different vibes. I think KZN is looking happy, relaxed, and happy to be out on the field. And I think Gauteng has firmly set their sights on playing in that final. And there we see Caroline with an attempted bunt. So I think Gauteng are making their intentions clear about getting their runs on the board early.
Perhaps both teams also know the importance of this game, because the winner will go through to the final and the loser of this game will receive bronze medals. Caroline going for a hit. Back against the fence. So Caroline's now got 2 strikes on her. And it also says Renel's been able to find the plate more better. She seems to now be in a good rhythm.
Yeah, I think her experience comes in there. She knows how to settle herself. As you can see with COVID protocols, we have a number of balls in the game, so they need to readily have them available as they sanitize in between. And
It's actually so nice to see softball being played again. After COVID, after having all the challenges, to be back out on the field, there's Caroline going with a hit, hitting it up in the air, and as the wind is going, we've been talking about this wind being a major factor when you hit the balls up in the air. Caroline getting a lucky break there. So KZN side didn't quite get a good read on where the ball was heading to.
yeah, I think if you're not used to playing in this wind, it becomes very difficult to read. A ball that would have gone to the second baseman actually could have been caught by the catcher.
Renelle attempting a change-up. Didn't quite work, so Caroline gets a base on balls, and Vilmari is now in a scoring position on second base. Elrie Herman up to bat now. Bernie, talk to me about Elrie.
Elrie is, for me, such a natural hitter. She's a power batter. She sees the ball so well, and if Renelle puts it there, I'm excited to see what Elrie does. Very, very strong natural hitter of the ball.
Elrie's got a lot of power. She can stick it over the fence. She can lay a bunt. Really good player. Part of the under-19 SA side that went to California a few years ago. So she really has the potential to bring Vilmari home and advance Caroline.
Definitely. I think she just needs to watch out for that change-up. Renelle's known for throwing those floaters in there.
There we go, on the outside. Renelle's experience really working there. Going for a change-up on the outside. Getting Elrie to chase it and get it on the end of the bat. And forcing an out.
Yeah, we now have Villa on third, so let's see if Gauteng can score her and get their first points on the board.
Lisa Bishop up now. Elrie's running to second base. Took a steal and KZN made a throw. Possibly could have gotten her out on second base if they'd left it.
Yeah, interesting play there. I think that's a set play that they've obviously worked on, and they're sticking to it, which is nice to see that they are working on set plays and trying them out in games, and hard work pays off. Let's see if they can make an out with one of these plays during the game.
1 ball, 1 strike now on Lisa Bishop. Outside pitch is off the plate.
Yeah, Renelle seems to be focusing on the outside of the plate today. As we know, Gauteng are strong on the inside. So Renelle's focusing on where she will be best.
Again, an off-pitch ball. Great play from KZN, throwing to home for the tag out. I mean, it's a risky play. It's always a 50-50 on those, but they had the confidence to go and get her.
Yeah, well done by the catcher. She took a good catch there and managed to tag the runner out. So keeping it scoreless. Well done to KZN.
Well done to KZN. Yolandi Kriel batting in position 5. Now that's an interesting play on the coach's part. Bernie, can you enlighten us a little bit more? That's the first strike on Yolandi.
Yeah, I think you want to try and get on the board, but to throw away an out, interesting. I don't think there's any right or wrong. It's always easy when we sit here watching. But yeah, on a 50-50.
Yolandi going for a hit. That's foul. That means Yolandi's got 2 strikes on her. KZN really thinking about this game, Bernie. It seems to be they're going to be a thorn in the side of Gauteng, at least for a little bit, like it seems.
Yeah, it's they're putting up a good fight, and it's nice to see that they're thinking the game.
Renelle really going for an off-speed game. Elrie hanging up on third base.
Yeah, I think it's early in the game. There's no need to take those kind of risks at the start of the game. Have faith in your batter. Yolandi's a very strong batter, and let's see if she can score some runs here.
Oh, Yolandi's got 2 strikes on her. Renal is on top of this. Let's see what she does. Hit to the outfield on an outside ball. And it's a catch by the center outfielder, and it's side down.
Yeah,
What a
well done
start.
to KZN. I think they've held Gauteng well.
Shutting out runners on. There we see a replay of the catch, shutting out Gauteng.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Not letting them
if
start,
somebody
or not
saw
letting them score.
a black bucket with softballs in, would you please take it to office? If somebody saw a black bucket with softballs in, would you please take it to the office?
Yeah, Gauteng taking the field, getting ready to start the second innings.
It's now top 2, and we've got leading off Robin Lee, the girl who just made the catch in the outfield. It's really interesting because you need to read the ball well with this wind. You need to make sure that you are in the correct position. If any gust come along in the outfield, that could set you up for a drop.
Yeah, I think it's called tracking the ball. So it's really important to keep following that ball, as it's usually as an outfielder you can judge how that ball is moving through the air, and with the wind blowing as hard as what it is today, you've got to keep your eye on it and keep moving towards it. There's a nice picture of Elrie Hartman and Villa Bester and Caroline waiting as Danielle warms up to Yolandi Creel. It's always a quick change for a catcher after you were just out batting. You need to kit up really quickly and get back out there to get your pitcher warm. So well done to Yolandi for a quick
Changeover.
dress
Bernie,
up.
If there's anything you know, Bernie, that's how to get those, but normally you would probably get a hit,
Ah, thank you.
and then somebody else would get. You'd have to run further from, let's say, second base or third base to the dugout to get dressed.
And here we have the start of our second inning.
At Robin Lee up to bat now.
That's a good start from Danielle Deploy, throwing a solid strike in.
Yeah, Danielle seems to be in good form, Bernie.
Yes, I think you can see she's been working hard. She's got good pace on the ball, good movement, good control of the ball as well.
That's a foul.
Yeah, I think this is showing Danielle's pace. They're hitting her rather late, so it'll be interesting to see if KZN can speed up their hands a bit and start getting the ball into the field.
Now, there's different ways to speed up your hands a little bit when you face a pitcher. Lisa Bischoff picking up and making the out to first base. So that would be our first out. Up next is Renel Buitendag. And we always talk about speed versus, in terms of pitching, what you need to do to adjust to pitching speed. You know, you've got faster pitches, you've got slower pitches, all brilliant in their own mind or in their own sense. But as a batter, you need to be able to adjust to those challenges. Inside ball. Danielle perhaps pushing a little bit back off the plate.
Yeah, I think you have a little bit of a battle of the pitches here, where Danielle is knowing that Renal is a strong, experienced batter, so she's not going to slot it down the middle and give Renal any opportunity to have a nice, easy hit.
Yeah, Renal going on her inside. And you can see the experience immediately with her swing, that she was quick on that ball. As a veteran, she knows how to adjust. But she's got one strike and one ball on her now. Yep, Renal goes up in the air. And a collision by Marianka and Villa in the outfield means that Rinal gets safe on first. Here we have a replay. Both of them tracking, perhaps nobody making the judgment call or overruling somebody. And unfortunately the ball drops between them.
Yeah, I think your basic fundamental rule in softball is that outfielders do overrule infielders. So it's really important, especially in this wind, to call loudly and make sure of those outs. That's a unnecessary runner on base for Gauteng, but it's lovely to see KZN getting on base, and let's see what they do here.
Esty Shaw in the batter's box, hitting one a little bit late off to the foul area. So it would be interesting that both teams preparing for or playing for their spot in the finals. Esty going foul again. She's now got 2 strikes on her. She's a little bit late on the ball, perhaps. Perhaps needing to just make a small adjustment with the hands. Coach just also maybe giving a pep talk there.
Yeah, I think KZN are going to need to adjust their batting here so that they can get some points on the board. That looks
Hitting
better.
it up. It's in the air, but it's caught by Lianka on the right field. The first out for Gauteng. Up next to bat, Kelsey Chakata. That's the catcher for KZN. She looks to be a strong batter. Lots of power. So we've got a run on first, Runal, and we've got Kelsey Carter up in the batter's box. Good swing, aggressive swing into the foul area. And she seems to be really determined to get on the base, or at least advance Runal.
Yeah, KZN are jumping straight in there and looking to hit the ball. They showing good determination to get on base.
Rise ball swing and a miss.
Yeah, that's one of Danielle's strengths, is throwing an inside rise, and Yolandi's making use of Dan's talents to hold KZN here.
Inside pitch. Carter got right on top of that inside pitch.
Yeah, I think she was waiting to jump on that one. There's a picture of Nushka de Beer sending the ball back to the pitcher.
You can see we've got a pretty constant wind outside. Timeout called by Cecilia Falun, the coach for one of the coaches for Gauteng. Prince Makabela, the other coach for Gauteng. Maybe just sorting out a call issue or a placement issue.
Yeah, I think they'll be a little bit worried if KZN are jumping on Dan so early. So
inside again. Carter seems to be on top of this for the moment. Now you've got options, Bernie. I mean, you as a catcher, you've got options as to where to go. You've got an inside batter, really strong on the inside. She's now fouled off 2. Where do you think your options would be?
change up, change the pace.
She went for a rise ball. Got her on that one.
Yes. I think that's one of Danielle's biggest strengths, is that inside rise. I think she gets her maximum pace throwing that rise. So Yolandi clearly working to Danielle's strengths, and it's paying off for Gauteng.
I think Yolandi is reading Danielle well in terms of where her strengths are. She used the inside strength of the batter, knowing that she might be liking the inside pitch, to get 2 strikes on her, and then went back on top with the rise pitch that fooled her on the first strike to get the out.
Yeah, I think it was good calling and good execution from Danielle. So they seem to be making a good combination.
Well, it's the bottom of the second now. It's Gauteng up to bat. It's Nushka de Beer starting off. Nushka de Beer also one of those players that's just really solid as a player. She started out as a pitcher. She's now seemed to be a little bit more comfortable playing third base, playing outfield, things like that. But she's really strong with the bat. She's really fast. She's a really good fielder. You know, why wouldn't you want her to be on the field?
No, absolutely. She's a very versatile player. She thinks the game well, and the Gauteng are, I think, lucky to have her in the side because they can use her practically anywhere they need her.
That's true.
She's a very talented young player with a wonderful work ethic.
You see Renal on her walk. It's a signature walk that Renal's got. I've played with her and played against her for many years, and a really notable player. And she hasn't changed much in all the time.
Yeah, Renal's always been a very confident pitcher, and good to see her out there doing her thing. She
Off
seems to be
base.
focusing a lot on the outside, and
Well, that's smart pitching, Bernie. I think
very
it's
good.
when you get to this level, you know what you need to do in order to be successful on that plate. She goes outside on. That seemed to be a good strike, but the umpires called it as a ball, which is unfortunate. But she's playing smart, and I think that's the big thing about softball. You need to really play smart. If you give one to Nushka in the center or in the middle, she might just smack you over the fence, Bernie.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance Nushka's a dynamite package, and if they throw it on the inside, Nushka is going to have a big hit out there. So
There's a strike on the outside corner.
Renal is being determined about throwing it on the outside and keeping on working to her strengths. But there's a walk for Nishka de Beer.
Anushka de Beer getting on base. So Marianka van der Merwe is up to bat now. Putting down a bunt. Let's see what happens. Out on first base. The Gauteng coaches do not seem to be happy with that call. Must have been really close. But Marianka doing the job and advancing Nushka. Here we have a replay. Oh, man. We'll reserve judgment. You make your own decision there, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a tight call. We have the advantage of a slow-mo replay. The umpires have one shot, and they do their best to get it right every time. So,
well, they need to call it as they see it. Danielle Deploy up to bat in the batter's box. So it's one down for KZN. Just not getting that call from the umpire. Renal, you can see on her face, she knew that was a good pitch. It's also keeping your composure most of the time, Bernie. You sometimes don't get the calls that you really feel you need or that you deserve.
yeah, I think a lot of it comes to finding the where each umpire, although the strike zone is set, each umpire likes it a little bit higher, a little bit lower. And as a pitcher and a catcher, you need to find that strike zone and work within it.
Base on balls for Danielle. They've now got runners on first base and third base. Lianka, Janse van Vieren's up to bat. Now, Ben, I'm not too familiar with Lianka, but she looks to be really strong as a ninth batter.
Yeah, I think she's a young player who's coming up. And let's see what she's got to do in this game. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for her to prove herself and move forward and up in the game.
Danielle advancing to second base on that pass ball, so they've now got runners on 2 and 3. Umpire calls a strike on a beautiful change-up pitch. I mean, that was floating, Bernie.
I've seen enough of those. Used to bamboozle me.
The umpire called that a strike before it even hit the catcher's mitt. That's how good it was.
And I think also because it's floating with this wind, it makes it even more difficult to read and hit.
So Lianka's now got 2 strikes on her. The last ball fouled off to third base. So she's still throwing a smart game. She's still working these batters, still making them think as well in terms of how to be successful to get on there. There's a hit up in the air. I'm not sure what happened. Probably in foul territory. She perhaps made a drop. And we have a replay of what happened. So she was setting under the ball, and it just, probably in the last moment, the wind just took it a little bit further. And that's the importance of what you're saying, Bernie, is tracking that ball is really important. Another change up. Up in the air, the wind is playing havoc here. And the ball is now landing safely, so 1 run scored. Unfortunately, when you put the ball up in the air, when the wind's blowing like this, you also need really good communication. Because you saw this Gauteng having the same problem, where if you don't communicate properly, you're always going to have a bit of a problem and a bit of a challenge to make a good out.
Yeah, it really is a case of tracking the ball. More than one player is tracking that ball, and it actually will, the ball will move from one player to another. So communication and continuous communication is really important in this wind. Shortstop might be looking to catch it, but it's then caught by third base or left field.
Vilmari trying to put down a bunt to advance the runner to third base.
Yeah, Vilmari is a strong batter and also a very quick runner. So I think they making use of all her talents to advance. There we go, a nice solid hit.
Ronel going off pace. Gauteng's now seeming to Lianka. Forced play was to second base. So it seems like Lianka was put out. Because the ball was in the air, you can't really go flat out to second base, Bernie. You've got to wait up a little bit. Here we have a look. So she's holding back on the base and seeing that it's in a gap, then running, and on the forced play, an out was made. So here we have Carlin getting a hit. So here we have Carlin getting a hit. So she scored another run. Was that Danielle that scored now? I think so.
Yeah, that's Danielle coming home now. As you were saying, it's a tricky one. It was a very smart play from KZN to play the force play on second and make an out.
I've got the powerhouse in Alri coming up. Now, steal from Karl to third base. Is that Vilmari Bester? It seems to be Vilmari
That's
Bester.
Vilmari Bester.
So straight steal to third base. KZN caught napping. And Carlin also advancing to second base. So we've got 2 outs and Alri up to bat. Ronel just struggling to find the plate a little bit.
Yeah, good holding there from the catcher. It's really important to hang on to those loose balls and not allow Gauteng to have some easy runs coming in due to pass balls.
It's probably one of the toughest things to do, Alri getting a weak hit. But it's side down. Ronel just throwing off base on the outside. Gauteng not really getting the bat to ball. Side down. And the score is 2-0 to Gauteng.
Ah, well done to KZN. I think that's great. Smart pitching from Ronel. Changing her pace and not allowing Gauteng to get their timing in and deliver those power hits that they're looking for.
Well, Gauteng seeming to be in a bit of a rhythm now with their bat. They managed to get some runs on the board. They managing to get a bit better contact on the ball. And Renal just kind of keeping it there, trying to outsmart them, keeping them from really getting strong hits. So smart play from both sides.
Yeah, I think we're having a good contest here between these two teams.
So as we go into the top of the third, we're going to have batter number 8 for KZN, Jenna Thomas, leading off. So Ben, am I right in saying that there's African qualifiers this year somewhere? I think September. The women needing to qualify for the next World Cup coming up, I think 2023, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm speaking under correction, yeah. But the girls, in terms of this as a national provincial championship and starting perhaps this as the ground area for them to get into a good shape for qualifiers, if there would be one later this year. I think it's really important.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you come out to play against all the top players in the country and show what you can do. Lovely bunt from the KZN
Got
players.
speed, and she is safe on first base.
That's smart thinking by the KZN coach, making use of their speed and getting their first runner on to start this inning.
Great work. Here we have.
Yeah.
Clearly safe.
And look at her excitement on getting on base. It's lovely to see.
Good job on the youngsters. This is batter number 9, Taya Starkenberg. We'll see what she's got to offer. Also turning for a bunt. It's up in the air. We're not sure what happened there. We
Let's
can
have
see
a
a
look.
look at the replay. It went up. Ellery went up. It was wind. I guarantee you that was wind. She got a touch of a glove on there, meaning that the ball's in play and both runners are safe on base, Bernie.
You can see there by Danielle's hair how it's blowing. They're having a tough time with the wind out there today.
It's also wind coming to Cape Town. Bernie, how much do you feel home ground advantage plays a role in
I
a
think
tournament
very
like
much
this?
so here in Cape Town. Players from Gauteng and KZN are not used to this kind of wind, and it's a lot more difficult to play in these conditions. If you're used to it and you play in this every week, yeah, I do feel you have a home ground advantage in the situation. But at this level, players should be able to adapt.
This is Chelsea Jarrett making a force play to, well, it was hit to Vilmari Bester, and she made a force play to third base, Ari Harman, to force the first out for KZN. Also smart play, rather turning to the forced, getting your lead runner as opposed to playing to first base.
Yeah, I think they're trying to defend their 2 runs and make sure that there's no room for anyone to come home.
Tyler Pierce turning for a bunt,
Yeah.
just not getting there.
KZN clearly going to their short game, struggling with Danielle's pace and going towards the short game, I think, which is smart play from the KZN coaches.
Yeah, definitely.
You can see everyone's preparing for more bunts here.
Turning for the bunt again. Umpire's calling it a foul. Unlucky for Tyler. Could have been a really good bunt. And you can see she's also got pace going there on her side. So Tyler Pierce now's got 2 strikes on her. There's runners on first and second.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Taylor does.
So number 2 batter leaving the high pitch. Really good discipline from her. Staying off that high ball.
Yeah, it's very tempting on 2 strikes to want to have a go when it's that close.
Well, smart calling from Yolandi as well.
Yeah.
Tempting her, you're up in the count. You're up in the count. Your pitcher's got 3 balls, 4 balls to play around with to try and get the batter out.
Yeah, it shows good calling from Yolandi Creel. Patience and going for the smart option and not just throwing another one down the middle.
Swing and a miss for the second out.
Yeah, Yolandi going there to Danielle's strengths, going again for the inside rise and working with Danielle's pace.
Up to bat now, Megan Lavender again. So it's 2 down, runners on first and second, and Megan has got a real good chance of getting one of them home. Taya is on second base, so we know she's got speed, and hits a line drive to Alri for a side down. That is the end of the top of the 3rd inning, and we're going to, it's quite an exciting game, Bernie.
Yeah, moving quickly here.
So we got the bottom of the 3rd inning, Gauteng leading by 2 runs to 0 over KZN.
KZN ladies running out, ready to get going with their fielding session. It's nice to see their energy on the field.
What's really nice for me to see is that we have a close semi-final and that it's not a runaway on either side. Both sides showing strength.
Yeah, both sides are showing determination and strength in this game. And that's what you want to see in a final. You don't want to see a walkover. You want to see good softball, smart softball, and KZN and Gauteng are definitely delivering that today.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. I think Lisa Bischoff is up to bat next, followed by Yolandi Kriel. Now they're in the middle of their batting order, so I suppose we'll see some hitting coming off soon.
Yeah, I think Gauteng players are going to have to adjust to Renal's experience in changing her pace and varying her speed like that. So I think once they start reading her balls, we might see a lot more hits coming from the Gauteng team. But well done to Renal for working smartly on that pitcher's plate there.
It's very interesting that she keeps varying her pace all the time. I don't think that there's 2 pitches that's the same pace. It doesn't matter whether it's a strike or a ball. If there's a variation in pace, you keep your batters on.
Yeah, you're keeping them guessing, very much so, Lee.
Beautiful strike coming on the inside.
You can see the movement that Renal's getting. As pitchers, as we get a little bit older, we don't tend to have the same pace, but good experience, being able to vary your speed and your pitch location and movement on the ball brings another dimension to the game. So it's nice to see Renal getting good movement out of her pitching.
Interestingly, in terms of playing in Cape Town and Renal pitching, she's being smart by throwing on the outside plate. But it's also challenging because the wind is coming off her left-hand side, which is pushing the ball towards the batter.
Yeah, I think she's obviously aiming a little bit further outside and trying to get that ball to move in, just cutting the outside plate. And there we see Lisa Bischoff getting a walk, showing good discipline in the box. Also experienced player, national player. So
in at number 5 for Gauteng is Yolandi Kriel now. First ball on Yolandi Kriel. So yeah, we're talking about the pitches. I think it's really, it comes down to a science. If you have movement on your ball and the wind is pushing in on you, you really need to be able to really work hard to get the ball in the place that you need it to be.
Lovely bunt laid there by Lisa.
Sharp play.
Yeah, well done to KZN. Reading that bunt beautifully and making the outs on 1.
So Yolandi Kriel advancing Lisa Bischoff into scoring position. Up now, Nushka de Beer to bat.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether Gauteng go to the short game or they're going to give Nushka the space and freedom to hit out and find those gaps in the outfield. Good blocking there by the KZN catcher.
Lisa taking a big jump there on second base. So good job by the catcher keeping the ball in front of her.
Yeah, it's really important to be able to block those balls and save those advancements on the base.
2 balls on Nushka.
Yeah, she's showing good discipline and patience in the box. I think she's waiting for her pitch here.
Ball coming outside.
Renal seems to be struggling a little bit there. Hopefully she can find her rhythm and start getting back the strikes that we know she can throw.
I'm sure it's also been a long going with an off-pace ball. Lisa advancing to third base on the pass ball there. And I think that would put Nushka on first base with a walk. And Marianne van der Merwe up now. Surely there'd be a steal on from first to second base. Bernie?
Absolutely. I'm confident we'll see Nushka flying across there to second and a lovely bunt laid.
Marianne putting down the bunt. Play is safe on first. And Lisa is going to go home, I'm sure.
Yeah, Nushka's now on third base. Fortunately, we seem to be having a little technical difficulty, but we have Nushka on second base. On third, my apologies. So Gauteng clearly putting the pressure on and forcing KZN to make those crucial plays.
Danielle Deploy up to bat now. You obviously see the success in terms of scoring the runs. Nushka scoring there with a half slide, just making sure she's safe.
Yeah, she's a very smart player in that regard. She is fast, but she's never afraid to slide and ensure that she's safe on her base. So well done to Nushka.
So the short game seems to be paying off for Gauteng.
Yeah, I'm glad to see them playing what I call smart softball. We don't always have to hit the ball hard to score. They struggling with Renal's variation in pace, so it's lovely to see them going to the short game and forcing their errors on KZN, putting that pressure on.
They've obviously made the adjustments and coaches decided, let's have a good look at this and see where we go. Danielle's now got 3 balls. Marianne is in scoring position on second base, but the coaches should obviously have said to her, you know, just take your pitch. Ball 4. She got a base.
Good discipline there from Danielle in not chasing after balls.
So the Gauteng score is now 4-0 with Nushka and Marianne scoring, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think our scoreboard will catch up with us soon here. I think we're seeing a pitching change here for KZN. I think it's a wise decision. If Renal's having a tough day on the plate, then bring on your relief pitcher and give her the opportunity to see what she can do.
Well, relieving Renal in the pitcher's position is Hannah Carney. She seems to have, she's a young pitcher, but I think she's got a lot of potential.
Yeah, we saw her playing yesterday. I was really impressed to see her pace and her accuracy seems to be improving as well. So it's nice to see pitchers working hard and coming up through the ranks there in KZN.
Absolutely. Renal, you've got to admit, it's been a long tournament for her. You're expecting a veteran player to be on the pitcher's mount for a long time. It's got to take its toll, Bernie.
Yeah, as we get older, reality is it gets harder. As we both know, when we get to a Masters tournament, the last few days are a bit tougher than they used to be. So, and Renal's always got a big heart on the field and likes to carry her team through. But it's good to see the youngsters coming out and also contributing. And
So this is Lianka, batter number 9 for Gauteng, up to bat now with a new pitcher. Let's see what Hanekani can do with the KZN pitching. This now obviously changes the whole dynamic. You're bringing pace, you're bringing what Gauteng likes. If you've given them enough off pace, do you think they'll struggle a little bit when it comes to pace again?
I think, unfortunately for KZN, this is the kind of pace Gauteng like to see. It's going to come more flat across the plate. So let's wait and see. But I have a feeling Gauteng are going to start getting their solid hits now that they've been struggling with.
It's absolutely what the Gauteng players like. They do like that pacey balls. It could play to their advantage if they could get it on the ground, I think. But if they put it in the air, they might have. That's Lianka getting a ground ball. Third base, player's not in time. Coach is shouting to hold for Lianka.
Yeah, I think you can see a little bit of pressure creeping into the KZN team, like they're making unnecessary errors. So I'd like to see them settle down, make those basics out, make the basic outs, and keep going as well as what they have been. They shouldn't let the pressure get to them at this stage. They're having a good game so far as a team.
They are. Vilmari Pester, lead-off batter for Gauteng. Up again. So we're at the bottom of the third. Score is 4-0. Very good strike from Hannah.
I love it when you can hear the ball hit that catcher's mitt. You can hear the pace.
Yeah, it's a good sound.
Unless you're the catcher and you're feeling it a little bit. But that's good work from the catcher there.
It's holding at the runners. I think it's Danielle on second base. Holding Danielle at the moment. Not letting her advance to third base.
Oh, it's good work from the KZN catcher.
Villa going for a swing. Seems eager to get a bit of bat on ball there.
Yeah, I think now that the relief pitch is on, I think they're eager to hit the pace that they're now facing.
Kelsey's also calling and adjusting. She's actually having a really good game behind the plate there, Bernie.
I think she's doing well, working to the pitcher's strengths. So it's nice to see her calling a good game and working hard behind that plate to prevent runs from just coming in on the.
That's ball 4 for Vilmari. It means that they will now have bases loaded. So it will be Danielle on third base, Lianka on second base, and Vilmari on first base, with Karlien Kutzer up to bat. First strike on Karlien.
I think she's exercising good patience, watching the ball. It's the first time they've seen this pitcher now in this game, so she's having a look at it and not just rushing in to hit the first strike that comes down.
Karlien getting a solid contact there, heading towards the outfield. Catch made, and that's a side down. And I think that's what we were talking about, Bern.
There we go. You can see a nice replay.
They love the pace. She's setting herself in a good spot there to make a good catch for the side down.
Yeah, and that was a pressure play. Bases loaded. That was a necessary out for the KZN team to keep them in the ball game here. So well done.
Well done. So at the end of the third inning, the score is 4-0. And it's going to be KZN up batting again.
Now let's see if they continue with the short game.
I think, like we said, Gauteng likes the pace balls. They like hitting pace balls, but what could be to their disadvantage is the weather and the wind in Cape Town.
Yeah, I think they're struggling a little bit to adapt with their batting to it. We've seen some good hits from the Gauteng girls over the week, over the course of this week. So Let's see if they can find their rhythm with the bat and start driving that ball nicely into the gaps.
Now, if you look at Renelle Buitendag, she's off the field. She's been substituted, but you can see she's standing out there, giving advice to the players, making sure she's obviously a good pitcher because she's got a warm down jacket on, Bernie, which we always talk about as a pitcher. You need to warm down properly. So Renelle's taken up his position on the first base line as a coach to keep assisting. And that's what we love about the older players. Not just sitting down and, you know, feeling that your game's over, but actually being involved, staying involved, and helping these youngsters out.
Yeah, I think it's being very invested in your team and keeping the girls going. I think KZN are putting up a great fight here, and it'll be interesting to see if they start finding a couple of cracks in the Gauteng team. But Gauteng are looking strong.
Yeah, getting a good crack at it. It's Robin Lee batting.
Yeah, they're not showing any fear in that batter's box. They're going out there with the intention to get their hits. So
it's a good aggression to see from the KZN girls. They're not scared. They want to pick their balls, go after it.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to approach this game, being slightly the underdogs in this game, but they are...
Getting another good crack at it.
There we go. Showing no fear in that batter's box. They are clear in their intentions that they're out here to hit that ball and
perhaps
get some
just
runs.
Perhaps just needing a slight adjustment with the hands, getting the ball in play, but she's making good contact. You can hear it. You can hear it coming off the bat that she's getting good contact on there.
No, definitely.
Again, got a ground ball now.
There we go. Nice routine out from Danielle. As you see her throwing underarm, it can be quite difficult for the pitchers to throw overarm when they've been turning their arm underhand the whole game. So smart move from Danielle, just taking her time and making a nice easy out there on first base. It's showing good experience and composure.
New batter up now for KZN, Hannah Carney, which has taken over from Renelle Buitendag. So two pitchers facing one another. Getting a bit of a late cut on there. Need some obvious adjustment there. Lisa Bischoff making a clean up from the foul ball. And we look at these types of things, you know, the play with Danielle. Those are things that you practice thousands of times.
There we go, another out there. Lisa Bischoff playing the ball to Caroline Kutza on one. So Gauteng doing well, backing up their pitcher on the plate and making some nice clean outs in the field.
Oh, two down now. Up to bat, Shaw. Apologies for that. Like we say, they're really cracking it. Gotta get hit to the right outfield. Estes on base, on first base. They're really going after it, Bernie. They seem to be swinging aggressively, making good swings when the ball's in the zone and just going after it.
Yeah, it's nice to see their aggression in the batter's box. The only way to score your runs is get out there and put bat to ball, and it's lovely to see their batters going out aggressively and having some solid cuts at the ball there.
Kelsey Carter up to bat. Like we said before, she seems to be a really strong, compact batter. But we were talking about the fielding before with, you know, those players like Danielle. It's things that you have to really go after, training 1,000 times, you know, 10,000 times to get that to be a comfortable play for you.
Yeah, it's often pitchers have the knack where they want to throw it really hard to first base, which lands up in their arms are actually not warm over arm when you've been pitching the whole game like that.
Oh, hit over Villa's head. Runners now advancing. There's a play to third base.
There we go.
On attack, she's out.
Lovely play there from the fielding side, Gauteng. Nushka making a good throw in, and Alri Harman protecting her base and making the out.
Perhaps an unnecessary advance there, attempting to go to third base. Perhaps it wasn't on, knowing that Nushka's on the left outfield, knowing that she's got an arm. Perhaps not worth the risk.
Yeah, I think they're playing an aggressive game, so they're going for it. And Gauteng are keeping themselves composed and making those crucial outs.
So we're now heading to the bottom of the fourth inning. We're going to see Alri Harman starting off with the batting. So currently the score is 4-0 to Gauteng. Gauteng still shutting out KZN. Beautiful play from Nushka de Beer on left field to Alri Harman on third base to make a tag out for the side down. Kind of feel KZN needs to push a little bit harder to try and get the runs on the board, but Gauteng just seems to be solid in terms of, and composed in terms of their plays in the field. So up now is Alri Harman facing Hannah. Alri not having quite as much success in this game in terms of getting bat on ball, but I think she also likes the faster paced balls, and I think she's more comfortable with hitting them. So we'll see what she gets up to. Strike, very nice pitch from Hannah. Alri now setting herself ball on the outside. Already putting a play down to third base line, and the out is made. So it's one down. Now it's Lisa Bischoff up to bat. The KZN side, even their young side, they seem to be really composed in the field, taking the time to make sure that they play the ball, throw the ball correctly, making sure that they see their target before making the play. That's one ball on Lisa. Good strike on the outside. A really nice go to pitch to go for. Great pickup from the shortstop, Chelsea Jarrett, making a very nice play to first base to get the second out for KZN. So batting now is Yolandi Kriel. KZN is really looking sharp. Well done to Chelsea for that great play. So Yolandi Kriel takes the first pitch. There's a ball. Hannah doing pretty well there on the pitcher's plate. She's holding them, not letting them get onto the base, but also backed up by good fielding. Pitch inside.
I think that's a pitch Yolandi Kriel likes. So let's see if she goes there again and what Yolandi does with it. She likes that inside pitch.
Yolandi's being really patient, waiting for her first strike. Not getting it.
Yeah, good discipline there from Yolandi. I think she's really matured and grown as a player, and lovely to see her out there having a great game.
Following Yolandi Kriel is Nushka de Beer. Coach, wanted to say I thought there was runner up, so they're bringing in a pinch runner for Yolandi. Maybe also giving her legs a bit of a break, catching this whole game.
If we have a 2 down, are we not talking about the speed up rule here, Lee?
It's not 2 down yet, Bernie. They're using a pinch runner for her.
Ah, interesting.
Interesting, yes.
I think they might be wanting 7 runs in here and working with a mercy rule in this game here.
They still have a bit of a fight left if they want to get there. Nushka getting a ground hit.
Yeah, these are the hits I was talking about. Nice solid hits through the gap on the ground. So well done to Nushka. It's good to see those solid hits coming.
So they must be using the speed up rule for Yolandi Kriel to make sure that she's, because I see Lisa Bischoff's on second base. This is Marianka going up in the air, and the ball will carry it to left field. Solid out.
I think our left outfield here is also learning to judge that wind a little bit better and making sure she's well behind the ball.
Taya Sterkenberg making that out. Taya, my apologies. My accent and reading all these games.
I think there's some advantages to being a teacher, Lee. We get to learn lots of names.
You said it's Taya.
Taya, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a beautiful name. Taya. It's what she prefers, isn't it?
I think if you from Pretoria, it could be Taya, and in Natal, I think Taya.
Well, let's go with Taya for now. I think we can check in with her later and make sure what name she prefers.
I'll bet you a coffee, Lee. Let's see.
Let's do it. We'll get a coffee going.
I'm feeling I need another coffee here. Not that I'm not wide awake with this game. We've got lots of action going on, which is great to see.
Well, Bernie, I'm now really interested to know if it's Taya or Taya, and I think I need to go and find out. So I'm going to just squeeze out here, and then let's go see, because the coffee is on the line here, and there's a coffee bed, and I love my coffee, and I know Bern loves her espresso, so I think we need
Lee,
to
just bring that coffee back with you, thanks. I'm feeling confident.
Well, let's see, because we got a bet on here, and one of us needs to get this sorted.
Okay, off you go,
said
Lee.
you like Taya.
Taya, I believe
And
it's
I
Taya.
say Taya. Let's go and find out.
Okay, and I'll take you back to the game here. We have Jenna Thomas up to bat. So let's see how she gets the ball rolling for KZN. Lovely bunt. A little bit of confusion. And umpire calls her out, which seems to be a little bit controversial. So here's a slow replay. I think the umpire might have got this one wrong, unfortunately. But yeah, our field is having a bit of... There we go, another short play. Solid out there. Well done to Elri Herman for reading it so well and making a nice solid play there at first base. So 2 down now for Gauteng, and KZN eager to get back to ball. As we see Elri's fielding a little bit closer. Dan just putting up a hand there, an apology to the catcher. No pitchers like to throw wild pitches, so just saying sorry to the catcher there, who's also working hard behind the plate. Oh, strong aggressive swing there from number 9, which is Chelsea. So she's making her intentions clear out there that she's taking on Danielle and going out there hard to hit the ball. Bit of a hesitant swing there from Chelsea. I think clearly wanting to back out, but not being able to get her butt out the way quick enough. Solid hit there through the gaps. Center field, Marianka picking it up. And lovely hit there from Chelsea. Well done. So KZN's determination paying off, getting that runner on base. Let's see if they can carry on. There's a lovely shot of Marianka out there in the outfield. Experienced player, played in the under-19 side as well as the senior national team. So a lot of experience out there in the outfield. Taylor taking a full cut there at the first pitch. They're clearly not leaving room for watching balls. They see Dan's pace, and they are getting stuck in from the first pitch. So good aggressive approach to the game here. Solid pitch there from Danielle, a little bit low, so umpire giving it a ball, so it's 1-1 on the batter. Good pace there from Danielle, just a little bit on the outside. So the umpire's calling it a ball. Let's see where they go now. Taking a solid strike there, like to get ahead in the count. So Yolandi making good decisions behind the plate there for Gauteng. Inside pitch there, full count on the batter now with 3 balls and 2 strikes. So I think the pitcher and the batter are going to be feeling the pressure in this situation. So let's see how it plays out.
Bernie, I'm back.
Did you bring my coffee, Lee?
I had to find out and run around. You were right. Her name's Taya.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you. Thank you for the coffee.
Apologies. Here we go. There's your coffee.
Ah, magic. Thank you so much. There's some advantages to being a teacher. So,
Well, I'm out of breath at the moment. It's a long way to the first base dugout and then to go and grab your coffee.
well, thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. As you can see, we're all enjoying the game here.
It's a really good game. Bottom of the 5th.
So well done to Gauteng there for shutting the tail out, keeping them scoreless in this game.
You'd have to now start asking yourself the question, is it inevitable for a Gauteng Western Province final today?
Yeah, I think we can say yes, but you know, softball is a funny game. You never know what happens.
Oh,
So yes, it's looking like it's going Gauteng's way, but like I said, softball's a funny game. You never know. I mean, you can see KZN are in good spirits, enjoying their game, being aggressive with the bat. So let's see if they can hold Gauteng now as they grab their bats and get out there to score some more runs.
well, as Bernie is now happily sipping on the nicest coffee that she's ever had in her whole entire life, it looks like Cecilia is making some changes. Danielle Deploy seems to still be up with the bat, but there's definitely some changes coming for Gauteng. I'll be eager to see what happens. And still on the plate for KZN. So I suppose Gauteng would be looking to improve their score now. Really setting themselves up, getting into a mental preparedness let's say, if they make it through to the finals later this afternoon?
Yeah, I think you can never feel too comfortable or too confident in this game. You need to keep applying the pressure and keep up your performance and keep scoring those runs. So as we go into the bottom of the 5th inning, we should never be complacent. Softball's a game where it can turn around pretty quickly.
Yeah, the
So-
Gauteng management now making changes, going to give other players a bit of a run, it seems. Also, maybe seeing who's in the best run for selection for a later game, should they make it through to the final.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the tournament, coaches should be pretty confident on the players and who's performing and what are their best options. So it'll be interesting to see what changes they make to their side here. Gauteng are looking very strong. Danielle and Yolandi seem to be a good combination. The fielders are working well together. So let's see what changes Gauteng are making.
Yeah, like I said, I'd be eager to see what the coaches have in store. But then let's talk a little bit about the Western Province side. They've gone straight through to the final. They seemed really solid in the field yesterday, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 fielding errors. Their pitching looked really strong, shutting out Gauteng, I think. If I remember correctly, they shut out Gauteng. So they were really, Gauteng really needs to prepare themselves in terms of their batting and how they're going to be successful against a team like Western Province in the final.
Yeah, I think you have to be smart about it. It's good to see them laying the bunts here and putting the pressure on, and that might be an approach they'll need to take against Western Province. They are a power hitting side. There we go. That's a lovely hit there.
Danielle making really good contact with the bat there. First pitch getting on base.
Yeah, I think that shows good disciplined batting. She liked it. It was there. She had a nice solid hit through the middle. I don't think any pitcher likes to get hit up the middle. Here's our change, Lee. You know this young lady.
Itumeleng, really fast runner, really good player. It's lovely to see her on the field.
Do you think we're going to see a bunt here, Lee?
We're definitely seeing a bunt.
there
Look at
we
the pace
go.
going. Just not in time. But she's done the job. She's advanced Danielle to second base, which is what she needed to be. The coach very happy with her.
Yeah, very talented young player, Tumeleng. Strong runner, lays the most beautiful bunts. So she's doing her job. It's called a sacrifice bunt for that reason. There
You can see. Coach is happy with her display.
Yeah, it's a sacrifice bunt. You're there to advance a runner, and she did her job, and she did it well. And she's happy to run back to the dugout knowing she's done her job for the team so far.
Well, Vamari Bester, lead off batter now again for Gauteng. She's taking her time with this at bat. So like we said, the first priority obviously is to win your semi-final in order to get through to your final. But at what point do you start really focusing in terms of you're preparing for what you're going to face next?
I think Gauteng seem to be settled in their team. I think they have good combinations on the field, good combinations in their batting lineup. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Gauteng continue this into the final and if they make any changes, because their team as it stands is looking really solid, and they're working well. So
Definitely in the driver's seat at the moment. There's another batting change, number 99, Narisha Nadia. She's also really fast. You see there putting the bunt down.
oh, that was a lovely place there between the pitch and the third base. Always a difficult spot to pick up a bunt. Pitcher's just finished throwing, and it's on a little bit out of reach for the third base. So well laid bunt there by Narisha.
Yeah, Narisha's got a good amount of speed on her. So is the next batter, Johandri van der Walt. Really strong player.
Yeah, talented young player, very hard-working young lady. So it's good to see her out on the field and getting the opportunity to play in this semi-final.
It's lovely to see youngsters coming up the ranks Coach is wanting her to take a crack at it. She's got speed in Narusha on first base. Danielle is on second base.
I think they'll be looking for a
Third
hit
base. Apologies, yeah, Danielle's on third base.
here. Hannah seems to be
Umpire.
throwing with a little bit more pace. Lee,
Yeah, Anna's warmed up.
I think
throwing
she
at a
was
really
throwing a
good pace.
couple slower ones, and she seems to find her rhythm again and throwing a little bit harder.
Outside ball, it's live. Spinning on just on the inside of the field, and that was a brilliant play by the catcher to first base to get that out.
She seems to be coming back. I think the catcher picked it up in foul territory, so I think the umpire here is
They're
calling
going
it a
to
foul
the
ball.
spin. According to me, that ball was just inside that line. It would have been a brilliant play.
Yeah, good thinking from the catcher, and umpire thinks made a good call here, so
Its base is loaded for Gauteng.
yeah, I think Johandri is a very level-headed player. She will look to push these runners around and keep Gauteng going. There we go.
Getting a hit up the middle.
Great batting
First
there.
run scores, second run's going in. Easily going and trapping the runner going to third. Oh, misplay. Missed the catch. Runner's safe.
This tends to happen sometimes in these high-pressure games where there's a bit of indecision. Should I, shouldn't I? Fumbles with the ball. So let's see the team settle down and keep up the high standard of play they've had so far.
Narisha making it to third base. What I appreciated is she put her hand up to say, I'm sorry. You know, whether she hurt her or she didn't hurt her. It's good sportsmanship.
Absolutely, Lee.
So that's now Lisa Bischoff batting. Getting a little bit of a feeling that the game might be starting to run away from KZN.
Yeah, I think this pace is suiting the Gauteng players
Another
more.
hit.
There we go.
Lisa, left outfield making a beautiful catch.
Yeah, she's having a great game out there. So I think she's judging that ball better now with the wind and making some confident catches. Well done.
Jenna Thomas making that catch. Really good read on the outside. Lisa Bischoff scored that run, so that takes them to 7-0 at the bottom of the fifth.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is Yolandi Kriel up to bat.
That's Yolandi Kriel up batting. In terms of the runner ahead rule, Bernie, we're 7 after 5 innings, am I right?
I think so. Lee, you are the guru on rules. You know your rules exceptionally well, being a provincial, national coach as well, with lots of international experience. You've always known your rules very, very well, so I trust your judgment on this one. I'm a catcher. I always keep track of score.
Bernie, you need to give me a coffee for that beautiful strike down the middle on Yolandi Kriel. Johandri is now advanced to third base. Perhaps the scorer is just making a check in terms of the scoreline. We always love to see softball. It's a hit to third base. Easy out. That would take them to side down. And we'll shortly find out if Gauteng's done enough to call a ball game.
Well, the umpires seem to be staying on the field. Gauteng are running out, so it looks like the game continues at the top of the sixth inning.
If that has been the situation, they've just called ball game. Bernie, it's been
there
an
we go.
absolute pleasure commentating with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lee.
Thanks
I've
to all
enjoyed being here.
the viewers and listeners out there. Gauteng moving to the finals against the Western Province. Please, you don't want to miss it. It will be a cracker of a game, guaranteed.
Yeah, as we watch Gauteng celebrate their win, feeling, I think, very proud and excited to be heading to the finals later today.
Well done to KZN getting a bronze medal. We're really proud of you guys. You really played a great game and keep it going.
Yeah, well done to KZN. They've they fought hard and gave it their all. So well done to them. I think they're improving every year, and we're excited to see what they'll bring next year to our NPC. You see them clapping on Gauteng, wishing them congratulations.
Well, from me, Lee Vermaak, I wish you all the best until next time. Signing off.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gents. Goodbye from me, Bernie Sharag.
For doing what you wanna do. Time away doesn't wait to be defined. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit Sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I feel like tomorrow may just never come. And sometimes when I'm all in my head, feels like the air will never get to my lungs. I'm looking for a lover, but there ain't nobody here. Searching for a vessel that can sail into the clear. Endless blue and a crew to hold on. By the Baltic Sea, don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain, captain. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit toys.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, when you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
What do I believe in? I don't think I know anymore. Tell me there's a reason. Was there ever anything more? Have I been afraid to find what I've been looking for? It's all a state of mind. I didn't know that everything was broken by design. How beautiful. It's taking me so long to realize. It's all a state of mind.
I built up walls like mansions to the sky. Protect my heart so it would survive. But you climbed in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you, I was drifting out, safe from any shore. Didn't want to get hurt anymore, but you pulled me in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. When I found you. Felt familiar the moment that we met. Tried to block it out so I forget. Your persistence kept on pushing through. The day I knew I needed you. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. You saved me, changing my direction. I'm falling into our connection. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. When I found you. When I found you. When I found you.
Hey, it's amazing the subtle games that you are playing. And you don't even know I exist, but you have got me on your hit list. And you're conspiring, girl, you are sexual and bad. And now you got this on your conscience, because now I'm unresponsive. Run through the fire, I walk the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. We can feel the floor underneath our feet. Fire shots through my chest as you watch me bleed. Every kick, drum, hit is a symphony. Every brush of your curves is the air I breathe. You speak, I am listening. Sweat rolls, girl, you're glistening. Slow-mo, pull me into the light, the light. watching us, wishing they were obvious. Instead of giving in to the fright, the fright. Run through the fire, I walk the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. One heart to survive when one just breaks. One slow suicide while one just takes and takes. One choice for the good of you, but not the one you make. One worth dying for if you saw her shake, shake, shake. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. I am listening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. You are glistening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. I am listening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. That's my bed for you. Run through the fire, out the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. Run through the fire, out the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home.
My heart's been ripped wide open. So many mixed emotions. It's like I finally noticed I've been set free. I've been set free. I spent a lifetime running, fearing what I'd become if I stop playing goalie on all of my thoughts, yeah. Speaking out straight from my heart, but now I see. Oh, I see this love is taking over, breaking through my chest and overflowing. With every single beat, it pulls me closer, closer to you. I'm never gonna hold back being someone to lean on. I'll always be that 2 a.m. phone call when you need one. When everything in life is getting harder to shoulder, I'll be your soldier. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open. No words enough to show it. Now my whole world's in motion. I feel like Fred, but in my neighborhood, yeah. Call me and I will make sure to set you free, to set you free. Oh, I see this love is taking over, breaking through my chest and overflowing. With every single beat, it pulls me closer, closer to you. I'm never gonna hold back being someone to lean on. I'll always be that 2 a.m. phone call when you need one. When everything in life is getting harder to shoulder, I'll be your see this love is taking over, breaking through my chest and overflowing. With every single beat, it pulls me closer, closer to you. I'm never gonna hold back being someone to lean on. I'll always be that 2 a.m. phone call when you need one. When everything in life is getting harder to shoulder, I'll be your soldier. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, well, that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left or right. Knock on your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Many used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the
Can I call you mine? Are we taking it slow? I can't read your mind. Sometimes I feel like I'm here alone. Don't need a wedding vow. Just tell me how you in or out. It ain't fair, baby. The way you got me hanging on. You got me hanging on. Oh, you got me hanging on. You got me hanging on. Oh, baby, the night that we met was amazing, but it feels like your love has gone missing. Oh, nah, nah, nah. Show me I'm the one you want. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need your all and nothing less than. I can't go on in between. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. Okay, you're a superstar, but I'm a supernova. Better claim your prize, otherwise cutting the scene, game over. Do we call it love, or do we call it off? There ain't no maybe. I just can't keep holding on. I can't keep holding on, no. I can't keep holding on. I can't keep holding on. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need your all and nothing less than. I can't go on in between. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. Baby, the night that we met was amazing, but it feels like your love has gone missing. Oh, nah, nah, nah. Show me I'm the one you want. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. Cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need your all and nothing less than. I can't go on in between. It's everything or nothing.
I'm chasing for the highs, afraid of getting close to someone else. Been running all my life to realize I'm running from myself. But I can't take it any longer now. This time I've had enough. Yeah, I can't take it any longer now. 'Cause I won't give you up. It's too late now to turn around and back again. I made my bed and now I lay my head in it. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. You call my bluff, I won't pick up, I let it ring. Record your voice so I can listen back again. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. So do you wanna take me back? All of our broken plans, so we can start again. Won't turn down a second chance, I'm too selfish for that. I'll let you fall again, now that you know that. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was.
I can't hear you clearly. Yeah, now. In South Africa is good afternoon. Worldwide somewhere is good morning, and others is good afternoon for the grand final of the men's national provincial championships staged by Softball South Africa here in the Republic of South Africa. My name is Ben Bushomane. I will be with you, and Mr. Mapet will join me, and other colleagues that I may come in will be called in just to share 1, 2, 3 for softball in general in South Africa and also in the Republic of, in Africa. Because remember, we are not in isolation. We are part of the African continent. So at some stage, if we have, I saw one Tumelo Gugumani from Botswana is around here. And if I get hold of him, he will share 1, 2, 3 things about softball, what they are doing in terms of softball development in the continent and in Botswana. As you know, Botswana is one of the strongest softball playing nation. It will be a grand final. In prospect, we are envisaging a game of chess in softball. You see, in chess, there's more of a thinking part than just doing things. I've looked into the lineups of the two teams, and I see a very interesting game in prospect. Just to go through the list, Team Gauteng has first batter, batting first, Rian Hatting, playing number 7. He's also an international player in the juniors. You have Christopher Ban. I think he's also an international. It's a very strong setup, batting third, Califil Yoon, Rowan Ebersons, Taylor Craft, Brandon Bullon, Jack Mabala, JP Binar, Sepo, Bashin Matasi, and at the mound is the up-and-coming Peter Managa for life, who is also a product of the Limpopo province. He's now playing for Red Sox in Johannesburg. Johannesburg is one of the cities, big cities here in South Africa. Last year when Limpopo won the championship, he was pitching for Team Limpopo. On the bench is Remy Mingwai, Juno Nari, Nathan Pleshke. Young Nathan Pleshke is here. We're happy because there's a graduation. He's on the bench. And Kariso Moyeti is he also has national colors. Taviso Senona from Pretoria is also here. Ethan is also part of the Team Gauteng. As I said before, Team Gauteng has a lot of mix from both young and old and experienced. But it's the team that they've sent here is the team that needs to make a mark and a name. They said it has been long that Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal have been dominating. I can see men in blue are here. From far where I am, I could see it's Lucky Huma, there is Tabo Dihale on the plate. I can see Puti Homu is there and Sipo Motobuga is there. For Team Limpopo, Dinari, they have a changed lineup. They have made two changes from the first team. Pomolo Paladi at third base batting first. Mandam Mazunyani, number 9, batting second. Batting third is Ngomo Richipabe, now playing 5. And then batting fourth is Mohau Tupu, yes, a designated batter, batting for the pitcher, Didi Magigana. And Setabi still playing second base. Malisela Pasha still playing shortstop, number 6. David Mpatele now Pule is catching. And remember last year Pule was catching for Team Gauteng. Now he's gone back home because he has relocated in terms of work. He's now working back home. And then we have Kamorelo Makulu Magwe betting shirt number 8, betting 8. And then betting number 9, the last one is now Lisiwa is now in the team, playing 7. The lefty is now in the starting lineup. And on the bench, they have young Kagiso Apani, Ronaldo Kekna. Ronaldo is also an international. Denver Kekana, Mpora Mashala, young and up and coming player. He is still 18. And then Poncho Masingi, team manager is Maputa Makato, head coach Nagedi Rapalo. And then head coach for Team Gauteng is Renir Felyun and Tabo Baloi as the general manager of the team. And there is Tebo Homa Naga also as one of the coaching staff. Welcome back, Mr. Mapetu. And I could see proceedings are on.
Thank you, Barabeni, and hello again to our viewers. Can see the teams are lined up in there. The presidentials also waiting to be introduced to the players.
Dignitaries I have lined up. Then the team captain will then, lead the proceedings with the president, following Mr. Mashilu Masetela. The gentleman who is second, as I said, is from Botswana.
His name is Tiro Mukukumane.
Mukumane.
Yes.
As I said, we are just close by. You can even travel by car from where we come from, down up in Limpopo and Botswana. These are we are crossing borders. And I could also see the head coach for Team South Africa, Mr. Rapasha, is there. And there is also this lady in yellow, that is the vice president of Sobo South Africa. The former president, Mr. Guido Marapian, is also there. I could see the acting chief director from the Limpopo Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. The former coach of Team South Africa, Mr. Tommy Home, is also there. So these are the people who are also still in softball, playing part as administrators, others as coaches, giving the players that last motivation, that last kick-off. So that come 2 o'clock, there are two things that can happen today. Either a new champion will be crowned, or the champions will continue holding on to the throne, which will be a very, very, very difficult job for today for Team Limpopo, because Gauteng has been watching from afar.
From fire.
Last year they even came fourth.
Yeah, they were knocked out by the Western Cape in the semis.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now today they are saying, no, it's high time. We must also reclaim. Remember, Gauteng used to be one of the. There was a lot of exchange between themselves and KZN.
And
Limpopo coming in and out. But this is one of the strongest side. Men in blue. Even the scorers are also there. SA scorer in chief Michelle Williams is also there. She is there. So this is the good luck. Remember, COVID-19 is still with us, and we don't have a lot of spectators here. And because we said only those who will produce a certification of vaccination should come into the fray. But all players that are here, spectators that are here, have gone through the process, and now is game ball. It will be game time at 14 hours. And remember, in the earlier game, as the Coach Lee and Ben were here, they gave you the ladies finals for bronze. So bronze medalists here are Team KwaZulu Natal.
There's Limpopo kneeling down, praying.
Last through for team. This is the mega of softball in the Western Cape. When they hold their games, the finals, most of the time they are here. That is Team Gauteng, that is Team Limpopo. One team, one spirit, one goal. for both teams.
Yes.
Everybody, everyone needs a game, and it is long. That remember, in the round robin, Gauteng beat Limpopo, I think by 10 or 11 runs to 1
Yeah, I think it was
at
10,
the very same,
it was 10 to 1.
at the very same field.
Yes.
But in this final, they won't be 10-1. I don't know
Yeah.
how much, but they won't be 10-1. It's a do or die.
we
But it will be a very close game to call.
gonna be a good game also.
A good game in prospect.
Checking that both teams' players, they know each other. They've been
Very well.
playing
Yeah.
to one another for a longer period of time.
Yeah.
Yes. And checking again, Rabeni, if you check the Gauteng pitcher, Mr. Manaka, is crossing floors because it's from Limpopo. So
To
currently
Gauteng,
now
yeah.
it's registered with Gauteng team.
Yeah.
So it will be he will be facing the batters that they used to be his teammates.
Yeah.
So we are just in a very, very great game
Yeah.
that we're gonna watch this afternoon.
Yeah. To prove what to be the best, you must prove yourself against the best batters in the ball game. Whether it's football, whether it's athletics, test your strength against the best of the best. So for this tournament, the last province standing, last main standing,
These are the-
Gauteng
Yes.
and Limpopo. Limpopo are in their 7th final, and they even lost the past 6.
Yeah, they only lost one in 2015.
Yeah. So
Yes.
Gauteng wants to register themselves as the best side in the country. And those coaches are former national players.
Former
Thabo is
national
there,
players, huh?
and then you have Tebogo
Tebogo
Manaka
Manaka.
and Renir Felyu. Those two have been also part of Team South Africa for quite some times, and they were very good players in their times. In Limpopo also, these were two
National players.
national players, the coaches. I'm referring to, yeah,
In Nakidrapalo and Tumelo Mpadlele.
Patel.
Yes.
Your teammate at Silitin Giant Killers.
My teammate at Lieutenant Class and my teammate at Texas Masters.
Yeah.
Yes. Looking at our officials, we are having a Plate Empire Putihomu. That's our South Africa chief umpire. And we are having Sipo Tobuga
And Lucky Huma.
and Lucky Uma and Thabo Dikhale.
Khale.
Yes.
You're saying, guys, is the time has arrived, the moment has arrived where every player wants to be. Every player wants to play in any final of any sort.
You don't want to miss this moment, Brabeni.
You don't want.
Yes, this
You
is
can't.
the last moment that all we have to enjoy.
Yeah.
And we
As
can
I
see,
said, Limpopo has made positional changes.
yes, there's a lot of personal changes.
Yeah,
as I
now
saw.
Pule came in to catch, and Gomori went to 5, and at number 7 is
They put in Tometsana in on the space of the previous game. Masingi Ponzo was there, so
Yeah.
now he's back to the bench.
and Tidima was betting in the last game.
Was betting for himself.
Now he is only throwing
Yeah, both teams are going with
pinch designated batters.
yes.
The pitcher will pitch,
All the
will sit
pitchers-
down and analyze.
They just said just pitch and focus on pitching. The betting will do it on your behalf.
Now one of the difficult betting boy comes in.
That's Rian
Ryan
Hatting.
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 Yeah. He's originally from the northwest and now he's working in Mpumalanga.
And now he's working in Pumalanga. He's working as a supply chain manager.
Yeah,
That-
yeah.
That side of Mpumalanga.
That side of Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga
Yes.
colleagues, those who don't know, South Africa is one of the provinces which also participate in all these championships. It's only this year that they are not here. Strike hold by the plate umpire, sizing it up. This boy can also hit you hard if you come straight at the plate. and Pule as the catcher. Remember, some of these guys, Pule knows them.
He knows them very well.
Very
'cause
well.
He played the league in Gauteng before.
Yeah.
So he just currently this 2022, he moved back to Limpopo because of work.
Yeah.
So now he's based back in Limpopo. That is why he's registered with Limpopo.
Yeah. As I said, colleagues, we are at the national provincial championships for South Africa, which is SSA. You can even go to their website, Facebook page. You will find this live streaming address. Then we just tune in, and then you see, as I said before, you see they are struggling in terms of running. How compact the field is. It's not that compact, so that and allow people with cleat to be able to run on it. Christopher Ban, one out. One guy who can block the ball very easily, and stocky as he is, he can also run.
Chris can run.
Yeah.
Yes.
Part of the juniors that we had produced as a country. You see, did not go hard, just look at the ball and take it back.
Coming better as Khalifer June.
Who can also hit over a fence if you are not that calculative as a pitcher. Here is either you are out in or you are out. It was very difficult. Even I saw him Kali during the qualifiers.
Yes.
He got a nice hit at some stage, and there is another one. Taylor comes in. It will be straight up due to this wind that is there. If you hit it, you must make sure that it goes down.
It must hit it down.
Yeah.
Yes, must press it down.
Press it down.
And
Rowan comes in.
Our hitters, they don't utilize the surface of the field, because you just have to make sure that it takes a big bounce when it's inside the field.
Yeah.
So it can be difficult for fielders to field that ball.
And that is what coaches should stress a lot.
Rowan Bezan, one of the hardest hitters we are having.
Yeah.
Rowan is a baseballer and a softballer at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes. So he can play both sports.
You see, when you go underneath it, it goes up. So you need to be level with the ball and your swing. If it goes under, you want to go over the fence, it will be very lucky of you to go.
Yeah, the wind is so strong.
Yeah.
Outside there.
See, they don't even go straight at him, because they know if you miss a curve, Rowan can take you out. Just a block. The runner at second and first with 2 out.
2 out. Tyler Kraft.
And Tyler
on bat.
Coming in.
Yes.
I can see Gauteng has a very strong lineup in terms of batting.
Very strong lineup, Praveen.
Yeah, they have a very strong lineup.
Yes. Tyler Kraft is also one of our under 23 and the senior team players.
Yeah.
Yes. And is still a student.
Still a student.
Yes.
Which is good in terms of what is it that Sobolas encourages their players to do? Go to school.
Study and play the ball.
Study and play the ball.
Yes, probably.
Yeah. We are live here in Cape Town. This is the grand final between the two giants of softball in SA, which is Gauteng, Team Gauteng, and Team Limpopo. These teams have got internationals, all of them. All these players have got national colors, either at junior or at senior.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think Tyler at one stage also represented Baseball South Africa in one of the juniors tournament.
Yeah, that was these boys have got colors. The only player that I'm missing there is Jack Mavala, who was at some stage one of the hard hitters and the outfielders that South Africa once produced.
Yes.
So he's also part of this team.
And I think also maybe for him to
Several.
take this time, he's been long not into the game.
Yeah,
I think it was because of work duties.
yeah. I can also see one of your product, Sepo, is here.
Tsepo is
Bashi.
here, he's
Yeah.
grown up as a player.
Yeah,
Yes, checking him where he comes from, I think he has improved a lot.
a lot.
If he can manage to represent a province. And it's one of the utility players that we can see that Houghton team is having.
Yeah,
Yes. I think it's a full count now.
full count
Runner
on
saved 20.
Taylor Croft,
Yes. There's a run on 1 and 2.
1 and 2
Yes.
with 2 outs.
With 2 outs.
Important thing is your top betting should score. Your top betting
You
should score. 1 run is very, very important. You know, when the top better comes in, they should at least score
Yes.
a run, if not 2, so that whoever comes in should always be chasing a margin. Strike hold,
That was a first strike.
third strike. Three out. It's start away. Then Team Limpopo would come and bat. Gauteng would then have to field. Rian Hatting 7. Christopher Ban 4. 3. Califiliu 9. Rowan Ebersons 8. Taylor Croft. Brandon, this one number 6. I like this boy. You see, it makes that position shortstop an easy
Yeah.
position to play. When
Yeah.
it is pick up,
The
when
throws.
it's relaxed, he throws very easy and quickly,
Yeah,
very
he's
fast.
very quick in that position.
Then we have Jack as a designated only bats.
Yeah, we have JP Binar
JP Pinar is here.
as a catcher and Tsapo Matladzi, third
For 5.
baseman, and Manaka pitching.
Manaka will then pitch.
He was Manaka in last year's NPC. He was throwing for Limpopo
Yeah.
as an ace pitcher because of
The injury to the
Didma was injured, so he was his pitcher's coach
Yeah.
at that moment.
At that
So we are looking for
a coach and a son.
a coach and a son in this battle.
And these two also during the World Champs in 2019, they were pitching for Team SA
Yes,
during the World Championships in Prague in the Czech Republic.
and he threw a very good game against Australia, where at the fourth frame there was no run scored for him, and looking at him pitching for the first time at the international.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a good performance for
To
him.
a team like face teams like Australia, it's an honor and a task.
First strike for Pumlo
Yeah.
Paladi.
I had the privilege of working with Manaka at under 13. I coached him at that level.
Yeah,
He was dedicated from the word go because they had a very strict development coach, Rex. who would say,
Mr. Mamecha.
Mr. Mwecha.
Mwecha.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he was very strict, and this boy was very disciplined from that age, and he's still in the ball game, and he's also one of the product of the Val University of.
Yeah, he was
Technology.
he's in our IT graduate.
Yeah.
Yes, I think maybe 2022 is looking to do his BTech in IT.
Yeah, which is good for this, as we said, mentioned, which is good for these young players. It's a hit through him to second base, Christopher Bar.
Yes.
Will just collect.
One down. Faulty.
One down for Team Gauteng. Remember, no run, Gauteng hasn't scored. Now they have 1 out.
Mandla
Mandla
Masinyane at
coming
bat.
in. These are club-mate, teammate at school. It's low by the umpire standard. We are right here in the windy city. Since the tournament started, there's been a slight wind because we are right at the tip of the bottom of the Table Mountain, right down there, and temperature changes, more especially the wind, most of the time. Very forecast. And if we have a catcher like JP also, who knows majority of the hitters,
Yeah.
it's also a plus.
Yeah, he's making it, his job more easier because he knows where and when to call.
Yeah. And the national coach, I saw him, is also here. He's looking at the best of the best. As Sobo South Africa, we need to have 16 players in two weeks from now. We have to make up the amount because we need to prepare a team for the world champs.
Yeah, I think the early preparations depends, Prabin, if you say you announce the team now in the month of April, while the team is traveling in November, December. I think they'll be having a right and great preparation before they could go to the world stage.
You can even go out. Botswana is just around.
Yeah, you can organize
travel to
friendlies.
Botswana, even by bus, by road. You go there and come back, and then we play the best of the best 6 games in 2 days there. So you go to the world champs being well prepared. It's 2 strikes, beat 6, you collect and throw to first base.
6 to 3 out.
2 of them had contact and they are out.
Now it's 2 down.
It's 2 out. Mandla out. Sorry, Ngomori coming to bat. Sorry. Foul hit is 1 strike. Today he is facing his teammates at home and some of them at school. So these guys knows each other in and out.
Very well.
You don't just relax and just throw anywhere. You need to use the full width of the home plate. It's a swing and a tip strike. We are waiting, we are watching a very entertaining and mind-freaking game between Team Limpopo and Team Gauteng for the crown of the best provincial team in the country for 2022. Remember, this tournament is staged yearly in March when schools are closed. We have this kind of a championship. So, meaning in South Africa now, it's school holidays.
It's a school holiday.
Yeah. We are closed in terms of the academic year, so that all players and officials will all be here.
No, that was a strike.
It's a strike out.
It was a swing, that one.
Yeah.
Yes. That's a size up.
It decided very late.
Yeah.
3 out. Size up. The first 3, 1, 2, 3 out. That was well kept and well done by Team Gauteng, and then Team Gauteng will then come and open
Second
mid
frame.
side. When the top lineup is not coming out with the goods, the tail must make sure that they do the business. Because when we plan, most of the time we plan against the best hitters.
Now it's a final. You throw everything that you're having.
Whatever you have,
You don't have to, to reserve anything.
the score is still tied at 0-0 between the defending champion, Team Limpopo, and Gauteng, which came fourth in the last championship, 2021, held in their home base, Gauteng, Kempton Park, the home of Red Sox Softball Club, where For Life Managa is playing.
Yes. Brendan Bullen at bat.
Yes.
Right, so it was the first strike.
Let's see what Brendan has for us. As I said, the score will be very tight unless a miracle happened. That one of the guys is a save.
That's a drop ball.
An error by first base.
Yes.
Error. And you don't normally get those kind of errors from Pumolo Paladi. Because that was picked up very early and thrown well on time. These are some of the things that we don't expect to see in this time, because one little mistake like that one, the runner might be home.
The team will punish you.
The team will punish you.
Yes. Check Mabal at bat.
Jackie at bat. He wants to do a sacrifice play, but make sure that it doesn't go up.
They have to press it down, brother.
Yeah.
Because
Press,
as long as you allow it to go up, especially with this wind,
yeah.
yes. So you have to be comfortable in control of the ball.
That was a catch and
Attempt
an attempt
play.
to play first base.
Yes.
As we said, you need to press it down. That was a close call from the
Very, very
umpire
close.
and very good in terms of consistency.
JP Pinar.
JP comes in, the batter. Attempted to do the same, to push the runner who is at first base.
Because as long as you put a run at second, that is a scoring position. So
One little mistake, it might be a run scored and be the run of the day or the run of the tournament, because those are runs of the tournament.
still to second and safe
Safe.
by Brendan Bullen. So now he's at a crucial base
Yeah.
in terms of softball, especially at this stage.
More especially where the score is still 1 out. The count is still, if it's still 1 out, you just push that one, push him until he goes to home. A little discussion, what is that needs to be done. There was the late, may his soul rest in peace, a player called Mpiro Khosana. He will
Yes.
tell you, when there is a runner at second base, as
Yeah.
a pitcher, what you do, you need a strikeout for whoever comes. You need a strikeout.
You don't have to waste.
Yeah, we have strong pitchers that time, pushing Patel, they will tell you, there's a runner at second base, Rabeni, go to a strikeout. Push for that.
There's a strike.
Strike
and I
out.
think the third one.
Now
So
we
it's
have
2 down.
we have chances that one will try and steal out. Whether it's at third base, they work on the batter. Now Bashin comes to bat. He grew up as an under 15 player in
Yeah.
Limpopo, 13, 15 until he went to school. Now he's a full grown.
It's a full-grown man
Yeah.
working Captain Park side.
Yeah. And he was a very nice, a very good second base
Yeah.
at that time.
And I always say to people, I enjoy his batting when he's on the short bat, crash bunts.
Crash band.
Yes, that's where I know him from.
Yeah.
Yes. And I
It's
think
2 out, 2 strikes on the batter. Matadzi, Tempo Matadzi. They commonly known him as Bashin. In South Africa, Bashin is a footballer. Don't know how football and softball mix on Bashin.
he is a footballer also, because during the December holidays, when he plays football, he's a goalkeeper.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's why you have these names.
So I'm saying,
Now the runner is advanced to third.
yeah, it's still based to third.
Then you need to, when it is like that, you don't throw low balls that it will be difficult for the catcher to do that. It should be 3-2, 2-2.
It's 2-2 now.
Yeah. We are watching a game between Team Gauteng and Team Limpopo for the crown of the best team in
It's a ball again
3-2 count.
to count.
Let's see, after Tsepo, it will be Rian Hati. That is the game in slow motion.
Now the pitcher must throw a strike.
Now the pitcher must throw a strike.
Or it's a walk.
It's a hit. It's a foul hit. He wanted to block it.
You just want to place the ball so that he can score the run.
The run.
You don't need a hard hit now.
That's what he learns when he was in at Silitin Chankila, because they will do that. When it is difficult to get a pitcher, they will then go
to
to
option for crash
options
bunts.
for crashes, and with those good players, the Swallows and company, you're likely to have Moses, who is here.
That's the ball 4.
Ball 4. Remember, in this windy side, as we said,
Yeah.
it goes down, and even your calves, you must make sure that it crosses over the plate. Otherwise, it will swing very early, and from the eyes of those who are closer to the plate, it will not have touched
The plate.
the plate.
Yes. Top of the betting
Top
for
of the
Gauteng.
betting, Rian Hati betting, who is the first one getting strike called by the umpire. Runner at third and first. And you can see they are looking only at the batter.
That's the main focus, must focus more. And
Yeah.
you don't have to allow any pass ball at this stage.
At this stage, no. Now he has gone back a bit because he was forward. Run has been scored. Run scored. This guy is in the game. You see, that is the concentration. He stole from first to second, he was safe.
Stole from second to third. Now it's a pass ball.
Now it's a pass ball.
Yes.
It's in. You can see, that is the mind that you want in a player who is in the game. One little error, you take advantage of that. One run has been scored. And the score is 1-1 for Rian. A swing and a miss.
Second strike now.
Second strike, one ball. And Bashin is also at a scoring position. National Provincial Championship for softball South Africa, hosted here in Cape Town by Western Cape Softball Federation. Nationally, they give a province a latitude or a privilege to host this kind of a tournament for the development. You know, they have gone up. It will be 2 balls and 2 strikes, so that you give you a chance, a host, so that young players can see these players. They only hear of them.
Yeah.
Now they are able to see them. Rian betting.
Foul strike.
Foul strike.
He's fighting for himself.
Yeah, there you must fight. It should not be an easy thing to say.
Not an easy thing.
No.
No.
Remember, these teams played together in the round robin system, and Gauteng won 10-1. It's 4 balls. 4 balls.
Chris Ben coming to bat. And he had a save it during his first
Yeah.
turn at bat.
I just blocked
Yes.
the ball via second base. just closer to the pitcher and straight to
He doesn't fight.
outfield.
He doesn't fight with the ball.
No. Look at it. Just take it back. Save yourself and your teammates. You are watching softball here in SA, South Africa, in the southern part of South Africa and the world. The score, Gauteng 1, Limpopo nothing. 1 strike, 1 ball on Christopher. Just wants to block it. And the margin in the round robin was too high. Normally these two teams don't, a difference doesn't go that much.
What they do during the
round
first
robin?
game round
Yeah.
robin, all the provinces they threw in their second pitchers. They didn't come with the first. Yes.
Yeah. Because
Because
Gauteng
both
used
pitchers
the young man.
Yes.
And
Even Limpopo
Limpopo
they threw
used
in the young
Apani.
man. Yes. Pass ball.
Pass ball. It will be a short caucus because Didima is not the player who normally threw all over.
No. Time was called. Yeah.
Yeah. As we said, he was laid off by an injury for about 2 years. 2020, 2021. From 2019, somewhere there, after the World Champs, when he came back, he had to do a surgery.
Yeah.
From that time, June, July, until last year when
When he was declared fit
he was
during
declared fit to play.
the month of October.
Yeah. So that might also be talking to his leg and the weight that he put in.
We are back at 2-2 count.
Strike out.
That was a strikeout. If you check, Gauteng during the first frame they had 2 runs left on bases. Now again they are having another 2 runs left on bases.
Yeah.
So they are getting on bases,
They're getting on bases.
on regular time.
And what is key is to have runners on bases. At some stage we change when runners are in bases. We play another game, short play, and then we score a run.
Because you
One game at a time, 1 run per inning.
have to play a short game to
it will
force
give itself.
your opposition to make errors.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now Limpopo will be at bat and come up with something that will make sure Gauteng thinks. As we are now in the bottom of the second, it's Limpopo against Gauteng for the crown of the best of the best in the country for softball, and also in preparation for the world champs. Because these guys, majority of them are in the national team. I'm not sure what the coach will do is thinking. A lot of minds. These guys are playing.
These guys are playing. I think
Yeah, there are a lot of
they are giving a coach a headache in
Yeah.
terms of who to select and who to leave behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially now with WBSC cutting the number from 17 to 16.
Yeah.
Yes, now with coach, I think they're having a great headache of who do I take and who.
Big headache. Yeah, who
Yeah.
do I leave out? Because even in the last game that passed, even yesterday, 4 was playing 3. There were lots and lots of good players from the Western Cape that is out, and from Natal, which is also out, coupled with these 2 that are here.
Yes.
And other 1, 2, 3 players from other your USA side. So we need to come up with only 1-6.
1-6. Yes.
It should be 2 balls on Mohau, who's the 4th. Tatolo is also down. It's 3-0. This as a pitcher, like what Peter is doing, you must know your strength and work on your. You see, it's 3-1. I mean, it was 3-0.
Yes.
Now you anticipate something. Either it's 4 balls or I'm going with a strike.
Then you just
And
put a
that strike should not be Yeah.
You must never put it on the plate.
Yes, against batters like Moha, who is doing this.
That's a ball 4. How?
That is the count that is the coach throws.
Yeah.
Call them coach throws. This one we are going to go for throw ball, 4 balls, not in succession because we are resting. We'll go for this one and this one.
Sitlabi Mlokwane on bet.
Bet. These guys have been playing together for a long time. I haven't seen him putting a nice bunt. He has been trying from the first game up to now. He's missed this one. One of the things that these players don't know is it should be a difficult thing to miss a bunt because you don't need that
It's
much.
it's the easiest of them all. And you can't allow a hit at this stage where you want to put a run on second. Because at any given time, they can play double play.
Double play.
Yes. So in this stage, if I was a coach, I was going to force a bunt again.
Again.
Yes.
These things need to be very. When they go to bunt, it would need to be a very clean one.
On the first attempt.
Yeah.
So
On
that
the very
it will
first
surprise the opposition.
Yeah. That's good mixed from the pitch. I'm telling you, he's gonna pitch a strike now. He's gonna go to whether he is or what. Yeah, he's gonna go at him. He's gonna go at him. Strike out.
Strike out.
Yeah.
For Sello Mlokwane.
He's throwing very nice and very calculative. You relax, you say, no, he's giving me balls and what, that can happen. Now, Gavin is at bat. The windy part, the wind comes to part.
Yeah, it's playing a
Yeah.
very important role, this wind.
Yeah.
Because you have to know and learn to play in all weathers that you can come across.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think we were so lucky this week because we didn't experience any rain during our games.
Rana advances to second. Bottom of the second with Silo out. And the better, Gavin has 1 strike and 1 ball. You need to be fit as a pitcher to do these things. Because the more you throw balls, it also takes a lot of energy in you.
Take a lot of energy.
Because strikes needs a lot of grip and a lot of strength. Then when we take a breath, then we throw a ball, goes straight now to 2 strikes. It's 8 to 6, 5. It's a safe hit.
It's a safe hit.
Via 5.
I think it was on the short stop.
Yeah.
So he pushed the runner to third and save it first. Better coming, David Batlele, Pule.
The teammate at
Yes.
some stage.
It's a SAPS member by profession.
Yeah.
Yes. And a student also.
He's also trying to lay a bunt, which will only push the one at first base, not the third baseman.
Like I said to you, that in this game, you have to lay those short plays to force the opposition to make some errors. Yeah. Because it's all about running in this game.
The run has been scored. Run scored. That was one nice play. That was a very nice play that Limpopo did. They forced that one. They forced them to play first base. And a run has been scored. Now the score is tied at 1-1, 1-all. But 2 out.
2 out. Run at second.
He did very well. That was it. But he went with it to first base.
Yes. Kamogala Makolmakwe coming to bat.
Come in to bat, which is one quite young boy who is up and coming.
He's coming
If
so
you,
great
if
from
you,
the ranks.
if you miss your stride, he can hit you hard.
Currently in this tournament, he's playing as an outfielder. Knowing him, he's still good at infield.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's now. That is a rise ball. Swing and a miss. Remember, it's 2 out. Let's see what happened. There is an out. A run has been scored. They nearly collided. 2 strikes.
To strike on the batter.
Yeah, he's going now. He's gonna throw a ball.
Yes.
That's good. That is how he takes a breath.
Relax him point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
You can't
throw
just
that.
come
In our
straight
time, we just
off
throw.
them.
If a batter misses, you just throw strikes. Because you could see he's not that a hard hitter.
Yeah.
Or if he's buying you, you know this one in Sobo language, he buys you want you to go relax. And when you relax,
He
he
throws
will
hard
hit.
on you.
Yeah, it falls very hard on you. It's too low. From 2-0 strikes to 3-2 count. He's gonna throw a strike.
And it's 2 down.
It's 2 out, 1 run score. The score is now tied at 1-all.
Pass ball.
Pass ball, save
And a
at
walk
first
for Kamogelo.
first and second. Now for Team Limpopo. Let's see who comes
Receivers
in.
from Metzana.
Is the lefty.
Yes.
This one can bunt and can run.
But one thing I saw, I don't think Manaka is not struggling to throw to the left-handers.
Oh, God.
Yes. So he doesn't have that challenge.
Because majority of right-handed pitchers are struggling when it comes to lefties.
Yes.
He took his aim, and it's 1 strike and 1 wall. It's too low by the umpire's judgment because it needs to be above the knees,
Need to be above the knees.
below the armpit, and right on the plate. Out or straight. You are watching the National Provincial Championships here in Cape Town between Limpopo and Team Gauteng. Remember, this tournament is played by provinces, and the only national team that comes here is the student team that has a majority of the under-23 side or players for Team SA.
Yes.
So it's also a preparation both ways.
Pass ball.
The pass ball, the run has been scored. The run has been scored. That was an error that we don't anticipate
Yes.
at this level. But it happens. It's part of the game.
Yeah, like I said to you, if you check, most runs that were scored in this game, most of them they were errors.
Yeah.
Yes, like I was saying to
And
you,
when we
have
go
to
to
push.
international, we need to eliminate a lot of these type of errors.
Yes.
We don't want them. We don't want this type of errors. It's unfortunate. It has happened.
I think this guy is on dribbles.
Yeah.
That's the 4th one.
That's the
Then
first one.
the top of the bedding for
We
the
are unable to see the bullpen, whether there's somebody's warm-upping or what. Because normally at this level, when we have a pitcher who's or somewhere struggling between or a combination between a pitcher and
the catcher.
yeah, always we need to have somebody warming up. Either a catcher who comes in terms of course, or either another pitcher. But I have realized the depth and the compact of the ground contributes a lot towards the anchor leg, because when you stood up, you say You throw the whole body down there.
Gauteng called time and they gave intentional walk. Yes. And now comes lefty. Never know which side
Of the lefties.
he will hit the ball. Yes.
I saw them doing it against the Western Cape,
Yeah.
and they succeeded. They gave
Yes.
2 with the same Peter scoring.
'Cause
They
it's-
went
it's-
straight to the better, and
It's so
they
good
took
when it's like this, because we know if you put the ball in the field, you can play the nearest base.
the nearest base is
Yes,
2 down.
It's 2 down. Yes. It's a risk that you can take in a softball game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Softball is a game of risks. When it comes to close games like these ones, you need a lot of risk and quick thinkers. I saw it, Argentina doing it during the World Champs for juniors,
Yes.
and they succeeded.
Another pass ball.
Another pass ball, another run scored. Somebody's
Another
coming
steal,
in, another run scored. 2 runs scored by a pass through a pass ball. Pumolo, who was at first base, is now at third.
Yes.
And there is some between the catcher and the
think
pitcher.
From point where I'm looking at, I think that the catcher is struggling to catch those balls.
Yeah.
Especially if there was no swing from the batter.
From the batter, because that one should be a clean catch.
Should be a clean catch.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
From the batter, from the pitcher, if there's no swing, it should be a clean catch. It should be. And that has also contributed.
And if you check, Tomenzan is one of the guys that has wheels.
That can, yeah.
Yeah, so you saw
This one, those are VR6.
yeah, he can run.
They can run. The score should be 4.
It's 4 to Limpopo and 1 to
One to
Gauteng.
Gauteng. It's getting hotter and hotter.
1 ball to Mandla.
1 ball to Mandla. And it is still early in it's still February in the year. The game is still very, very new.
Got a hit.
And then he scored
A run.
a teammate.
Like you said, it was a risk that the Gauteng coach took. So I think it came against him now.
Yeah, this one counted against them. The score is now at 5 Limpopo, 1 Team Gauteng. You are watching a live streaming game between Gauteng and Limpopo, the defending champion. The score is now at 5 to Limpopo and 1 to Gauteng. 1 strike on Gomori. They need to minimize a lot of errors because most of the errors happen at the catcher's
side. Yes.
It should be a rice ball that is being thrown. It's the final, grand final of the males on the men's side between Team Limpopo and Team Gauteng. The score is Limpopo 5, Gauteng 1. That was a nice throw. Nice throw, nice swing, nice curve from the outside right into the inside. And I guess pitcher struggled to throw that kind of a strike.
Yeah.
It is up underneath.
Caught by Tyler Croft.
Tyler.
Straight down.
Straight out.
So Limpopo scored 4 runs with 2 out.
With 2 out.
Yes.
Now Gauteng should then come and
Gauteng should respond now.
Should respond.
Yes.
Because remember, they are betting first, which is one of the
they're
difficult
betting first.
things to do. When you bet first, you must make sure they always chase you.
Yeah.
Because you might play 6 innings, the winning side. You might play 7 innings, the winning side will play only 6.
For your side now it's 6. Yeah.
For your side now, when the score is like this, it's 6. They have a luxury to go to 7. But I'm telling you, it is going to be a very close score.
Yes.
We are not sure of how much, but it's going to be a very
great game.
Close score. Great and entertaining.
Looking at the Gauteng betting, they are having a great betting order also.
Yeah.
So to me, I don't think the game will finish with this 1 run.
No, it can't. No, it can't.
They'll just have to respond coming to this.
It's a question of responding.
3. Yes.
Top of the betting for Team Gauteng. Remember, Rian was put out and Ryan Chris.
Ryan and Chris, they were put
Now
out.
Kali comes in.
Yes.
They are still at their strongest lineup, right at the top. We are live here in South Africa for Team Limpopo and Team Gauteng for the crown of the most decorated championship, which is the NPC, National Provincial Championships. If we could have this kind of that's a nice pickup.
Yeah.
That is what I said in the beginning, that we don't expect from him
To have
when
a
it-
drop.
No.
ball. Yeah.
This guy is ever clean when it comes to catching and fielding. But errors do happen elsewhere, everywhere, anytime. 1 out for Team Gauteng, top of the third frame. You are watching it here in Cape Town. I saw now the movement from Tidima and from Peter are the same. From here they take a slight left so that they throw that one that comes you when it's closer to the
bat.
mount. Yeah,
Yeah.
it goes out.
Especially when they face this lefties.
Yeah. It's a hit, it's up there.
This
You
wind
never
is,
know
this,
who goes.
this wind is
This
too
one's
much.
going to be a save.
Check the second
That's
base.
lucky.
The second
Second
base
base
got
at
the ball
six.
at shortstop.
At shortstop.
Yes, because he called it as it says.
This
it's
is
up.
this is what comes to teamwork.
Teamwork.
Because he called the ball from his position,
So he has to chase
calling, chase it. The other ones are there to support you.
it. Yeah. No, this wind is too much.
Yeah, this wind
That's
is
what I'm
too
saying.
much.
They just have to press the ball down.
It advantage to fielders. Batters very
This
disadvantage.
their disadvantage.
Yeah. Let's see what the Rowan.
No,
That one
this
is
is
an
Tyler
out.
Croft.
That one is over. Mandla.
It's a wind.
Yeah, it's a wind.
Yeah. To him, it was like it's out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, it's very important also to look at how he took it. Normally, most of the pitchers will relax on their first throws.
Yeah, and Tyler is one of the lethal batters that
Yeah.
I know that he doesn't relax from
Yeah,
the first pitch.
From the first
He's
pitch.
there with you.
Yeah. He will take you out. Brandon comes in to bat. We have Taylor at a scoring position to make it 5-2.
Swing and a miss.
Swing and a miss. It's one strike on him. Didima very relaxed and not at his peak. That's coach for Team Gauteng, Renir Felion, who was also one of the good batters and fielders of the ball game.
He's one coach that he has taught me that when you hit the ball, you must go hard on it.
Because even the pitcher came to you hard.
Yes.
Yeah. You retaliate the same way. They went out. We call it a relaxing throw. It was
Two
already
balls.
the first two were strikes.
Yes. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Bullen.
Yeah. And Brendan wants to push Tyler to score, whether they take him out or what, but you need to push your teammate to a scoring or to score. With 2 out, how they need to score now?
Yes.
Yeah. They should score now. And this is a runner at third. You need to push. It's a catch by number 8.
Centerfield.
Centerfield, Kamohelo Makulumagwe.
Yeah.
You see, this Kamohelo Makulumagwe is a utility.
It's
He
a
plays
utility player.
any position. When I coached him at under 13, he was a pitcher. And then he went on to play shortstop.
Shortstop, second base,
Second base,
third base, he
whatever.
plays.
Now for Team Limpopo, he's now become a regular at outfield.
Yes.
Last year, he was taken from number 7 to go and close at first base. Really a very crucial game against Team Natal, and he did wonders.
Yeah, that's a
So you
utility
need this
for
kind
you.
of players in your side so that you,
We must
Yeah.
teach them at a younger
at
age.
a younger age,
Yes.
you can take the pitch, Gauteng pitcher now, Managan play him outfield.
He will play.
He will play.
Yes. Like when we get to the university, probably you find that there's a lag in terms of a other position. You can't when you can say I'm playing shortstop.
Yeah.
You're a softballer.
Yeah.
Where the coach feels like putting you,
Go and do the
go and do the job for the
work
coach.
for the team. I can see Gauteng has not make any change in terms of the pitching side. They are still
I
keeping
think
the same.
from where I'm looking at, I think they will put in Jonah where to catch.
Okay.
Yes. I see there's
A catching change.
I think so.
Yeah, because those were straight balls, not swung. Right balls hitting the fence.
Yes, yeah, no, they've changed the catcher. That is Jonah for you. Jonah is catching for Normans in Gauteng
Okay.
League. Yes,
The Gauteng
he's a catcher, out and out catcher.
Oh.
And he's a teacher by profession.
Okay.
Yes.
A pitch and a ball. There is a catching change for Team Gauteng. It's a hit to 5-6. 1 out.
Out at first.
Out.
Yes. 6-3 out.
He has gained a lot of weight.
Yeah, he's getting
Yeah.
a lot of it.
These are boys that could run very fast as they grow up. Remember, softball in South Africa is just a part-time sport.
Yes.
So these guys work somewhere else. Now, yeah, they, in their spare, their sport time, they go to softball, and it becomes difficult where you don't have a club next to where you are. It's 1 out.
He does play because he's still a student, so he's still playing with Valley University.
It means when you have university sport championships, he comes and play for.
He can come and play.
He can come and play.
I think he's doing his internship.
Yeah, which is good
Yeah.
to keep in the.
Just that, like we said, where he's working now, it's a challenge for him.
to play regularly.
Yes.
You see, the two pitchers are moving slightly left before they release the ball.
Five, 3 out.
What gives this another team is if you get hits,
Yes.
you become more comfortable because you can hit. It then means one time. This game has less strikeout thus far.
Truly, just
Yeah,
got a
thus far.
less strikeout.
And we need action. We need a lot of his fields. That one goes to second base, which is difficult to, when it fires straight to the pitcher, it's difficult for the number 6 and 4 to cut it at second base.
After Pasha, then comes Patlele, catcher.
Yeah,
He
it's,
still has to address because he was there because it's 2 down.
it's 2 out.
Yeah.
We are watching a very nice, entertaining game between Gauteng and Limpopo, the defending champion. Gauteng wants to take the crown from
sir.
Team Limpopo. They say, no, it has been long. We want also to have our name engraved on the trophy.
That's Mohaha.
Nice throw. Nice
Swing and
throw.
a miss.
Nice curve. Nice curve. Let's see what this game will bring to us. After this game, we'll then have ladies grand final between the host Western Cape ladies, the Pelicans, and the runners-up of last year. The same teams last year played the same finals.
Yes.
And the runners-up. No, last year it was the Pelicans in Gauteng. Gauteng won.
Yes, Gauteng won the
Yes.
tournament, yes.
And this time it's right here in the round robin. Ladies from the Western Cape wallop to those from Gauteng.
I think it was a 5-0 score.
Yeah, Gauteng. I spoke to the coach and the team manager. They say we're going to defend.
Strike
our
3.
try. That was a nice strike
Omanga.
through.
Play out.
Threw it very quickly before the batter can adjust.
Yeah.
Your pitching masters like Nagedi Rapalo used to do that. When we were still adjusting, Nagedi Mutlage, he will throw a sitter. So then he comes up with a lot of changes, and
So that's why you need batters like Tyler Croft, who's always ready.
always alert.
Yes.
Yeah. We are watching live from South Africa with music in the background by our DJ who is keeping us. Okay. Because I can hear it. Yeah. Yeah. You are watching this game between Team Gauteng and Team Gauteng, top of the 4th inning. The game is now going towards the championship innings, which is 5, 6, 7, where everything is needed. Minds, energy, you put everything in, otherwise you are out.
The whole focus.
Yes, either you ship in or ship out in terms
Yes.
of your results. The score is still 5. Team Limpopo and 1 to Gauteng. A very entertaining and nice game to watch between the two rivals. We used to have a league there then, Triple Series, where teams from Limpopo team will go to Gauteng and play the 3 regional teams. It would be, is it Jack on bet?
Jack Valdo at bat.
Valdo on bet.
Yes. Jack
Who was a
is a former
teammate.
player at the Seshego Cannons.
Yeah.
Yes, and he was one of the youngsters that he was very good at bat when it
bat,
comes
yeah.
to the youngsters of the province during that time.
Good.
Yes, so he
Who
grew
could
up
hit hard
very well.
and throw very well from the outfield.
Yes.
Sometimes he was also pitching at cannons.
But currently he's a military practitioner.
Yeah, it's military personnel.
Yeah.
These are guys who make sure that order is maintained in the
Hey,
Republic
very
of
disciplined.
SA. Yeah. So we have a variety and a lot of professionals and professions involved in sport. A lot of these things, this guy works at, the pitcher works at the Boahomo Hospital in the
Accountancy
accounting department, Didima Kekana. That's a hit and a foul, 2 strikes on Jack, and no 1 ball. Yes, 1 ball. They threw that. So they're getting a breath out of that. National Provincial Championship, courtesy of Softball South Africa and the Western Cape Softball Association, backed by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in the country. And some of these provinces have been assisted by the Sports Department, your Western Cape Cultural Affairs and Sport, your Limpopo Department of Sport, Arts and Culture,
your academies and
your
stuff.
academies and staff.
Yeah.
They said not a swing. He attempted. He was very disciplined in terms of making sure that the bat does not cross the plate.
2 count on Jack.
Difficult to take him out.
Yes.
Because if you don't count you, he can take you out.
That's ball 4.
That's ball 4. And he's not at his best.
It's not at his best.
No, it's not at his best.
Coming after Jack, I think it will be Jonah.
JP comes in.
Jonah where? The catcher, the new catcher.
Runner at first base and no out. And 1 strike on the batter. And Team Limpopo is still leading by 5 runs to 1. I am telling you, the game is still early. You still have to play.
Sacrifice bunt.
Sacrifice bunt. Nice play. Because anything that goes outside the infield, Jack will go home.
And after Jonah, that will come Tsepo Mahlatsi.
Who got a base on balls in the first, in his first batting. Let's see what Bashin can conjure. I think where your former coaches are, you Bushim Patel, they are saying we have produced because we still have players that are playing for the provincial sides from the then feared Seletin Giant Killers.
No matter the province is playing,
but it's still a product of the
ball game
of the same team.
Attempt bunt foul.
Attempt bunt. It would have been what is referred to as a suicide. Because if you take it up when you have a runner at first, the likelihood will be the 2 of you might be out.
Yes.
If they have quick players, they will take it, and because I am on my way, because I know the signal.
You know the signal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know the signal. It's a bunt, then I must go. 2 strikes on him, runner at second base. He went, and that's a strike. It's now 2 out.
2 out for outing. Rian Hatton coming in.
First batter, top of the batting. Rian Hatton comes in. I saw his father was here.
Yeah.
I think he's also here because he said he want to see a final between when his son plays between, I don't know, but Haute and somebody. Now he's watching the final.
Rian is one player that I know that he won the best batter
of the championship.
Of the championship 2 consecutive years.
Yeah.
1-2-17 as he was representing the schools.
Yeah,
he was representing the schools in an NPC. The following year, 2018 in Northwest, he won the best batter again.
Yeah.
He was representing a university team. Yes.
Yeah. He was doing well when he was at that level in terms of batting.
I will say maybe now due to work commitments. Because
you don't have that much time.
Yeah.
It's inside cold, but very close to him with 2 balls and a strike.
2 out.
2 out.
Run at second.
With Jack at second base and Rian Hatton batting. It's up. You see the wind is now taking it back to the grandstand. It's difficult to hit low, hard and low for these batters.
Yeah.
Is the score tied at 2-2 count. With 2 out, runner at second, then you think twice. I'm bringing him home. He's fighting.
He's fighting for his life.
He's fighting for you. Fight for your team, man.
He wants to score the run.
Yeah, at least if they score 1, score 3-2, it also gives you that oomph to say yes. Yeah, we are there. We are there. We want to go on top. We want to go right on top with them. a strike and swing and a miss. No run scored from Team Gauteng.
Run left on base.
Runner left on base. Will be bottom of the fourth.
Yes. Now in my count, Gauteng has got something like 5 runs that they were left on bases.
From the first, yes, they left two.
Yes,
They
two.
left 2 again. Now they left 1.
Now they have 1.
Now they have 1.
So yeah, to me, they did waste.
Yeah, it's a
runs.
waste.
Yeah.
It's a waste. And they should not allow any run from now until they score. Either they go up of the 5 or down. Because as it goes, the momentum in the Team Limpopo will be, can we score 2 runs and close them?
Yeah,
From this
I
one.
think that's what they were looking for.
It will be, can we
Yes.
score 2 runs, and when they come back, we close them. And
And Gauteng with a new catcher, they got an NOT. They didn't give Limpopo anything in the previous frame.
Yeah.
So we are looking now on the bottom 4, what they can give us.
yeah. It is live here in Cape Town, the furthest part of South Africa. When we are here, the furthest becomes a border in Zimbabwe and South Africa, right in Musina, the municipality there. Because in South Africa we have local municipalities, and we have a district, and we have provincials, which is Province 9, and then we have the whole country. So the whole country in terms of softball is here. As we indicated before, we also have baseball just around the corner. They are finishing tomorrow.
They're finishing tomorrow.
And I was made aware that the under 18 side of Limpopo baseball
Yes.
are in the semi-final.
Okay, that's great news.
And what viewers should know, the pitcher at the under 18 side,
Yes.
under 23 side, is
Under
at the
23.
semi-final. He is 17.
17 years of age.
17 years of age.
So he's got great. We are having Kamogala Makolmakwe.
At bat,
He's
with
on the balls.
2 balls, 1 strike. Facing your teammate is
That's
a
ball
lot. 4 balls on him. Yeah. The team in red should not score now.
After Kamul come receiver, I think.
The receiver comes in, who got 4 balls before. He wanted to make a sacrifice bunt. and
Yes, with the
remember,
run on first.
he's also very quick
Yes.
and can lay a bunt. Yes, look, from where I'm seeing it, he seems to have gained a lot of weight. Because now he's a graduate. That is what that he is good at that. Safe
Very
at
fast.
that.
He's
That's
told to
nice play.
flat
That is
also.
called nice quick thinking, and nice play by Kamohelo. He ran all the way from first base with a bunt to 5th, nearly went home.
Yeah.
No, he's growing.
So now
From where we are, Kamohelo
no,
is
Kamala is
growing.
growing. He
No, he's
played.
growing.
He represented our country.
Yeah, in
when was it?
Michigan.
2016. or
2016 he was in
2016.
Michigan. He was with Ryan and Rhys Neyland.
Yeah, I think they are on of the same age.
Yeah, they are of the
Yes.
same age.
Yeah, I think they are the
So one
youngest
of
in
the,
this.
yeah, and Kwena is here. So 4 of
Buenos
those
here
are
and
here.
Ronaldo
Ronaldo
is on the
yeah.
Limpopo bench.
Yeah. It's a run has been scored. 6 runs.
Kamogala is very quick. He doesn't
Very
give a fielder a chance
No,
to
no.
play home.
You need
Yes,
to be on your toes
because what they're doing is what I was saying to you, just put the ball on the
on
ground.
the ground.
Yes.
Make the fielders make errors, and your runners will run. A runner who is closer to home plate will then run. Minlus Manla Matsunyani on the spot, close to him. It says now no. So Limpopo needs 1 run to go to 7, and Gauteng must make sure that these guys don't score.
They have to defend. It is
They
one
need-
run.
they had to defend. We are watching a very entertaining and nice game between the two bulls of the sport, softball, Team Limpopo and Team Gauteng. In this windy city of Cape Town, we have enjoyed our stay here.
Yeah,
for
like I
the-
was saying
since
to you that
Sunday.
we did enjoy. If you didn't get rain when I'm in Limpopo this month,
Yeah.
then you have enjoyed your
The
tournament.
hospitality and everything here is good. That was a hit and a court at outfield.
It's a sight.
Morian Hatting. It's side away. Top of the 5th inning. How out to come and bat and make sure that they score.
They have to score.
They have to score because the game is approaching the championship innings where also the mind talks. The mind speaks to you. The body tells you, can I go further than this? If it's yes, hit it. If it's running, run for your dear life to score.
Top of the 5 frame. Gauteng in bed.
Team Gauteng to bat. And Limpopo in red defending the crown from where we are in the box. It's very difficult to take the crown out of these guys. You need to be brave. You need to work very, very hard. And this is what is Gauteng team should do. They should go hard.
Swing and a miss.
Swing and a
Chris
miss from
Ben.
Christopher Ben, a product of the Junior World Cups.
Yes.
Yeah. Number 4 can't go to that one.
Yeah, the wind.
Wind. From second base, the ball goes back and back and back and back until number 5.
Yeah, so at least they are chasing it all
Yeah,
over.
all over. That is what teamwork talks. Because every fielder is there, except first base.
Yes.
Yeah, as a fielder, you just run. I
You
would have
just
run
have-
to
you ju-
second
you
base.
just have to fall.
One little mistake, I'm safe at second base.
And this wind, you don't have to stop.
No, you don't have to. It's 1 out. Let's see what Kali will do. He had a nice hit at some stage during the qualifiers. I think he had a 3-base hit.
He's a hard hitter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which team is he playing for in Gauteng?
And Gauteng is playing for Braves.
Okay.
Yes. I think him and JP
The catcher.
Pinaria, I think they're playing the same side.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. These are the best of the best in provinces. Provinces are allowed to choose 16 players. Here, I think there are 15 to come over here as we wanted to comply with the restrictions for COVID-19. The number was reduced to 15 players per team member and 20 for the whole contingent, so that the number cannot be as big as that's a hit. It's up to outfield. And okay, you see even when they catch the outfielders are catching, it still goes back. So it needs a lot of concentration when it is up there.
I was looking at them. If there's no wind, that ball was supposed to be out of the park.
Yeah, if the wind was not as it is now, we would have seen for now 4 home runs. Yeah.
Yes. Rowan Bezen come in provide.
Rowan comes to bat with 2 out. That's a nice hit. That's a hit that we want. We see how he collects. How Kamohelo
Collects
collects.
like an infielder.
Taylor will then come in. There's a runner at second base. As we said, Gauteng need to score now because Limpopo cannot bet last with the score at 6-1. It will be difficult for them to come back. They need to score. They need to score now in this frame.
They need to score.
Yeah, they need to score. They should score. They should score. One thing that these South African players need to do is
Yes.
to hit Didima.
Is to hit Didim.
Yes, internationally will survive.
Because he's one of the best pitchers
Yes.
on board.
Yeah, then you need to make sure that you either you practice with him or when you have chance with him, you then do that. It's over.
Taylor went out of the park.
Yes. It's out of the park. It's a home run.
Yes, now the score will be a 6-3.
6-3. Now it's game on.
It's game on. Like
Yeah.
you said, this game is a very tight game.
Very, very tight. It's
Yes.
going to be a very, very tight game. The margin is going to be very close. As it is now, it's 6-3. The margin is now 3,
The margin
reduced
is
from
now
6-1. So that is good for Team Gauteng and good for the ball game. The team should go to 7 frames or 10 or whatever frames. Spectators need to enjoy the game. Then Brendan comes to bat with 2 out, 2 run scored by Gauteng. 3
Sides.
right, set away. Limpopo should then come and bat, and Gauteng should make sure that they don't score. You are watching a very entertaining and a nice game between Gauteng, Team Gauteng, and Team Limpopo. Now the tables have turned. Gauteng has reduced the margin to 6-3. The game is now getting tougher and tougher and interesting for us viewers and spectators, because we want the game to go full count of 7 frames. Whoever wins is the province's choices. Here in Cape Town, the grand final between Limpopo, the defending champion, and Team Gauteng, the Spears in the finals. The Spears versus Dinare in the grand final. Now the momentum is with Gauteng. The momentum is with Gauteng. They need to make sure that Limpopo doesn't score, so that when they come and bat, they also reduce the match. Either they go top or bottom. But the score is still 6 Limpopo and Gauteng 1. With those lot of errors that they meet is 2 balls on the batter, where Manaka is also calculating. You can see the field is not as clean and as smooth as it used to be. And to remember, we also once had water shortages some years back here in the Western Cape. That is when the field got affected. That was during those times. So they are rehabilitating the center. And it's a strike, 3-1 count. That's a strike. And the score still remains 6-3. Peter. 2 strikes, 2-2 count. I mean 3-2 count.
3-2 count.
From 3-0 to 3-2 count. From Peter to Ngomori.
There's a first strike.
That's a
right
strike
on the
out,
plate.
right on the plate. You will never know in the minds of these batters, because everyone has a pressure. The pitcher will come right at the plate.
Yes.
Yes, that is where we want him to pitch all the time. We don't wait for 4 balls. And now the momentum, as I said, is with Gauteng. He's advancing second. A lot of effort from home plate because he is still limping.
He's still limping.
He's still not 100% ready with his right foot. That ankle injury took a lot of time to be where it is now. Last year he was even worse. Now he's a bit better.
A lot. Last year it was just a really heavy injury on his left thigh.
Yeah.
Yes. Salom on it bet.
Silo is betting. Well, I'm also being told that these students, these people are, majority of them are working. You see Urian, Chris, Kalis, Rowan, Kalis, well, Taylor's only a student. Military is Jack, business development is JP. That is what we want from these guys. Ethan is still young, still a student at VC. So majority of these players are not sitting down.
No, they are not sitting down. During the week they are busy with their work.
Runner at second and Silo hitting. It goes, it
Must
goes,
be a good
it
hit,
goes,
this one.
it goes over the fence.
It's over the fence. He
It's
got it.
Silo over the fence. The score will be 8-3. He has been yearning for this to come.
Yes.
He wanted to do this all the time because we know him to be a big hitter of the ball. When you go to his strength, you go up. When it goes up, it should be very fast and quick. Yeah,
It should go up.
up quickly.
Yes.
And Limpopo should not score.
that rise movement.
Yeah. Limpopo should not score now.
They shouldn't score 2 runs because if they score 2
2
runs, then it will be a ball game.
You see, it goes up very slowly.
Yes.
It should have been it should have gone.
And during his
very
last
fast.
10, Managa gave him a strikeout with the same pitch, but he was traveling.
Yeah. So it needs to travel when it goes up. Now the score has changed. Bottom of the 5th inning. 8 Limpopo. Gauteng 3.
2 balls on
And
Kevin
we
Pasha.
saw 2 home runs. We are lucky to have seen
We are so
home
lucky
runs at this type
at
of
this wind.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a hit to 6.
Pass
An
ball.
error at first base. He's advancing second.
Save at second.
Save at second base. I feel pity for these runners, for this type of a surface.
Yeah, it looks heavy from where we are.
Yeah, it's heavy. There will be a pitching change, I guess, for Team Gauteng, which from where I'm seated should have maybe happened at 5-1. This is our boy who did his best. 5 frames against the top team. The top province is not a child's play.
I
It's
think
whack.
the pitcher coming in is Ethan
Ethan,
Ustra.
the change-up boy,
Yes.
he comes in.
Student at Varsity College. Yes.
Yeah. He's the one who was thrown in the round robin
Yes. during the
game
first
against Team Limpopo. Very relaxed and doing his change ups, and that I saw one game that Varsity College was playing at Crawford.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was still very nice and very relaxed. This boy is gonna go far. I'm not sure whether he's in the under 23s.
He's in the under 23 squad because they still have to select.
preliminary squad, because they still have to fine tune and finalize the. As I said, I saw in the World Cup for men at some stage during the bronze medalists between the Czech Republic and Argentina.
Yes.
Bases where there was no runner there was a runner at first base. There were two runners coming in. From the coach's point of view, they gave the two runners that are coming in bases to go. Yeah, to go on bases.
So that they can deal with the coming.
They dealt with the coming three batters. So sometimes it works. The Argentinians, they took them off, all of them. 2 pop-ups and 1 strikeout.
It's a sacrifice and a risk that you
It's
take
sacrifice
as
and
a
a
coach.
risk, and the score was very close. Unfortunately, they lost to the Czech Republic for the
bronze medal.
For the bronze, yes. So these young boys, when they start at this age, you are able to say yes. If he grew from this, because also his height is an advantage.
He's at an advantage height. Yes.
Yeah.
Because he can stretch more than the way he's now.
Yeah. After Gavin Sitpule.
Yes, that's David Mbadlela. Mohaha. And I think from this game, I think maybe it's one of the experienced players.
It's one of the experienced. When you talk experience, you refer to guys like him. I like the way Ethan is doing.
Another error.
Another error. These errors should be minimized. These errors should be minimized. That's the coach Tumelo Mphathele Zain. During his heydays, this is one player who does not give a respect to a pitcher. He will tell you, or you don't do that as a batter. The pitcher must fear you. Outfield, it takes everything.
And he was throwing very hard.
Very hard. And very accurate. We have a run scored, 9 to Limpopo and 3 to Team Gauteng, and a runner at second base with 1 out.
With 1 out. So if that runner at second scored, then it will be a ball game. So Gauteng has to defend.
Yes.
For that run.
For that run not to be scored.
Yes.
This is bottom of the 5th frame. It's either we go to the championship innings or we have a ball game now. It's a strikeout. Cutting the plate at the far end of the batter. Kamohelo out. Now Lisiwak Tomezana comes in. Very relaxed pitching. Too high for him. It's 2 out. And a runner at second base. And a run scored. 9-3. This is the grand final between Team Limpopo, who are the defending champions, and now the fast runner.
The Gonzalez of this game.
Yeah, he's at second base. Because he was last out.
Yes.
So to run for the catcher.
And he's a very quick runner.
Very quick. Very quick, fast.
So
this ball should not go outside the infield.
Because if it goes out of the field, he will go home.
He will go home.
Yes. His friends, they call him Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno can run. Bruno can run. You see, it's ready to say, if you put it where I want it, I am going.
I'm going.
We are watching a very interesting game between Team Limpopo, Dinare, and Team Gauteng, the Spears. 2 strikes. You can't run and bat at the same time. His coach will tell him, Mampir, you can't run and bat at the same time. You bat first and run.
You bat first.
Yes. You put the ball where you want it to be, and then you run. Otherwise, we're inviting a strikeout. In your language, we call it a slap or a whatever.
It's a slap hit.
And you must be sure of that.
Must go down.
Your eyes should always be on the ball, and you are down there. You see, moving when the ball is still very far. So it will be
I don't know
difficult to
whether
control it.
the ball is still far or the ball is slow.
Yeah,
One of the two.
yeah.
Yes.
You see where Camuelo is now. That is why he was put there. One little pass ball here. And Howden should not allow that to happen.
Yes. They have to defend that run at
Yes.
surface. He got it.
It's a ball game. Unless the rules are revised.
No, I think
Unless the rules are revised otherwise.
not like they are revised, just that maybe the umpires are not aware of what is the score.
Yeah.
I think the umpires listening to the scorer now.
The score is
He's moving
Yeah.
to the scorer. It's ball game.
it's a ball game.
Yes,
These guys are unstoppable.
it's a ball game.
At a game where they started very, very, very low,
Low.
at the very end where it is needed most,
Yes,
they protected their lead.
they protected their lead.
They protected
Yes.
their true champion medal, but Gauteng gave them a fright.
They give
I
him
can tell you.
a run
Well
for
done to
their
Team
money.
Gauteng and excellent to Team Limpopo. These guys have performed beyond the weight performed or achieved.
They won it
itself
for the 6th or the 7th time.
for the 7th time, if you add the national championships today,
Yes, 2016 to this
to
day.
this day, including
Yes.
the National League, because
Okay.
it is the same team. I don't know what needs to be done in South Africa to take the crown out of these boys, but something needs to be done.
Something need to be
It's
done.
something, the talent is there in other provinces to challenge this team. Well done, Team Limpopo. And viewers, thank you very much for being part of us and listening to us. Ladies finals between Team Pelicans and Roses is coming. Gauteng
Gauteng.
and the Western Cape. Thank you. Bye-bye for myself, Benny, and my co-presenter, Tebza. Out we are. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, viewers.
I let it ring. Record your voice so I can listen back again. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. So do you wanna take me back? All of our broken plans, so we can start again. Won't turn down a second chance, I'm too selfish for that. I let you fall again, now that you know that. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was.
to catch me howling at the moon. When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it. Many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Facing on a sleepless night. Will you find me? Hope you find me. I'll be back home soon. When the sun rises, when the sun we're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. We're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me. We're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me. Trying to catch me howling at the moon.
The road ahead, it twists and turns, and the sun it beats down and it burns. But I keep on pushing through. And every step quicker than the last, my feet tread down this beaten path, and I keep on pushing through. 'Cause I get up and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Yeah, I get up and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Oh, I've come too far in this to raise my flag and call it quits. So I keep on pushing through. Oh, with every step my heart it pounds. Yes, so sure I've had my doubts, but I must keep pushing through. Yeah, I get up and I may fall Sometimes when I hate where I am, I forget every single place that I've been. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I wanna tear off every piece of my skin. I'm looking for a lover, but there ain't nobody here. Searching for a vessel that can sail into the clear. Endless blue and a crew to hold the line. And if you wanna run away, then we got room for you. Never feel ashamed for doing what you wanna do. Time away doesn't wait to be defined. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit Sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I feel like tomorrow may just never come. And sometimes when I'm all in my head, feels like the air will never get to my lungs. I'm looking for a lover, but there ain't nobody here. Searching for a vessel that can sail into the clear. Endless blue and a crew to hold the line. By the Baltic Sea, don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit By the Baltic Sea, don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain, captain, la 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 la. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit toys. Wait for me by the Baltic Sea. Don't tell nobody. We will set sail with all the broken-hearted girls and boys. Don't need no captain on this island made of misfit toys. This island made of misfit toys.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
What do I believe in? I don't think I know anymore. Tell me there's a reason. Was there ever anything more? Have I been afraid to find what I've been looking for? It's all a state of mind. How did you know that everything was broken by design? How beautiful. It's taking me so long to realize. It's all a state of mind. What I used to keep in,
I built up walls like mansions to the sky. Protect my heart so it would survive. But you climbed in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you, I was drifting out, safe from any shore. Didn't want to get hurt anymore, but you pulled me in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. When I found you. Felt familiar the moment that we met. Tried to block it out so I forget. Your persistence kept on pushing through. The day I knew I needed you. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers.
You said?
Good afternoon.
Going to ask this again. Western Cape
Good afternoon, viewers.
and
Again,
Gauteng, can you please
my name
line
is
up
Benny.
for me? Western Cape
It will
and
be the
Gauteng,
final
can you please line
for
up
the
me?
women's
Thank you.
sections. Not the final, the grand final between one of the two best sides also in the national provincial championships, I'll call it. Provincial championships between the two most decorated sides, which is Team Gauteng and Team which is Team Gauteng, as I said, and Team Western Cape, the Roses versus the Pelicans. With me is Coach Lee, who knows these girls in and out. She has coached them. The path that they are here, part of her job was to make sure that these kids grow in sport and make sure that they represent South Africa provincially and internationally. You will hear from them. Majority of them are having national caps. They have represented the country at international championships, World Cups.
Thank
so
you,
it will
Benny.
be the grand finals.
Thank you,
Over
Benny.
to you.
Thanks, Benny. Welcome, everybody, all the listeners and watchers, to the grand final of the National Provincial Championships. We are based in Cape Town, and we've had a very nice, lovely day. Slight breeze from the southeasterly side. As we're about to start, we're going to have a lineup. If I can read through the Gauteng lineup, Benny.
Yes, go through it.
Then we have starting position. We've got Volmari Bester at shortstop, Narisha Nadia at first base, Johandri van der Walt on left outfield, Lisa Bischoff at position second base, Yolandi Kriel is a DP or designated player, Nushka de Beer is playing third base, Shanae Late is catching, Megan Meyer is playing center outfield, Hannah Hugo is pitching, and Etumeleng Maleshlela is at right outfield. Benny, how do you feel about that team?
You look at the lineup, you are seeing experience versus youth. You look at the lineup, you see players that can run, You see players that can hit the ball hard.
Yes.
You see players that have got that spirit of winning mentality from the Gauteng lineup. Could you just go through the Western Cape lineup, because I see a lot of international players in both sides.
That's right. So we've got Aaron Peters leading off the batting on first base. Then Justine Stewart on centre outfield. Amy Minis at second base. Amara Lani at third base. Tamsin Daniels on left outfield. Kelsey Fortuyn at shortstop. Mercedes March, designated player. Misha Hendricks at right outfield. Jadine Davids catching, and Gravon Rhoda on the pitching
Throwing.
side.
Your pitcher is pitching.
Pitching, she is pitching.
Then you also have, as the dignitaries will be going into the field, coming to the field to congratulate them. I can't clearly see who the umpires are, but it's a very good game in prospect for viewers to come and see. This is the final, grand final. The best of Sobo South Africa are here in display. I'll be out for a moment, and I'll get one co-commentator to come and lead us, so that I can also have my own break. But bear in mind, this is the National Provincial Championship held here in South Africa, in a town.
Fantastic.
Cape Town.
Thank you, Benny.
Thank you, viewers.
So as we see the dignitaries lining up to congratulate the two teams that's made it to the final, I'd like to just catch on the bench players for both sides that we may see during the rest of the game. So on the bench for Western Cape is Melissa Savage, Nandipa, Katwane, JC Fortuyn, Abigail Mallow and Stephanie Mans. And then on the bench for Gauteng, we've got Karlene Kutze, Danielle de Plooy, Emily Mashlelela, Elrie Herman, Marianka van der Merwe, Itumeleng Morarua, and Lianka Jansen van Vieren. Now we'd want to congratulate both these teams for making it to the National Provincial Championships finals. It's been tough, the conditions have been tough. Yesterday has been especially hard in terms of the wind factor that we've had. It was cold and breezy as well. But today it seems to have calmed down. We've got a general southeasterly breeze happening here. And with me now and co-commentating with me for this game today is Miss Karen Blanchard. How are you doing, Karen? I'm very well, thank you. It's fantastic sitting in the box out here. We've got the best view, and I think we're going to have a very good game today. Absolutely.
SA team mates on both sides, so this should be a very interesting final.
I agree with you fully there, Corin. I think I've just been looking forward to this final because I think it's going to be an absolute ripper that we're going to have today. Yesterday's game, I don't know if you were privileged to watch it.
Yes, I watched a bit of the game.
It was quite a shutout from Western Province
Cape,
versus
yes.
versus Gauteng.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant game. But you have to feel that Gauteng may have gone back to the drawing board, made some adjustments, as we can see on the lineup today, and perhaps they're bringing something different to the plate today.
You know, sometimes there's a game plan whereby they might have felt that that game wasn't important. All they needed to do was get into the playoffs.
Absolutely.
So as long as, and they were backing themselves to say, we knew that we could beat KZN, and we're keeping our strongest team for this final.
And then looking at the Western Cape side, they're also really solid in terms of what they had and what was on display yesterday.
Oh, yes, definitely.
They've also made a couple of changes for today's game. We're seeing some new names on here as well, as we went through that lineup earlier. Mercedes, one of the players that's on the field today.
Yes,
that
she's
didn't play
deeping, I see her.
So she's deeping for Gravon Rhoda. Now, Gravon seems to be in good shape, Corin.
No, definitely. And I mean, Gravon for this entire tournament has been batting for herself and doing a good job. And I think Western Cape is realizing how important it is for her to do a job as a pitcher in this game. So let's get somebody else to hit for her.
I think perhaps we're looking perhaps for her to go seven innings stretch.
Definitely.
So I think they might be preparing for that.
They're keeping her fresh to be able to pitch the entire game.
And I suppose she's also fit enough. Now, today they're starting with Hannah Hugo on the Gauteng side, which would also be exciting to see. I think, recall the last NPC final, she was pitching.
Yes. And she
and-
tied up Western Cape quite a bit, some of the batters.
As I can remember, yes. So it would be interesting to see the adjustments that Western Cape has now made to actually pull through this game, because this
Yes.
is the ultimate game that
Yes.
you want to be winning.
And when we've got the repeat final of last year, we've got most of the players, so they know each other.
That's right.
But what are they going to do with that knowledge?
You learn.
That's
You
important.
have to learn.
That's
you have
important.
To learn about it. So Gauteng is going to be the home side. Western Cape will start off with a bat.
Yes.
And I think the first 3 innings we'll start to see what is going to be playing out.
Yeah, it's important for them to actually have a good look at the picture, see what she's about, see how consistent she is.
We apologize for the break in transmission here by us. The game's about to start. We still have a 4-man umpiring system. So we'll have a plate umpire and umpires on each and every base. So it means that the judgment calls is for the base umpires themselves, and the only person that can overrule a call would be the home plate umpire. It generally doesn't happen. But if needed be, and perhaps in a situation like this, if a plate umpire needs to make a decisive call and it's a game-changing call, that's perhaps something that they would want to do, although they'd never want to overrule another umpire.
It's not supposed to be any judgment calls or questioning, but in the heat of the moment, you never know what can happen.
Absolutely, yeah, that happened, and it's happened.
It's all part of the game.
It's happened. We've been a part
Passion,
of
you
softball.
cannot. Yes, we cannot take passion out of the game.
And yeah, of course, yeah. We always get, as coaches, I know for myself, you
Yeah.
always get a little bit, shall I say, upset when there's a close call and the umpire doesn't get it your way.
Well, I
But-
like the word upset. That was a mild word.
There's many words you can use, but
But upset, we'll go with upset.
we get a little bit upset when an umpire doesn't make it, a
Oh,
good
definitely.
call. But listen, it's a tough job for them out there.
Yes.
You can't expect them to get everything right. None of us are perfect, and it's
Yes.
easy to sit on the sideline and judge a call.
Yep. And the pitchers feel that every ball they throw in is a strike,
Yes,
or it should be called a strike.
yes, that's right.
How dare you call that a ball?
Yeah. So you see them having a bit of a throw around.
Yeah.
Perhaps where the game's not quite ready to start, but we had a 4:30 start, and we're now at about 4:10.
Yeah, I
So
think it's a
perhaps
bit
they'll
early,
be
yeah.
giving a few minutes.
I think they're just giving the ground staff also a little bit of time just to do a little painting of the batter's box.
Now, Karen, do you have insight in terms of the preparation of the Western Cape team? Do you know how they've been training, how the training's been going?
Well, the Western Cape team has been training together for a very long time. They've had a consistent team. We've had a few newcomers into the game. After COVID, we had people that last NPC. We had people that were still a bit uncertain about making themselves available for NPC. And this year, they've had quite a few people that have made themselves available. They're ready, and they've been preparing for. They've got a great facility at Lavender Hill that they're able to use with the gym facility, all of those things. So they should actually be quite ready and physically fit enough to handle this game.
If there's any player that you would feel is a stand-up, do you feel that there's any player that stands out for you? Do you feel that there's any young talent that's up and coming that everybody watching this needs to look out for?
I think what is really been brought to light this season, or this championship, is actually Amara Lani that's come back again. Amara
Yes.
has been on the edges all the time.
Yes.
She hasn't been available due to studies, due to various reasons, and she's available this year, and she's actually been batting very well this tournament. And again, these games I always find that the final is always about the pitchers.
Yeah, I agree with
If
you.
they control that game,
Yes, I agree with you.
and it can either make it an entertaining game,
Yes.
or it could just simply be pitchers against the batters, and then it's not always an entertaining game for the spectators.
That's right. No, I agree with you. And I think I think today will be a good testament of where our game is in terms of the
Yes.
South African standard of what we are expecting of these players.
Yeah.
You're talking about the youngsters. I know that there's 2 new caps, I think, in the Gauteng side that we haven't seen too much of, but we know that they've got speed. There's a person like Narisha Nodia. She is so fast. If she comes up, you know, you can expect to put a bunt down and actually to put pressure on the Western Cape team
yes.
and see what happens.
Yeah.
And I think that would also be a definitive factor in the success of the side.
Yes.
If you are able to put the ball in play and put the pressure on the opposition to try and
Definitely.
make
I mean,
those
you
outs.
cannot, especially if you find that your players are struggling against the pitcher. You know, you as a coach, you need to make a game changer.
Yes.
Are we going short game? Are we going to try something here? You cannot have somebody going into the batter's box 3 times and expecting a different result all the time if you can see
Exactly.
that they are struggling.
Exactly.
You as a coach, they need to change the game around because you are actually calling this game
Yeah.
for your players. They must execute,
Yes.
but you are the brains when they are batting.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I agree with you fully,
Yeah.
Karen. I mean, you couldn't have said it better. I couldn't have said it better myself. Well, we've got a lovely afternoon, late afternoon, it
Yes.
seems. It looks like a little bit like the wind is starting to settle a little bit, although I'm not too sure.
Now, in Cape Town, our wind picks up in the afternoon, especially this time of the year. But we've got a lot of people that have come out, more than, you know, in the week when the tournament had started. So there's quite a lot of people out here because, you know, we haven't had good softball.
Yeah.
For 8 years ago was the last time we had an NPC championship here.
Wow.
So we had drought one season, so we had to end our season earlier because of the drought.
Wow.
We had COVID for 2 seasons. So, you know, the Western Cape crowd is hungry for some good softball.
I would imagine that everybody is hungry for some good softball.
Yeah.
And I said earlier today how blessed we are to actually have this again, being able to play.
Yes.
And for the youngsters, the softballers, to be out on the field and actually play the game that they love so much.
Yes. But what has really helped in this whole story was how SSA implemented the COVID compliance
Yes.
and made sure that, you know, going back to the diamond safely was an integral part of getting our athletes back onto the diamond.
I think that's
Because
the most
we needed to learn how to deal with this virus.
That's true. It's been. I said to a person out here earlier to say we didn't know what to do. The last pandemic was in 1918. What do we know? What do we know about
wasn't born
pandemics?
then.
We don't know anything about pandemics,
That's
and
true.
we were pretty much
Yes.
you know, we were taken aback.
Yes.
You're uncertain. Should you go back to the sporting ground? Shouldn't you?
Yes.
You know, are you going to get COVID and things like
Yeah.
that? But I think Softball South Africa has, in particular, done a really good job
job.
at ensuring the safety of these
Of us
players.
returning back to the diamond safely. That was their program called, Returning Back to the Diamond Safely. And they've made sure, and they've rolled it out to all the provinces and had our COVID compliance in place to ensure that you do not have any fear of being able to play softball.
Yeah. I see the management meeting is now, the plate meeting is going to
Yes.
take place now. If we get a sneak peek, we might be able to identify all the umpires that we have today. Unfortunately, we don't have, but we need to give them credit as well. So all the
Yes.
umpires that's umpiring this final, you know, congratulations and
To
a
all of them,
special-
yes.
And a thank you to you guys that take the punishment
For the
from
blue,
us.
oh, you're never right. Everybody else
That's
is always
right.
wrong.
You can't please everybody at any time. So, Karen, any predictions?
You know, I'm from Western Cape. What am I going to predict?
I
A
suppose.
win for Western Cape.
You're
Western
predicting
Cape.
a win for Western Cape.
I need to support the home girls. Have to support them.
I don't see any problem with that.
I see Rita Janssen van Rensburg is the
At the plate
main
umpire.
plate. Yes.
So Rita Janssen van Rensburg will be making all the final decisions on the plate today.
And she's got years of experience dealing with these heavy games.
I think we all love Rita
Yes.
as a
Oh,
plate
yes.
umpire. If we
Yeah.
get her in any game, we're all happy. She also umpires at the Masters.
Yes, no,
And
definitely.
everybody at the Masters love her.
Loves
They
her.
all want her to do their
Yes.
games for them, but she's
She's
can't
very
split
fair.
herself.
Yeah.
She is, yeah. She can't split herself
Yeah.
into 15. So I think they've made a really good call putting her on the plate for this final game.
Yes.
Between all those goals, you can see the manager from Gauteng, Gedi Boni, She's also a member of the Gauteng executive.
Yes, she is.
So, wind seems to be a little bit. You can look at all the hair blowing around. They seem to be really focused. And you see Lisa Bischoff also having a bit of a word there. Hopefully, they can have a good start.
Yes.
For both sides.
And I think it's important. I always find that, the coaches, it's important for you to get your team together.
Yes.
You motivate, you encourage, you notice when things are going a bit awry, and sometimes you wait it out a bit, but sometimes you also need to know when to call time and say, come together, let's just calm down, take a minute.
Take a breather. We call it, in some coaching terms or some coaching aspects, when something goes wrong, you call it a snowball effect.
Yes.
So what happens is one person would make a small error, and then suddenly another error would
Yes.
happen, and another error, and you call that a snowball, because what happens is nobody's intentionally making an error, but for some reason you need to break that up. And that's for me a brilliant time to call time and just say, listen, settle down, or to just break a little bit of the momentum that the other team might have.
But I always find it to be such a fine line between when do you call time. Do you allow the players in itself to be able to pull themselves towards themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah. And somebody on your team taking charge, or what or do you actually step in immediately and say, no, I think everybody's a bit here too fluttered.
Yeah.
So it's a fine line as to when to call time.
Yeah, as a coach, it's always a difficult decision to make. You only have 3 timeouts, so you need to plan them carefully.
It's true.
You
have to be strategic.
We're about to start this game. I think Erin Peters is leading off. Love this player. Love her as a starting player. She's always aggressive on the plate. Always happy to go out there and start it off for the Western Cape.
Oh, yes. And it's important. Your lead-off is very important. You get runners on, you've got so many possibilities.
That's right. So we're about to start the game. Umpire's just called play ball. Ball is low on the inside.
And that's 2 balls on the batter.
So Erin Peters looking like she's disciplined, and she's making good pitch selections. Hannah's also just probably trying to find a nice rhythm in there. Looks like Shanae's calling an inside for her.
And that's a foul ball then. We've got 2 balls and 1 strike on her. Pitch selection is very important, because we so often bat out of our pitching zone and what's good for us.
We chase things that might not be a good selection for you, or not. It might not be to your strength. So, but Hannah, you saw Hannah last year pitching. Rice pitch, but the umpire doesn't like it. You saw Hannah last year already. Do you think, in terms of, we've had COVID and things like that, but she still got the rise ball, and I think last year that kind of caught everybody off guard a little bit.
That was one of her best go-to pitches last year.
Strike on Erin.
That was a bit fat there. But she's obviously backing herself and feeling that she can bat with 2 strikes on her.
I like Erin as a batter. She's really aggressive, but she's also taking her time with this at bat, because I think she knows it's important to. She takes a swing. And it's a foul ball.
There's wind coming into play, eh?
So it looked like she had a hit to centre outfield, and what happened, the ball bounced in the infield and then bounced foul.
Yes.
So that would stay on a 2 strike for Erin Peters. So it's still a full count. It's still 3 balls and 2 strikes with Erin Peters on the plate, taking a cold strike for a 3rd. And
that's a strikeout.
retires Erin Peters. So up next we have Justine Stewart.
Justine Stewart.
I love this player. She's been with me since the Under-19 World Cup in Cape Town. Back in 2011, she was one of our players. She didn't necessarily make it to the final squad, but she was one of those players that
Was always just on the
she
edge.
was there. She
Yes,
was on the
yes.
edge, and she's now, you know, solidified herself in the Western Cape
Yes.
side as a number 2 batter. And I love that. You love seeing these players working hard, taking a crash bunt swing there. So it looks like Western Cape's made some adjustments in terms of their batting facing Hannah. I think they knew that they were going to face Hannah
Yes.
in this game.
Because I actually think that Gauteng has actually kept Hannah quite a bit for the final. They've rested a few games, or she hasn't pitched a full game. You know, those games that they were ahead, they could have actually simply just taken her off and said, you know, because that needs to be your game plan as a coach. You can't just simply keep your best pitcher and let her pitch the entire tournament. You need a fresh for the final.
Probably also that's a good hit going to left field, but that will carry into the dead ball area.
This wind is going to be a huge deciding factor. It's not going to help the ball going out into the outfield. The infielders are going to have to turn around and actually make sure, because that ball is easily going to come back into the infield.
To give some of the viewers an idea, the men's final was played just before this, and through all the men's finals on the A Diamond, I've only seen 3 balls hit over the fence.
Yes.
Now, you know, Limpopo, one of the best batting sides, she goes up into the back fence. Limpopo being one of the best batting sides in our country for however X many years now, they would put it over the fence regularly if the pitch would come. And through all the games I've watched, I've only seen 3
home
balls
runs.
hit over.
Yes.
And that just shows you what an impact this
wind
wind
has.
is having.
We're not called the Cape of Storms for nothing.
Oh, Corin, coming here. We're blessed to be out coming here. Justine takes
It's a bit
swing.
of a late swing. And that seems to be a fly to right.
Seems to be a second out.
We've got 2 out here for Western Cape.
So Ita Maleng on the right field, she's a really fast runner, and I think also if the wind goes blowing on the back of her towards the infield, I think it would make it a little bit better in terms of trying to read the ball. So it's Amy Minnies now at the plate. Amy Minnies is playing second base for Western Cape in this
today.
final. Ooh, taking a very nice swing. It's up in the air. Seems to go.
Gone completely foul.
If anybody was wondering where we're sitting just a few meters off from this replay as to where, oh, not that replay, but the foul ball that was just hit. There we see Emily making a, yeah, she had to put in some effort to get there. It's going back.
Fouling off the ball.
So Amy Minnies is getting a few nice cuts out there. And also, I think as a batter, the more you get to see the pitcher, the better you are. You know, the better off you are. They are taking.
And you know,
their
there's lots
time.
of pressure on the pitcher as well. You know, because if she's going to start throwing balls, the batter's going to take a walk. So she has to throw her best pitch all the time.
That's right. And then
And
you go,
keep the batter guessing all the time as well.
you go going high in the zone. So the call is now 2 balls and 2 strikes for Amy. Oh, going low on the drop. Too
We've
far
got full
out.
house.
What I do like these 2 pitchers going head to head with Hannah and Gravon is the fact that their pitch selections, they throw such a variety of
pitches.
balls, and it's nice to see that Hannah can come with a rise ball and then next moment throw a
Yes.
drop ball, and Gravon's got the same.
That's a second strikeout for her.
So that was a waste pitch, and that's side down, and the score in the bottom of the first inning is 0.
0. So we've got our ladies coming up to bat with Valmadi, Mauritia, and
Johandri van der Walt.
Johandri.
So we've got 2 new players lining up on second and third in this batting lineup, which is interesting because as a coach you'd normally, go with, you'd have a good look in terms of the round robin phases, and then after that you'd make your best selections
Yes.
in terms of what you want in the final. So Narisha, I said before, she's fast. You can definitely expect that she's going to put the
Yes.
bunt down, regardless whether Vilmari's on the base or not. So Villa in herself is also fast, and following her is Johandri, which maybe not as fast as Narisha, but I think Narisha's got a good 2.7, 2.65 maybe to first
All
base.
right.
And that's seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That's not minutes. But Johandri also, young and upcoming player. Haven't seen a lot of her in the finals. We'll see what they do.
But it's good for the coaches to have options. You don't only need long ball hitters. If you've got someone that can lay the bunt, it actually gives you options and it changes the whole complexity of the game.
I think if you look at the different provinces as well, you'll see the different coaching strategies as you go through. When you look at a team like Natal, KZN, they love hitting a long ball, and you can see it in their swings that they love that. They would very often not go onto a short game because their strength is in terms of the length of the ball that they can hit. Now you turn to Western Province, versatile by all means, putting a bunt down. The coach has no qualm putting three bunts down in a row when that pressure is on to do so.
Yes.
And I love that about the Western Province side. Saying that, Gauteng can also string a few bunts together or string a few hits together, and maybe we can get to scoring a few runs. Vilmari for me also, in terms of experience, she's a very solid lead-off batter. If Gravon can pitch like that,
Yes. You're going to have a good ball game on our hand here.
definitely. Like I said, I'm very excited to see the end of this game. We might not have it. We might go to 13 or 14 innings at this stage. So. So, Karen, interestingly, I see Amy Minis and Kelsey Fontaine as a second base and shortstop combination there. How do you feel about that option? Do you feel there's different options? Do you feel that's
I
the
just feel
best
that,
option?
in your final, hitting is what wins games. And, when I was coaching, I always said, as long as you're hitting, I will find a spot for you on that team.
Yeah,
Because in the final, hitting scores runs.
that's right.
So, it's all about how the team has been performing, and I'm hoping that these are the best batters that are actually, and you find a place for them, whether
Yeah.
you put them in the right outfield, whether you put them on first base, but you find a place for your hitters.
Well, Mari Bester taking a few cuts there. I don't know if she's looks all that settled in the batter's box at the moment. Kind of also need to settle your nerves. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're a veteran player or not. You can always
have
that-
those butterflies.
Those butterflies. So, and Gravon, like I said, she looks strong. She's throwing a nice variation of pitches. Western Province should be looking to take her all the way to the 7th inning. So I think her mental preparedness, should be there. So hopefully she'll do well. Bella fouling off another one. Just playing around with her a little bit, it seems.
And I think it's important. I think it's important to foul off those balls that is going to be a close score.
Yes.
You don't know what the umpire is going to call. Rather foul it off and wait for your pitch.
We've always said is you don't let the umpire make the final call.
Yes.
You got to go out there. She gets one off the handle, so it's going to be a close play.
Should be an easy out, routine out.
But Erin making a very comfortable catch there at first base. And Amy Minish making the play from shortstop.
Yes.
Great first out. So up next, Narisha Nadia. I will bet you a coffee that she's going to bunt. I don't know if you like coffee. And I've lost a bet in the earlier game, I have to tell you. I lost a bet to Bernadette Shiro. I had to get her coffee. But, and she very much enjoyed it. She said it's the best coffee that she's ever had. Narisha took a swing and a miss. And she turns for a bunt.
Well
Second
taken
strike.
by the catcher there.
Second strike, and I take a sigh of relief because my wallet was getting thin. Gravon throwing a really, really nice pitch there. We see on a third strike where they're going.
Oh, what a
Off
good
the
pitch.
plate,
What
drive
a
ball.
good pitch.
Smart play, smart calling. Wasted pitch. Hoping she
And you know,
would
when
chase.
you're the pitcher and you got 2 strikes and you way up,
Yeah,
you play around with that batter.
That's
You
right.
don't have to throw strikes all the time.
exactly. You see if they want to chase something. So up now is Johanri van der Walt. Also a newcomer to this team. But she's shown in terms of the tournament, she's shown that she's deserving on the lineup. So inside pitch fouls off. So third batter up. Western Cape's got 2 down. And Gravon looks really comfortable on the pitcher's plate. So we've got, who do we have on the, Jadine Davids.
Oh, that's a good.
Really good pitch from Gravon. So we've got Jadine Davids at the back there catching for Gravon. Do you know in terms of their relationship, the bond that they've had?
They've been, you know, she's been catching for Gravon for some time.
Okay.
So they're very comfortable with each other.
Going outside pitch. And Johanri
Oh,
hitting
that
it
seems
on
to be
the
a fair.
line.
It's called fair by the umpire. She's going 2. She's going 3. Oh,
Last ball, but there was a backup there.
so that's a 3-base hit there.
So good hit by Johanri. Getting them off. I think Gravon would make a mental note of that. So up next to bat is Lisa Bischoff. Coach is having a bit of a chat with her quickly. But it's 2 down. No.
No.
So we've got Lisa Bischoff. Karen, you know Lisa by now. I mean, you know that she's a player of strength. She's been around the block a few times. You
She's
know.
the player that you want to be up to bat when you've got to run on 3 in scoring position.
I agree with you fully. Gravon throws one flat over the plate. I think she also knows that Lisa generally never hits at the first pitch, but takes the time to set herself and actually see what's coming at you. She went outside, got a foul.
We've got 2 strikes on Lisa.
So Lisa's now got 2 strikes, yes, and she seems to be setting herself in there, but she's got a good, you know, strike angle, strike range, or where she decides when to hit and when not to hit. Like, you know, for instance, that ball was high in the zone and she left it. So it comes down also in terms of your experience to the discipline that you have inside the batter's box, and I think that's when we were players, that's what we would aspire to, is to have that discipline. Lisa goes into the outfield. It's covered by 2 players.
And that's a fly. And it's caught by left outfield.
Tamsin Daniels made that catch. And actually, brilliant communication between her and the
Between the two.
centre outfielder.
That
So
was no run scored there by Houting.
Johanri left on third base.
Yes.
And
We don't like to leave runners on a base.
but the score is 0-0.
Yep.
There we see a replay with Tamsin.
For Western Cape, we've got Amara, Tamsin, Kelsey, and Mercedes up to bat.
So Western Cape is approaching now the middle of their batting lineup, which in a final, your whole batting lineup is strong.
Yes.
Everybody can hit, but you generally have a tendency where your 4-5, your 3-4-5 batter you would expect them to make good contact with the ball. Marlene Peters having a serious conversation there. Just keeping them in the game, I think.
And I think it's important, you know, you can't wait for the 5th or the 6th frame. It's important to start scoring runs from an early frame.
What I love about the Western Cape is that they generally do not seem phased if the score stays 0-0 for a long time. And we've had many games where there was one run between your win and your loss.
Yes.
And it always seemed as if the Western Cape was calm about, you know, in terms of where they were in the
Yes.
score. They didn't get frazzled over, oh, look at that, Amara
That's
Lani.
Amara,
She puts one in the air, and
and
Itumeleng
that's a fly to our right outfield.
making that catch. So there's always, that's, it seems that there's a lot of composure in terms of those game situations, which I've always admired of the Western Cape side. So up net, I think is Tamsin
Tamsin Daniels, the left outfielder for Western Cape.
I think she might be regretting swinging after that. She knew she didn't
Yes.
want to go
She
for
tried
it, but
pulling out, but it was too late.
and they're trying to go high again, but I think she's not fooled on the second one.
Fool me once.
Nice pitch on the
That's a
outside.
good pitch. She's got 2 strikes on her, you know.
So 2 strikes. She's got to maybe adjust a little bit. That's a 3rd strike, and that is the 2nd down. I'm very interested to see how both of these teams are going to make the adjustments in order to score the runs, because it's evident that, like we say, it's a pitcher's game. But what is the opposition going to do in order to
You
get
need to
ahead?
adapt. You have to adapt. That was Hannah's 3rd strikeout already.
So it's now, am I right, Kelsey Fontaine? It's
Yes,
Kelsey
we've got
Fontaine
Kelsey up to
batting.
bat.
The slapper. Now Kelsey stands, and what's interesting for me, she always turns as a crash bunt and then comes back and goes through. And I love that about Kelsey, because it sets her in a good position that when she pulls back, that it's not too far back and she's got time to actually get to a pace ball. Taking a gold strike there.
I think at times as well it's important to let the pitcher have a pitch. You know, you need to let her see all the various balls that she's throwing, not just simply going for the 1st strike.
Kelsey.
Swing and a miss by Kelsey. She's got 2 strikes on her now.
So Hannah's gone a little bit up in the zone. You can actually see the reflection in the mirror, in the glass. Hands just a little bit low, not getting on top of that. Going high again, unfortunately. And that's a side down for Gauteng.
That's the 4th strikeout for Hannah. Coming up to bat for Team Gauteng, we've got Yolandi, Mushka,
Shanae Late.
and Shanae.
Yes. Newcomers to the team.
Oh,
Like I
wow.
said, yes, newcomers to the team. So
That's
we've got
good.
Shanae.
It's important to have it because it shows that there's development. It shows that there's an interest in softball. It still shows that there are players that you're able to choose from. You know, that
Yes.
you don't have to have the same every single season.
Sure. Shanae Late is one of the, shall we say, graduates of the under-19.
Oh, wow.
Yes, last tournament was California. So, yeah, she's a good player, solid player. We'd love to see her get on a base or get a hit. She's facing her teammate Cravon, you know, on the pitcher's plate. So, but yes, Yolandi Kriel, solid player. She's deeping for Itumeleng Maleshlela, who's not batting. So Yolandi Kriel is at the bat and batting in position 5. Now could that be a warning sign, Corin?
Well, let's have a look and see as to how it's important for them to get a bat on. They need to get a run on the base.
Yes.
Because once you've got a run on the base, you've got options.
Kriel taking a cold strike there for the first pitch. Punching one to Amara on third base.
That's a routine out there.
So the first down for Western Cape. Up now, Anushka de Beer. Another under 19 graduate, but we all know her. She's played in the senior side as well. I think with COVID, a lot of us have actually pressed the reset button. If you think about it that way, I know myself. I've picked up a bit of weight, you know, with COVID and everything like that, because we all get a bit lazy when we have to hide out at home. Not to say anything about these players. I'm talking about myself. But we know Nushka by now. We know she's a solid player. She can hit the ball a long way. Being
That's a
fooled,
good outside pitch there.
being fooled by Gravon there on the outside. You will see a replay. Amy Minnie is also setting herself out really nicely for that frame on the outside. And true to the Cape Town weather, this wind is picking up
Yes, it
some
is.
speed.
Now it's important to try and keep the ball low. Any fly out there, the wind will play havoc with it.
Yeah, I think it goes both ways, because I think as a defense, you actually don't want the ball up in the air either. Oh, flow. Giving a flows there, I'm saying it in Afrikaans because it was that great pitch from Gravon. She really fooled Nushka there on the outside pitch. Look at that. Oh, broke her wrists.
That was the second strikeout for Gravon.
She didn't want to, but she had
Yes.
to swing at that pitch, and that's excellent.
It
from
was
Gravon.
just too good looking.
That's right. So now we've got new batter, Shanae Late, the catcher for Gauteng. Gold strike down the middle.
Gravon's been extremely consistent with the pitching, not giving many balls away.
She's got a very high strike rate at the moment, so that's really good. And she's picking her pitch as well. Shanae goes up, and it's going to carry off.
Oh, wow!
What a catch!
What a catch by-
Tamsin Daniels.
What a catch.
My word, Tamsin. Right on here,
retire
we've got
the
a
side.
replay. Watch this. She needs to reach over,
Excellent. Excellent.
stop on the warning track to get that sideline. Now, Corin, for me, that is game changers.
That's true.
That's game changers. That could put you in the positive space that your team needs in order to get ahead in the game.
And
like
your
this.
team is just all hyped up now. You know,
Yes.
all pumped up. It's time for you to go and bat. You take that adrenaline and you take that excitement into your hitting.
I love plays like that, and I love games like that. You have those tiny moments in a game that
It
just
takes
changes
one.
it for you.
It takes one moment to change the entire game.
Yeah. Who's up to bat now, Corin?
We've now got Mercedes up to bat. Mercedes March, Miche, and Jadine Davids. Those are the next three batters. Mercedes is the DP. She's batting for Gravon.
If we look at the Western Cape's substitute list, they really have a strong substitution list here as well.
Any of them can come in and be able to do the job.
I'm kind of choking on my words here. You know, when I read all these large names out there, I mean, you've got people like Melissa Savage sitting there, you
Yes.
know, ready to go. I'm sure she'd be amped to get onto this field. And then, you know, you've got a player like Nandipa, which is also a strong batter, and then, you know, all the others that are there. So yeah, we've got now Mercedes March up. As far as I know, she's a really strong and compact batter. Gold
Taking
strike.
one strike on her.
It's up in the air. Yolandi needs to chase it, but I think maybe the wind would carry it. So Mercedes has got 2 strikes. It doesn't give you a lot of opportunity to have a good look at the ball if you have 2 strikes in the 2 balls.
Oh, you need to protect your plate now.
Gives Hannah the opportunity to play around with the ball as well. Shanae calling her up.
Oh, what
Keeping
a
it
lovely
inside
pitch.
low. It's a
Oh,
line
that's
drive.
a live drive.
And
That's a fair ball.
Johandri's tracing, so she'd easily get to
She's going
third
to
base.
2.
Pass ball. But she holds
That's
up.
a lovely 3-base hit there.
Well done, Corin.
Lovely 3-base hit.
Shanae called that ball up. And I think maybe Hannah missed the spot a little bit.
Yep.
It came inside, and that was just what
That
Mercedes
was just in the
wanted.
hit me zone for her.
So Misha Hendricks now has an opportunity to bring in the first run for the Western Province.
You've got none down, run on 3. Endless opportunities.
Good cut from Misha there. First cut, she looks aggressive. Just needs to be aware that she doesn't get caught out on the plate. If you're chasing too much, you might get yourself into trouble. So pressure's on for Gauteng. They're needing to either stop, turn the bunt, so the call is 1-1 for Misha Hendricks.
There's so much pressure even on the field inside at the moment. Anything loose can score a run.
It's important for the catcher to make sure that she stops the ball, because if she misses it to the back, there's a Lisa Bischoff giving chase for a foul ball into the wind. Just dropping foul. So yeah, any slight error now, it's going to cost you a run. You need to make sure that you're tight. There's 0 outs. So in terms of the likeliness of shutting out the Western Cape of scoring this first run, we'll have to see.
It's going to be extremely tough.
So we've got.
But it's been done before, so.
Yeah, ideally what you'd like to do as a defensive side at the moment is try and stop that run from scoring. But if it's 0 outs and you've got your top of the line upcoming, so you've got Misha at the plate now, then you've got Jadine at batter number 9, and then you're turning to your top. So you've got your top, you've got 3 chances to score that run. So technically, you should be able to bring
score
that run in.
We've got 2 balls and 2 strikes on her.
She's now setting up for the crash bunt. Takes a swing.
That's a strikeout.
Maybe going a little bit hard on the swing there, but it's still an aggressive swing. So she choked up on the 3rd strike. Set herself. Perhaps just
Quite a bit late.
tiny bit late on that, yeah. So there's 1 down. They're taking. So it was
That was a
bunt
bunt right up to first base.
So Narusha made the tag out, if I saw correctly.
Yes.
And they held up the run on 3rd. And now it's 2 down, and it's top of the batting with Erin Peters coming onto the plate. And as a coach, you can't but feel a little bit of frustration there, needing your players to bring that run in for you. But it's still early days. Erin taking a nice swing at that. It is still early days, Corin. I mean,
Yes,
anything
no.
can happen.
It's only the 2nd frame.
But I think in a final like this, you need to make those moments count. And I think that's important.
Yes.
So unfortunately not working out yet. But Erin getting a bat on ball, and you just need something to happen.
And she
Like
saved
that.
that one.
You just need
That's some
something
good
to
running
happen.
there.
Just put the ball in play. There's a really happy spectator. She's glad that run scored. But that is ultimately what you need, is put the ball into play, let your defense make a decision.
And Western Cape scored their first run.
So we're having a replay here. So what happened, they played to 3rd base, and they are having a bit of a conversation, it seems, on 3rd base. The two of them not really happy, perhaps, in terms of the play, but hey, Sportsmanship.
Ultimately, the third baseman cannot be standing on the base either.
That's right.
The base is for the runner.
Man, I mean,
Base is for the runner.
if one of them are standing in the way, the other one needs to get out. And that's pretty much the end of it. And Justine
That seems to
getting
be-
a hit up the middle, but making the out.
That's a routine out from short to first.
I think that might have been Lisa Bischoff making that play. But that's a side down, and Western Province is leading by 1-0.
Let's try and see if they can keep Gauteng completely scoreless in this frame and come back and bat again.
We have to feel that, sometimes tensions might be getting a little bit high
Yes.
on the field as well. So, that little incident happening on third base, does it come into effect? Maybe, maybe not. I don't think. I think both of these teams are big enough to let something go in terms of what was happening. You can see Nushka and Johandri having a discussion there, maybe still trying to figure out what exactly happened.
But we don't have the men testosterone. We just move on.
Well, yes, I suppose if this was the men's final, we would have
It would
had a
have been
different
some-
thing happening there on third base. But
We would have had each other in each other's face. No.
perhaps there's a saying that when something like that happens, it can fuel your fire, or you can just ignore it. So we'll see when Nushka maybe comes up to bat, or who was that? It was Mercedes on third base. Let's see what happens on the next round. So it's Megan Meyer now with a bat. Batting at number 8 for Gauteng. Turns a bunt, it's up in the air.
And that's
Peters,
popped up. And an easy out there for Erin.
making that catch look really easy. Here's a replay. Just up. She needed to read that bunt as well. Just hanging up long enough for a comfortable out for her.
You see, but this is so important. This is so good of the coaches as well. We're not going to wait until the fifth frame to try something different.
That's right.
Let's bring the short game in. Why wait until the fifth, sixth frame?
So this is the pitcher Hannah Hugo coming up. She's now batting in position number 9.
It's very rare that in a final you'll find the pitcher pitching a batting for herself.
It's pretty much been unheard of in finals. And I know me coaching, I've had the same mentality of my pitchers need a bit of a rest. Like
Yes.
they're doing with Gravon. They need to rest in between because you have this much adrenaline going. Once it's gone, you're not getting that back.
And you need to focus on your job.
So, yeah, and it might mean that you've got a 3-inning stretch where you are pitching amazingly, but we've used up all your energy in terms of batting as well. And it's also trying to protect them in a certain
I also
term.
just find sometimes, it's the base running. It is the sliding. It's those close plays. You
Yes.
don't want your pitcher in that position.
Yeah, it takes an accident to break
Yes.
an ankle or something like that, but not that it happens that often, but you want to put them in that protective bubble, let's say.
That's Gravon's third strikeout for the game.
So Anna Hugo was struck out there, and we're back to the top of the lineup now with Vilmari Besta. It seems to be that Western Cape's getting through their lineup a little bit faster than Gauteng is at the moment. It is the bottom of the third, but let's see how the game continues.
Vilmari's previous batting turn, she had a routine out to short. Let's see, this is the second time having a look at the pitcher. Let's see if we can string a few hits together here.
So Vilmari preferring an inside pitch, taking a cold strike there, but you can even see her lining up on the batter's box. She's on top of it because she prefers an inside ball as opposed to an outside ball. She does have the discipline to hit pretty much anywhere in the strike zone. But if you look at her preference, she's really lined up closely to the home plate. So that's now 2 strikes on Vilmari. Beautiful day outside in Cape Town. As long as you're sitting inside a van with me and Corin, you would have the
We don't
best
feel the
time of
wind.
your life.
We're not feeling the wind at all.
We really have the best seats in the house. You see everybody outside having their jackets and hoodies up. Villa taking a crack at an outside pitch, and that's going into foul territory. And well done to Cape Town. If you look at all the spectators that's turned out here, it's amazing to see the support, the local support, which is absolutely amazing. But we also, it's come to be expected of the Cape Townian support.
Yes. Oh, definitely. And like we say, we haven't had some good softball since the last SPL. That was 2 years ago.
Wow, that's been a long time.
Yes.
And yeah, fantastic work also to the groundsman. Villa getting one on the inside
Easy out.
handle, but that seemed to be an easy out for
Amy Minis at
Amy Minis.
second.
And that's the side down. So the Western Cape turned to the top of the fourth, leading by 1 run to 0. And like we say, the great catch from Davids in the left outfield
Just changed the
that
game.
changed the game. They got a runner on the bases, and that scored the run for them. And that's what you need. Those the game-changing situations can just take care of a game for you.
So now we've got, for the Western Cape, we've got Amy, Amara and Tamsin up to bat.
So middle order batting again for the Western Cape. Second time around that they're seeing Hannah Hugo. You expect them to start making better contact with it?
I would think so. I mean, Amy had a strikeout in the first turn at bat. You're going to expect her to adjust here now, and either play a short game, shorten up the hands if she felt that the speed was a bit too quick for her. But we need to do something to be able to get, runners on a base is what scores runs.
That's right. And I think Amy Mini's batting in position 3. She should be a fast runner. She should be fast to get around the bases. So a bunt is always an option for a coach. It's also good if there's a versatile person at the 3, 4, or 5 that's able to do multiple things for you
Yes.
and execute them for you. So she took a cut at the first strike.
Western Cape is definitely not scared to use the bat at the moment. Lovely pitch.
Taking a good cut. And what's also nice to see is she's going at the pitcher. She's not scared to swing. She's not
Not holding
afraid to
back
look
at
at it.
all.
She's going after the ball. If it looks good, she's trying to get a cut at it. Perhaps also something that I think of leaving the outside ball. So good strike zone. What I like about these batters that I've seen so far is that they're not leaving the first ball. If it's good, they're going after it. They're trying to give themselves the most opportunity in order to get onto the base.
And it's important that you get on top of, you start playing around with the pitch as well, because now the pitcher doesn't know what to throw, because whatever you pitch in, you're having a cut at it.
Yes. So
It limits those options as well.
Yeah. So the score is now 2-2. And I'm missing a.
That's full count on Amy.
So Amy being very disciplined in the box, which is nice to see. Also good discipline from your third batter in your lineup. And she looks really focused in the batter's box. Third strike, unfortunately, just took a look as opposed to a swing. Caught her out. So Western Cape is 1 down. And up to bat now, Amara
We've got
Lani.
Amara.
Great to see Amara back in the field.
Her first batting turn, she had a fly out to right outfield.
So Amara is getting contact. Just needs to get solid contact on it. I think perhaps because if I remember correctly, Itumeleng made the catch in the outfield.
Yes, she did.
She had to run to get to it. So Amara's in the mix of things. She's getting a good cut at it. If you get it into the field or get it on the ground, give yourself a good chance to get onto first base. Taking a second
Amara
ball.
having a good look. She's got 2 balls on her. One good thing that I've noticed is actually that they're actually not going they're going for a good pitch selection.
Yes, yes. When it's a strike, they swing at it. Mara maybe not liking that pitch so much, maybe not quite her pitch that she wants. But she's got 1 strike and 2 balls at the moment. Hannah's got to work a little bit here to get back. Nice cut from Amara. Also a strong batter. She was part of the previous under-19 selection team that went to, oh my goodness, that was a long time ago, to Tampa Bay, Florida. So she's got a good few years of experience behind her back. She's seen a lot of international games. She's played a lot of international games as well. So there we go. Good hit for her, and it is a
And it's
fair
a right-out ball.
on the line drive.
She's going to 2. And that's a 2-base hit for Amara.
Great stuff by Maralani. Moved herself into a scoring position with 1 down on the Western Cape's looking set. If they can get Tamsin Daniels to string something together, then they can be 2 up in this game.
And that's, that's a scoring position that you're at.
Yes.
Scoring position, any hit into the outfield, you could actually push to get that run in.
Tamsin turning a bunt, putting it down. Great turn. Doing exactly what was expected of her, and that is advancing the runner to 3rd base. Now, Kelsey Fontaine is up. It's a second out for Western Cape. So Kelsey Fontaine is up now to bat and attempt to bring Amara in home.
Yes, we've got a run at a perfect scoring position at 3. Anything loose will score a run.
Now, Karen,
Kelsey just has to be disciplined here. It's important that she waits us out and
Yeah.
chooses her ball.
yes. Ball on the inside. Now, Karen, in your experience, you were here last year. You saw what happened in the finals last year. In your opinion, do you feel that there's anything different? Because last year, I think we had a very different situation
Yeah,
at this stage of the
yes.
game. What's changed?
I think it's just currently for me, Western Cape is a bit more poised with their batting. I think they're just a bit more poised with their batting. Their pitch selection is a bit better. They're not going for those rises that Hannah throws, and she throws a beautiful rise ball. But if it's not your pitch and if you don't get on top of it early, you're bound to just fly the ball out.
Kelsey putting one up in the air.
Ah, that's a good catch there by the first baseman.
And
She ties the side. No run scored.
Amara stuck on 3rd base. Leaving her on 3rd base. Narisha Nadir making the catch for the 3rd out for the side down. So 1 run left. Out on the plate. I also remember from the finals last year, Karen, late in the game, Nushka came up, hit a bomber over the head.
Changed the game.
Changed the game
Changed
completely.
the entire game.
This game at this stage is too close to call.
A 1-0 ball game in a final. That's not comfortable.
It's not comfortable,
Not comfortable.
at all.
Especially if you know, on both sides, you know Gauteng has hitters. You know they're capable of coming back and hitting a bomb. It's happened before.
Yes.
You know they're capable of stringing a few hits together. So 1-0 is definitely not a comfortable cushion that I'd be
I wouldn't
happy
feel
with.
I wouldn't feel comfortable in either position.
Yep.
And a 1-0 ball game, I mean, this is a good game. This is what we want to see. It's what we come here
It's
for.
for the Gauteng team as well to say, oh, they've only got 1 run.
To be fair, I would say it's Gauteng's game to lose. At the end of the day, they've got the batting strength, they've got pitching. Western Cape's got the home ground. I can't make a decision. I'm up in the air as to who's going to
Where are
take
we
this
going
game.
with this?
But that's the fantastic part of it. So number 99, Narisha Nadir, the fastie in the Gauteng side. She's the Speedy Gonzalez of Gauteng.
And
Up to
Gauteng
bat.
doing exactly the same thing that Western Cape had done in the previous frame, trying the short game.
Yep. Going on a bunt attempt on a high pitch. Not successful there. Narisha maybe a little bit inexperienced in terms of playing in a final. You kind of chase something that might be a little bit outside your zone.
It's choice of ball here.
Yeah.
You need to get on. It's not a sacrifice bunt at all. That's a
Gavon
second strikeout for Marisha.
going on a rise pitch there, getting Narisha out on a strikeout. So, Johandri van der Walt, the girl that hit the 3-base hit earlier on. We'll see what she can do. Nice young player. She's 21 years old. You know, she might be a part of the Gauteng side for quite some time. Taking a nice cut. And she's very balanced in her swing as well. So not a lot of movement.
Very, very easy swing. Very easy swing there. Her
So-
previous batting turn, she had a hit out to right outfield.
It was one of those line drives that when it, nice strike from Gavon on the outside corner, one of those that when it hit the ground, you just saw the white puff of smoke, dust going up in there. And yeah, got 3 bases for it. Unfortunately, was just left out hanging.
Ah, what a brilliant strikeout.
Great comeback from Gravon, because she must have taken note and made adjustments in terms of the pitching. And good calling as well from the catcher, from Jadine. I mean, that's learning the game.
That's the 5th strikeout for Gravon.
So like you said, fool me once. So up next now, Lisa Bischoff taking a big swing at it, and it's traveling out to left field. It is in, but left field
seems
taking
to
it up.
be a
Automatic home run.
automatic home run for her. We've
Yeah,
got
Lisa
a tied
Bischoff
ball game.
Tied it up.
Tied ball game.
So just for those viewers that don't know, that on the A diamond, the boundaries on the outside is for the men's distances, and what happens is where you see the warning track start is where
Yes,
the
the
boundary
cones.
is. There we are. Where you see that warning track start is the boundary for the women's side. So Lisa Bischoff taking a cut at it, first strike, and hitting it over those cones, which means that it's an automatic home run. And the game is tied, Corin. We've just been talking about this.
We had just said 1-0 is not comfortable enough.
So we're at a tied ball game. I said it was going to be a ripper, and it's proving to absolutely be one. So Yolandi Kriel, now up in the DP position, or batting.
Western Cape still has 2 outs. Let's try and see if they can get the 3rd out and recover some of those runs.
Yep. So now it really becomes a good ball game in terms of, as a coach, what do you do differently? Where do you put your you have to put your trust in your players to be able to do what you need them to do. Gravon is throwing really, really nicely.
She's extremely composed.
Yolandi takes one in the middle. Put out from Amara to Erin Peters for the side down. Bottom of the 4th, ladies and gentlemen, and we are all tied up in this final match of the National Provincial Championships.
This game has gone extremely quick. We're top 5 already.
Top 5 at the moment. I think we've played best part of 40 minutes. Corin, make a prediction.
We haven't even had an error in this game.
No errors in this game. That's
5th frame,
fantastic.
no error.
That's fantastic.
That means it's a top class ball game that we're watching here at the moment.
Is there any prediction you'd like to make? Do you think we would go to extra innings, Corin?
I think, personally, I think that this 5th frame is going to be the frame that's going to count.
Right.
You know, whichever team, somebody needs to take this game by the horns here now.
Yeah.
Take charge of this game, make it count in this frame.
Will it be the Western Cape? Will it be Gauteng? All is up in the air in this 5th
Gauteng's
innings.
got the last batting.
Gauteng does have the last batting.
Western Cape's got 2 batting frames. It has to happen here. Has to happen now.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, when you get into the 7th inning, it depends where you are in your batting lineup.
Yep.
Who's the performance? Who's been getting the bat on ball?
You know, but you know, you find in the finals, you'd find that your 7, 8, and 9 batters, all of a sudden, your top batters are not the ones that are coming off. And your 7, 8, and 9s, they are the ones that are coming through.
Yeah.
Having those 1 base hits.
Yeah.
Because all you need is a few hits to be strung together. and somebody come in and hit in a bomb. That's
So-
all that you need.
Mercedes March is now at the plate again. She got the hit in the previous at bat.
So let's see whether she can start it off for the Western Cape team.
So if you're Western Cape, that's probably where you want to be. Strong batter, putting it up, but it seems to going to be
It's going
carrying foul. Johanri van der Walt on the left outfield, giving chase there. So Mercedes started off for the Western Cape in the last inning where they scored the run. She's up again to bat. Exciting times, probably nervous times for some. If you're a coach on either side, you definitely would have some butterflies in your stomach at the moment.
Oh, what
getting
a
good
hit.
contact
What a
over
hit.
Malmadi's
And
head.
she starts it up again for Western Cape with a single to left outfield.
So currently, for play of the match, you'd probably have a toss-up between Gravon and Mercedes, actually doing these jobs that's expected of them. You
That's
know.
it. That's a second hit for Mercedes in this game, batting 2 for 2.
So now Kelsey Fortuin, do you think she's going to turn a bunt? Let's have a
I
look
think that is important.
as she gets it down. Coach must have said to her, whatever you do, it's got to be down.
It is Michelle. Michelle is up to bat.
Michelle following Mercedes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Shirt number 2. After her, we have position number 2. Turns for the bunt. My apologies for that. Calling Michelle Kelsey Fortuin. We sometimes get excited in this box as well. We're out of the weather, but it doesn't mean that we don't feel the excitement inside the van. Misha turning for a bunt.
The normal play here would be to advance that runner to 2 in a better scoring position. You've got none down. You'd rather sacrifice your batter, put more pressure on your fielders, because he has pressure here now. We've got a run on a base as well. It's important for them to gather the ball to be able to get an out.
It's the one thing that the Western Province is excellent at executing, is putting that pressure on and actually going for the bunt. Changing it up a little bit now, taking a swing at it. Perhaps not the best choice, but it's up to them to decide what they feel they're most comfortable with and what the coach would want them to do. Leaving that ball, that puts her in a full count position, which is not a bad place to be.
Because it's pressure all round.
Pressure's all round. She can either... It's very important that Hannah now gets the ball in the strike zone, no matter what. So we've got a run on first. Misha in the batter's box. She takes a swing on a rise pitch. And sadly, that's the second out. The first
That's
out.
strikeout number 7 for Hannah.
So both Hannah and Gravon are equally working
It's a
these strikeouts.
battle of the pitches. There's been no base on balls.
So Jadine David's up now. Just ducking under that rise pitch. Corin, how many strikeouts does each pitcher have now?
So Hannah's had 7. Gravon's on 5.
Really closely matched. David's turning, taking a swing at a rise pitch. So generally you'd expect a bunt to be put down at least to advance your running to the position. And in terms of where they are in the batting lineup, perhaps it's something that you would consider. She's turning for a crash now, going onto the bunt, but then leaving the high ball.
Well, that's important, you know. It's important to be able to advance that runner and not bunt into a double play. You cannot be going for a riser, because all that's going to happen is going to be popping up that ball, exposing your run on first to be able to get a double play.
It's something you need to be absolutely sure of. And now looking at this, she shortened up her bat, so she's taking like a shorter crash bunt approach, just shortening it up, making sure that she's able to connect with speed coming off the pitch from Hannah. And that's maybe a very good approach to have, as long as it increases her ability to get the bat onto the ball. That's what's important. And then just putting the ball in play and giving yourself a chance. Going for a full cut there.
That was a close, very close
On a
ball
third
to leave.
strike.
Very close ball to leave.
3 balls, 2 strikes. We're in the same situation now where she's got to make that final decision. If it's close enough, you need to
We
get
got a
bit.
full count here.
Taking a full cut, and she gets a base
That's
on
a
balls.
base on ball. That's the first base on ball for the game.
That's amazing to see. It's taken us 5 innings to see that. It just shows you the quality,
The quality
of pitching
we're facing.
that we've had.
Definitely.
So now there's runners on
Runner
1
one
and
and
2
two.
for the
1
Western
out.
Province. We've got top of the batting in Erin Peters coming up. Erin's she's been on base once. And Marlene Peters is calling a bit of a timeout just to explain to them what she
Just
needs
have a little
them
bit of a
to do.
strat session here now.
Yeah. And there you can see also Lishop Bischoff having a bit of a chat to Hannah Hugo. Hannah is also still a youngster. She's only turning, I think, 19 this year.
Wow, that's still very young.
So a lot to learn. You need a lot of, feathers under your cap still.
But to be this composed in this final game, we haven't had lots of wild pitches, absolutely nothing of it.
That's
It's
true.
been good composure by both of these pitches.
Sure. And I think also when the two provinces play against one another, they tend to bring the best out of each other. Erin taking a cut. It's going to left field.
And it's dropping short.
And dropping short, so Vilmari's got to pick it up. And
Vilmari goes to 3.
making an error. So it means that once again, the Western Province, Western Cape, is in front in this game.
We're on a 2-1 ball game.
So
Runners 2 and 3.
Mercedes again getting that run in. And the wind,
those balls that fall in no man land. As a spectator, you feel the outfielder should have taken it, or the shortstop should have taken it.
the way the
But
wind is blowing,
wind has such an impact.
it was hit so nicely to left outfield, and with the hanging of the ball in the wind, Vilmari Bester could have taken it on shortstop. So it's unpredictable out here, guys. It looks like it's an error, but I can tell you that these players put every effort in to get to that ball, and a bit of luck wins you the game as well. You can't always just have it go somebody else's way. It's sometimes got to go your way as well.
So Western Cape in a very good position now with runners on 2 and 3 and 1 out. All the pressures on the infield now.
That's right. Justine Stewart's in the batter's box. She's been really solid in this tournament. So you'd expect her to really be composed in there and, try and get the job done. She needs to make contact. Hannah might now also be feeling a little bit of this pressure, and also, being a youngster like that, when your team isn't able to always back you up, you sit in a position where you find you're carrying the world on your shoulders.
But it's important to remain composed. And you need to feel that your batters can come back and bat you out of the situation.
Justine hitting a line
What a-
drive to Nushka de Beer.
What an amazing out there.
Took a line drive. You can see she's laughing. I mean, she didn't have any time to react.
If that ball wasn't taken, that's easily 2 runs scored.
I have a quote for you. Lady said to me yesterday, if you're a pitcher, you can be a third baseman. And that just goes to show.
Yes.
Hit going to the left outfield. Johannes chasing it,
Foul.
but
And we
it's
got
a foul ball.
ball.
Western Cape's really loving the contact at the moment. I can tell you that, Karen. So Nushka needing to work on those reflexes a little bit. But yeah, here it comes again. Have a look. She had
What
zero
an amazing.
time.
No time to react
No
whatsoever.
time to react.
Put the glove out.
We can actually
Stuck.
see. We can actually see
And you
their
can see
dugout
the
from here.
amazement.
Her dugout is still giving her grief on this. She's still laughing towards her dugout and that catch that she took.
But we still got runners on 2 and 3. We've got 2 out.
So 2 outs at the moment. Batting now,
We've got Amy Minis.
Amy Minis.
Amy has had 2 strikeouts already.
this is
Let's hope
perhaps,
that she can put some bat to ball here.
this is perhaps Amy's time. There's 1 ball and 1 strike on her.
The saying is that she's due for a hit.
She is due for a hit. As a coach, you always say she's due for a hit now. So, Anna just finding her balance there. Sinead calling her outside. Not to the umpire's liking. Will Amy Minis get contact here? Leaving the high ball.
She's got 3 balls to her. Discipline is important here. A base on ball makes it bases loaded, and just more pressure on Gauteng.
So Anna Hugo's needing to throw a strike now with the 3 balls. Runners on second and third. You don't want to load your bases on 2 down. Oh, and she
What a
gets a hit
hit.
up in middle, but
Fielder's choice.
catch is made for the side down. But Western Cape is leaving, but 2 runs to
2-1.
1. Still too close for to call, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the bottom of the 5th inning and we don't know where this is going. It's an amazing final. It's a final that we've been wanting
for.
to see for a few years now, where it's not dominant on either side, and it's really a battle to see who will be the championship of this
We've
tournament.
got good composure by these pitchers. We've had a few hits, and you know, it's nobody can call this game yet. Gauteng got 3 batting turns. Western Cape's got 2 batting turns left.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's about who's going to make use of the opportunities. That's important, making use of your opportunities.
Well, we've been saying before how important we think that the 5th inning is in this game. Western Province managing to score a
We
run.
just said the 5th inning is going to be that inning that's
Right.
going to make a difference.
So if the Western Province can shut out Gauteng in this inning, they might be able to put them under pressure and just start getting an edge on them, which they want to take through to the 7th.
So we've got Mishka that's up to bat for Gauteng.
Nushka must have a little bit of adrenaline left after taking that catch on third base, that line drive.
Mishka was also struck out in the first batting turn. Can you believe it? It's only a second turn at bat.
Yeah, I believe
It just shows how quickly this game's been going.
Yeah, I believe there's been a change in players. I think Elrie Herman is coming on now for
For Mishka.
Nushka de Beer. Elrie Herman being a third base herself, probably now taking over in the position for Nushka. So that might have been the end of the game. If you look at that line drive from a different angle, I mean, she had 0 time to react, but still the ability to take the catch
Put
the
the
ball
glove to
and,
the ball,
and
glove to
turn
ball.
and turn to see if the runner had made an advance on
Advancement.
first base. So Elrie's now batting. It seems to have been a full change and not just a pinch hitter. It looks like it's a full positional change as well. Elrie Herman, youngster as well, 21 years old, getting a crack at it, part of our under-19 side. I mean, we've actually got so much talent in both these sides. Kelty Fortuin, Amara Lani, Melissa Savage, Gravon Roder. You name these players, they've had an international tournament.
That's a
Nandita
good little teaser for
Elrie.
the batter.
Yes, it is.
You know, that's so important. You don't have to throw strikes all the time. When you're on top of the batter, you play around with him, you know. You don't
Yeah.
want to go fat over the plate.
Elrie getting a fly. It's going to left outfield. She's chasing.
And just out of reach.
Just out of reach. Elrie actually chasing an outside ball on that. So it means Gravon's playing around a little bit with her pace, which is nice to see. And these two also know one another.
Yes. Just shows you the commitment from the Western Cape players as well.
Yeah.
You have your shortstop and your left outfield running
Sure.
like crazy. It's important to get that first out. It's important to get that out.
Well, they know what way the wind's blowing. And they're chasing it. Elrie putting it up again.
Seems to be another outside ball that she's trying to pull.
Gravon's definitely trying to catch her on the outside. And
Instead of going with the pitch.
yes,
Going with the pitch, extending those arms, taking the pitch, ball's on the outside, hit it to right outfield.
if you give Ellery something over the middle of the plate, she would likely punish you as a pitcher. So Gravon's throwing excellently, making sure that she works the corners. Beautiful pitch, but just unlucky there. She's throwing beautifully
Gravon's
to
been
Ellery.
extremely composed in this entire game.
Yeah.
We've had no pass balls, we've had no unnecessary waste pitches. That's important.
So
She's
only-
preserving her energy.
The only we've seen was one walk. Oh, great
Ah.
job by Gravon. Ellery perhaps just wanting to chase that ball too much, but Gravon had a number on that one. So Shanae late, batting now. No, Gravon definitely. I mean, in this whole game, we've had almost 5 innings. We've only seen one walk between these two pitches. There's been
That's
no
amazing.
errors. There's been 0 errors in this game. Gravon throwing a strike there, and that's amazing to see, coming out of COVID, coming out of an epidemic, a pandemic, where we've had so much struggle, not just losing family members, but coming and fighting for this championship finals, Corin.
That's important. The one upper hand that Western Cape has, though, with the format of the competition, is that Western Cape comes into this game a rested team.
That's correct.
Gauteng had the playoff this morning against KZN. You know, it's not making excuses. It's not, you know, we're just saying that and you can see Western Cape, you can see Gravon is a rested player.
You're right. You are very right. I mean, that's the benefit
what an
of
amazing pitch there.
taking a cold strike there. Means that it's the end of Shanae late. And another change that's been made is Marianne van der Merwe now coming on in the place of Megan Meyer. You have to assume Marianne will take centre outfield as well, because Megan was a centre outfielder, and from what I've seen, Marianne has gone to centre outfield. So probably a straight swap. In
So
terms
we're
of-
on 7 strikeouts apiece by these pitchers.
That's fantastic to see. And you're talking about, Corin, you're talking about what gives them the edge. You're right. They ended position 1, which is where they wanted to be. It gave them the opportunity to be well rested, to have a late morning or have a bit of a late start. You have your call-up time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you have to focus on this one game, and that's it. And it does give you a little bit of an edge.
Definitely. Keeps your pitches fresh, gives you options. All of your pitches are fresh.
Nice strike on the outside. If you look at Gauteng, not that they've been using a lot of their pitches, but they have Nushka de Beer, they've got Danielle de Plooy, they've got Johanri van der Walt, they've got Hannah Hugo, and they've got Marianne van der Merwe. They
They've got
actually
quite
have
a good
5.
arsenal.
They've got 5 pitches.
Ah, that's the 3rd strikeout for
Fantastic
Gravon in this inning.
pitch from Gravon. I mean, she's got their number on some of these batters. She's not flinching an inch in getting these batters out, and she knows
Doesn't
what
even
they're
look
doing.
flustered. She doesn't even look flustered. We're at the top of the 6th with Western Cape leading 2-1.
So the Gauteng side, technically, they've got 5 pitches in their side, so they should have every single depth that you would imagine. They're sticking with Hannah at the moment, which I suppose is the best to do because she's really throwing an excellent game. I think in terms of the score, it can still go either
Yes.
way. It is quite exciting watching this, and I think both teams would really enjoy the scoreline where it is at the moment.
Yes. But this is a good quality. This is what a final is all about.
Yeah.
You do not want one team to dominate the other. You know, because this is the best in South Africa. These are the 2 best teams after our national championship that have battled this entire week. And this is the final game. And this is the final countdown for them to see, you know, who comes out on top.
Guaranteed, this is the best final that anybody has seen in years. And I can guarantee you that. You
Yes.
want to go back on
And
the
how-
records? You can go and have a look. This is definitely the best final that we've had in a long time.
And you know, we've got Western Cape that came into this game unbeaten. Gauteng had 1 loss, and that was to Western Cape.
That's right.
You know, so we've got two teams that have really played well this entire week. Deserved finalists,
That's
you
correct.
know.
That's correct.
And you know, but then we have to have a winner. We have to
Unfortunately, we do
have a
have to
winner.
have a
We
winner, but
have
that's
to
why
have
I'm
a
saying
winner.
I'm not quite putting my money on 14 innings yet, but I don't believe that that is impossible to ever get to. We're talking about international games. That was a game against Japan and USA to reach
Yes.
a final that went for 14 innings. And they're throwing a strike on the inside
We've got Amara up to bat.
to Amara Lani. We're talking about long games. When one of the years that I was coaching, we had a 3 hour and 15-minute semi-final.
Gosh.
Nice. Amara is going up in the air. Lisa giving
This
chase,
the wind is playing. Oh,
taking a good catch.
that's a fly to second base there for
Second base, Lisa
Amara.
So yes, we had a 3 hour and a 15-minute semi-final against Easterns on the Cape Town B Diamond, and then walking straight across to the A field to play in the final. So you do get some long games. Nice swing at it, but just going foul. This is Tamsin Daniels up to bat.
Tamsin has had a strikeout in the first turn at bat and a sacrifice bunt in the second turn.
So Tamsin
Let's
batting
see
at
if she can put
position-
some bat to ball and get on, and you know, we need a base runner to be able to score runs.
Yeah, she's batting at position number 5. That's up in the air
That's a bit
again.
out. Checking the wind.
Caroline and Shanae
Oh.
giving chase.
Bit of an ice cream catch there.
It's in situations like that, neither one can really back out of a, but it comes down to good communication between the
Yes.
players. So Western Cape now 2 down.
They're on 2 out with Kelsey coming into bat.
Kelsey coming into bat. And you've got to say, the Western Cape bottom end batters have turned it for the Western Cape.
We said 7, 8, and 9.
That's
They are
right.
normally the ones in your, because they're not the ones that are the recognized big hitters.
That's right.
They're the ones that will give you your one base hits, few hits together, and we start scoring runs.
And your 7, 8, 9's been the deliverance, and you know
Yes.
they've been delivering the goods for you today. But that's excellent to see. It shows the will and determination. It doesn't matter where you are in the batting lineup. It shows you
You've
that
got your job to do.
you've got a job to do. You shouldn't be complacent in any position that you're at. I mean, I'm looking forward to the next inning, because then, in my opinion, we're almost turning to the top of their batting lineup, which is Mercedes, Misha, and Jadine coming up to bat.
That is another strikeout.
So that's the side down.
Bottom 6, we've got 2 batting turns for Gauteng to make some play. Western Cape's got 1 more batting turn.
So Gauteng still trailing by 2 runs to 1. Hannah Hugo up to bat, unless the coach is making some changes. I don't believe that they're making changes right this second, but we'll just have to wait and see. And both Gravon and Hannah having an excellent game. I think if we had to choose a player of the match, it's too close to call at this stage. We just don't know. They've all been playing well. So we're going to start the bottom of the 6th. This is not Hannah Hugo up in the batting box. This is Danielle Deploy. They are making a change, Corin.
It's important, you know, you cannot wait up until the 7th frame. You know, you need to have confidence in your team, your entire team, and your bench. And if somebody hasn't been coming off, you know, I'm of the opinion, if somebody hasn't coming off, try someone else. You need to back all your players.
You're now making a pitching change in the bottom of the 6th. You're taking Hannah Hugo, who's thrown 7 strikeouts, only gave away 1 base on balls, and
Well,
you
let's
are
see.
changing to
Let's see if
Danielle
it's a-
Deploy.
Let's see if it's,
It's a risky decision that you want to make. You kind of want to go with, let's say, the devil you know in that situation.
let's just see whether it's just simply not a batting change.
Perhaps it might be a pinch hitting, but we'll have to wait and see. In terms of the coaching strategy, it's interesting, and we need to see whether it's going to pay off. Perhaps what they're also wanting to do is shut out the Western Cape and make sure that they don't score more runs
Yes.
to put them into a position where they can actually go and attack with a bat.
You have to back your players. You have to believe that you've got enough depth there to come out and do something.
And we were just talking about the pitching depth that
Yes.
Gauteng has got. I mean, they've got 5 pitchers.
Oh, that's a
Unfortunate
strikeout
swing and a
there.
miss. So for the first out, we're at the top of the lineup now with Vilmari Bester up to bat again. It is now getting a little bit late in the game. You know, you only have so many chances left. You only have 6, but in this case, 5 more outs left to make something happen.
This is the best opportunity for Gauteng now.
I agree it would be.
Top of the order, it has to be this frame. It has to be this frame.
Saying that, they still have last batting. Vilmari showing a sneaky little bunt there. She might be attempting to. But that's also, if you now change your strategy, would it be in time or would it be too late?
That was strikeout number 9 for Gravon.
Great pitching, Gravon. Again, sneaking that bat. Gravon might be a little bit just, I wouldn't say frazzled, but it just puts you off a little bit when a batter does something different than the norm. Just the fact that Vilmari is dropping that bat and just attempting to show that she's going to bunt might actually just... Again, there's a 3rd ball. Umpire didn't like it, even though it looks like it was a good pitch.
That's 3 balls onto the batter.
Vilmari
I think
knows.
this is one of the first batters that she's actually just had 3 balls.
Yeah, it's true. No, it is true. She hasn't given...
She's always
not
been
made
on top
any
of
mistake.
every single batter.
She's got to get back to the plate. That's a 4th ball.
That's the first base on ball.
First base on ball for Gravon.
For Gravon.
So Villa gets on base. She's done her job. She did exactly what she needed to do. So we'll have Narisha Nadia up now. Oh, she's changed to Karlin Kutzer. So there's been another change for this field. Karlin Kutzer up to bat. Puts a bunt up in the air. Lucky to get away with that one. But that's the play you need to do. We're talking about it before. Your second batter, if you have a runner on base, you need to put that ball down to advance that runner.
And especially if you've got some quick runners on the base.
We've got speed in Villa. Carlina, I know, is also a fast runner. So they need to try and execute at the moment. It's up again. So now
2
she's got
strikes.
2 strikes on her.
That's some good pitching there by Gravon. Putting a lot of pressure onto the batter.
I'd assume what
And I felt she
Gravon...
was rushing her a bit there now. That second pitch came quite quick.
It did, yes.
So putting quite a lot of pressure on the rushing the batter, not allowing her to settle down at all.
Perhaps also just playing around a little bit, going on an outside pitch has fouled off. This all comes down to tactics now. Like you said, Gravon maybe rushing that a little bit.
New batter in, don't allow her to settle down.
That's right.
You way on top, you've got 2 strikes on her.
Would you think with Vilmari on first base, the steal must be on at some point, Karen?
We don't have those game plays.
She gets a hit and it's a long one going to
Oh my word.
mishap there between left and center field. Vilmari
Is at 3.
stopping at third base.
So the change definitely played off.
It's
You
played
have
off.
to try something.
Karlin getting a hit and it was not far off the boundary line, I've got to say that.
That was some poor miscommunication there by those outfielders.
Unfortunately, I think that's maybe the first mistake we've seen this whole game. Johanri van der Walt up to bat. Now, she's been having a pretty good game as well. She's been getting onto the bases. She's had 1 strikeout, but she seems to be seeing the ball well. As a coach,
Gauteng is in a very good position here with runners on 2 and 3.
Runners on second and third, and you've got
Only got one out.
one out.
Any hit into the outfield can easily score 2 runs.
She puts the ball down. It's good, so it's going to score the 1 run. We're all tied up again, ladies and gentlemen, with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. She did what she needed to do, Johandri, putting the ball into play. Here we see a replay with
The play from
Caroline
first to 3.
Kutzer. So Lisa Bischoff batting now, strong batter. Gauteng may have a good chance of getting a next run here, and for the first time, possibly taking the lead in this game.
She hit a home run in the previous inning.
She hit an automatic home run in the previous inning.
Now's the time that it counts when there's runners on a base.
As a coach and as a pitcher, you need to be awake with this one. You can't give her what she wants. You can't put it anywhere near where you did the last time. If you do, you will be punished again. So at what point do you say, listen, with this batter, just put it off the plate? She goes inside again, gets the inside strike this time. It's really an exciting game. Lisa's still looking composed in the batter's box, so does Gravon on the pitcher's plate.
Do we take the chance of giving a base on ball and going for the next batter? Where's the threat more?
That
Where's
would
the
be a
threat more?
possibility, because Gravon, I could tell you, she's not intentionally throwing off the plate, but she can't go to where Lisa loves the ball because we don't want to risk it. You don't want to risk putting it there.
Oh.
That's a great pitch. It's just off the plate, but that's the type of ball that you need to throw to her at this stage in the game. So, unfortunately, it is a base on balls, but it shouldn't be seen as any negative. I think that was really good throwing from her at this point in time. Coach is calling timeout now. So, Caroline?
Well, you know, surely they can't be thinking of taking the steal to second. It is 2 out.
With 2 outs, they wouldn't do it. I doubt it, unless they put a pinch runner on for Lisa Bischoff. Remember, Lisa is now in her 30s as well, so we do tend to get a little bit slower when we hit the 3-0, the big 3-0. So, I don't know. Perhaps they might fake and bunt it, just to stir things up. But they need to try and get Caroline in. And that means that Yolandi Kriel's got to do the job on the plate. Yolandi taking the first ball.
This is where it's going to count now for Gravon.
And Jadine Davids is also trying to just tell her to settle down. You know, don't rush yourself now. You need to get your head on. There we go. That's a good ball. It's a great talking from the catcher as well to Gravon and saying, you know, just take a breath.
Relax, you've got this.
We've got this.
You've been doing a good job. Ah, what a pitch.
Yolandi chasing on the outside. If I was Gravon, I'd actually stay there for
What a
Yolandi
pitch.
loves the inside ball. And yes, she will punish you if you go there. But hey, anything can happen in this game. Going outside again
excellent.
and catching a
Excellent pitching.
good job, Gravon, and good job to Gauteng.
We've got a tied ball game at the top of the 7th.
I can't tell you, Corin. I mean, I said this morning it was going to be a humdinger of a game, and
We're not going to 14
we
frames.
haven't been proven wrong. We definitely.
This weather's not allowing us 14 frames. But there's no spectators are leaving.
I do know a person named Vincent Maweng. I do know this person will actually let it go to 14 innings if it needed be. And I know that this Mr. Maweng is listening in on this conversation. So we don't know. We do not make the calls out here. We love you, Vincent. But this is a tight game, and I think maybe you need to start making plans for this sudden death that we might see in an inning coming up.
This is going to be such a tight frame now. We've got Miché from Western Cape coming up to bat.
That's what I've been saying. And
Miché's
that's
had 2 strikeouts.
But
As in
that's what
touch the
been
ball?
so exciting was the bottom half of the Western Cape lineup actually bringing in the beans. You know, that is what you want to see.
Does Western Cape take the same chances that Gauteng did by bringing in different batters? Taking a chance, if you won't come in close, give someone else an opportunity. It might pay off.
I suppose. I mean, that would be a conversation that they're definitely having with each other, is at what point are they bringing in different players? So we see it's Mercedes March actually taking a cut here, as number 18, shirt number 18. So these girls have been doing their jobs. At what point or where do you make a change, and who do you change? I believe that none of these girls, you know, on the bottom end deserves to come off. They pretty much have done their job. But that's just my opinion.
Once again, it's important as soon as you have runners on a base, that's when things can change. That's when you apply pressure to those fielders.
So now what we've been saying is that interesting choice of Gauteng to make a pitching change, bringing out Hannah Hugo, who's thrown 7 strikeouts, only given away 1 ball, and changing her with Danielle Deploy. You've got to have that confidence in a pitcher to do that in a final to bring her on this late stage. The big off thing then again is, you know, have you given Danielle enough time to warm up properly, to find her spot? Because maybe she needs a few balls to get into a rhythm of things.
Can you afford those few balls?
Can you afford that? It's late in the game. So those are all things that as a coach you need to assess beforehand in making those decisions and putting your players in the most comfortable possible position for them to be successful in what they need to do. So 3 balls for Mercedes, yeah. She takes a cut at a high ball. I think she'll be kicking her backside for that. Her own backside.
That is not something that, as a coach, you frown on that. You've had 3 balls. You take a cut at the first strike that she throws.
Yeah, but that's the way it goes. They've been aggressive all the way. So that I like. You know, there we go, there's a hit. It's got to be quick, and she's
safe.
As a coach, what I appreciate, she's told her players, you've got to be aggressive from the first strike, and I do appreciate that. Whether it was now 3 balls, we don't want a at-bat to be wasted, but it worked out for her. So, yet again, Mercedes is on the...
starts it off.
Misha Hendricks, now you've said she's had 2 strikeouts. I think maybe she's been unfortunate in her position that she's trying. She really is trying, and I think she's a short player. She's of a short stature, but I think that could be a nuisance to pitchers that's throwing to her, and I think that she's using that to her benefit, which is very nice to see. She's playing to her strength.
I think that it's going to be important for these Western Cape players to let this pitcher pitch. She seems a bit rushed. She's not as composed as the previous pitcher.
She takes a nice aggressive cut at that. It just goes foul. So we're still tied in this ball game at 2-all. Western Cape having 2 runs scored, 1 in the first few innings and then another run a little bit later. They've really had to work hard for those 2 runs. And Gauteng really also had to work hard for their 2 runs. I mean, we're all tied up. We're at the top of the 7th inning. We've got Danielle Deploy throwing for Gauteng, and we've got there she puts the bunt down.
Lays the bunt, sacrifices to get Mercedes to 2. 1 out, runner on 2.
So she did her job excellently. She executed. I mean, she had 2 strikeouts, but then when a coach called on her to say, listen, you've got to put this bunt down.
Job done.
Job was done. So now it's Jadine Davis, a player that's been impressing me this game because I feel that she's had a good game. Maybe it's a change coming up now. And this is what we've been talking about. Who would you bring on? And in terms of positional changes, what would you look at, Corin?
I'm thinking of just simply bringing in some pinch hitters. I'm not ready to make any fielding changes. They've been doing well in the field. I'd bring some hitters in here. This is what I'll do.
The question is, if you bring in a pinch hitter to hit for you, and you go into extra innings, you can't bring that person back. So if you pinch a batter now, you might take her out the game for later when you might want to make, and that's
You
a
have to
tough
make your
call.
opportunities, take use of your
Correct.
opportunities right now.
That's
You
exactly
need
right.
to feel that you've got this game in hand.
As
You've got to
was-
run on 2, 1 down.
As was expected, they're bringing on Melissa Savage. And
Definitely.
I could have probably bet 100 Rand on Melissa Savage. And what did Gauteng do?
Given a
They've given her
a walk.
intentional walk.
walk.
Is that smart? We don't know. We're at
We've
the
got,
top
lead
of the
off,
batting.
we've got our lead off back down.
We've got Aaron Peters on the plate. I mean, you could not have called a tighter final game than this, ladies and gentlemen. Danielle going on the inside. So was it smart giving Melissa Savage a base, Corin? What do you think?
For me, I would have, for me as a pitcher, you need to back yourself. Melissa never faced you. We've just had a change of pitcher.
Yeah.
New batter.
Yeah.
Pressure's on her.
Yes.
There's pressure on both sides, and you need to back your players. Because now you've got runners 1 and 2. It's not what you needed.
Yeah, unfortunately, making those decisions, it's always tough decisions. And I can tell you, in a final, it's never easy. There's no decision that you make in a final that is ever easy. I mean, we know that. But in terms of giving Melissa Savage a walk like that, would it have been the best call? I'm not sure. Hit up the middle. He's going to score the first run, and
The
now
second run.
bring in
What a
Melissa
good hit
Savage.
from Erin. What a good hit.
That is what you want to see from a Western Cape lead-off batter. Well done, Erin.
Definitely. That was 2 runs scored.
And Western Cape's ready to continue to go. At what point as Gauteng do you call a timeout? You have 3 timeouts. It should be in terms of settling your players down, perhaps saying, hey,
I'd call a timeout now. I need to control this pitcher. I need this
Yes.
pitcher. She's not as composed as what Hannah was.
Erin getting it there. We see Cecilia calling a timeout. Erin taking a straight steal to second base. Ball was thrown wild by Danielle. Again, would you consider maybe bringing Anna back into the game, Corin? I mean,
Definitely.
okay, so that's perhaps what's
Definitely.
happening now. You do need to make those decisions, and unfortunately, Danielle is a really good player. She's a really good pitcher. We want to put her in a position where she is comfortable when she comes into the game. And perhaps that was a decision that was made and she wasn't completely comfortable in that situation.
It could have actually simply worked.
Yes.
And then it would have been the right decision.
Exactly.
You know,
It's-
you just need to go on your gut and say, this is what I'm doing. You felt you needed to make a change.
Yes.
And only when it plays out do you know whether it's the right
That's
change or not.
correct. You never
But
know
what
when it
was
is.
important was she never allowed it to continue. They
Yes.
need to stay in contact. They need to
Yes.
stay close. They
Yes.
cannot allow Western Cape to go far ahead.
That's right.
They've only got one batting turn left.
That's right. So they've got one batting turn left, and they need to now make up at least 2 runs.
Bring
But-
back the pitcher that was composed, that wasn't rushing stuff, had no base on balls. Hopefully she brings that composure back to the team, making
right.
them feel that they're back in control
That's
again.
right.
And they still got a turn at bat.
You couldn't have said it better, Corin. And what's interesting, this game is not over by a long
Not
shot.
at runs.
2 runs. We've said before, 1 run you're not feeling safe. I can say that exactly the same thing for 2 runs. It's not safe at all for any of these teams. So Hannah,
Gauteng is known to be a good batting side. You don't give up. They don't ever give up.
they don't ever give up, and they also have the opportunity to come back late in the game, which they've also proven to do. So batting now, number 8, Justine Stewart. She had some really nice swings at the pitcher
plate.
and facing Hannah Hugo. She was really aggressive. She's been really aggressive. So let's see what she can do. We've got a runner in scoring position, Erin Peters, who took a steal from she hits the inside
Oh.
pitch.
What a hit.
It goes through. Leandri picking up the ball, and they're stealing to well, stand-up
That's it.
double for Justine Stewart. Gauteng's decision-making ability now seems, and perhaps Karen also, you said Western Cape has been well rested. They've had this one game to prepare for. Gauteng has had to take the longer route. Has it had an effect on their energy levels? We talk a lot about the mental game as well, and with a long tournament like that, there comes a time where your mental strength is what carries you through, and your mental fitness is what carries you through. So you have to say, currently, Western Cape has a little bit of an upper hand on Gauteng in terms of that, but it's up to them to bring it back and to refocus themselves and come back to the game.
You know, it's important for Gauteng to get an out. It's important for them to feel that the game is still within their grasp.
That's right.
Another hit from Western Cape, and I think it's just simply going to put another nail in that coffin. They need to get an out.
Nice attacking it by Amy Minis. It's
Oh,
up in
this
the air and
wind.
it's flying quite a bit. That was hanging for a long time.
This wind doesn't help. This wind doesn't help at all.
Yeah, this wind has not settled. Here we have a replay. And I mean, it hung
And everybody
for
stands. Nobody knows where it's going.
forever. And then Shanae looks up and she looks down and she looks up.
And oh, it's over my head.
And then it went away. So that's just how difficult it really is to pick up on a line drive foul ball. It really is difficult to pick up on these balls that are up in the air.
Nobody seems to be going home. Doesn't matter how the icy conditions at the moment now with the sun going down. Nobody is leaving.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Karen. I'm very happy where I'm at. I've got the best view, and I've got no qualm with the weather conditions at all. Not to say the same, but yes, the spectators have been amazing. They're all sticking around. They're all staying here.
Hoodies on, jackets on. But they know that this game is not over, not by a long mile.
But this is what we all come here to see. Ah, nice crack. You can hear the contact off the bat there. It just sounds good. So she really is getting good contact. She just needs to try and get that hands up a little bit forward to get the ball in the field. Runners 2 and 3 still. Only one out. This is a long inning for Gauteng at the moment.
And staying in there, hanging in.
And Amy is just making it longer and stretching it out further for these guys, which is exactly what you need to do. Make them work for it. Gauteng still has an opportunity to pull this back if they can get a 1-2. Change up to Ellery
And that's a hit too.
goes through.
Left outfield, scored in 1 run.
Erin Peters scores. Great job by Amy Minis putting it down on the ground, getting it through third base and shortstop to both score the run and get safe. Gauteng's now in a little bit of a difficult position. They need to make decisions. It seems like Western Province has called a timeout. Seems like Western Province has called a quick timeout to have a chat with Amara Lani.
So they made a change with the runner at 1.
So they put in a pinch runner for Amy Minis. Am I correct?
Looks like that.
Okay. It's also given Gauteng the opportunity just to have a bit of a chat, and the captain, Lisa Bischoff, just to try and settle the infielders a little bit. So Morelani up against Tana Yuga. Good pitch by Hannah. So we've got runners on first and second.
Got a stolen base there. The runners moved to 2. So we've got runners now on 2 and 3.
Runners on second and third. Thank you for that.
I think that was what that running change was all about. to get them in the scoring
To
position.
get them in the scoring position. It looks like the Western Cape is trying to take it out of Gauteng's
His reach.
hands. Yes, I think
That's important.
They're trying to put it in the bag. It's the top of the 7th. The more you can score at this moment, the better for you.
And also the more pressure is on Gauteng at the end of the day.
Correct. Amara taking a big crack at that. And it's not taking away anything from Hannah Hugo or the Gauteng side. I think that they've really played an excellent game. At the end of the day, you need to have a winner, like you said before.
Few hits strung together. Western Cape has had now 4 hits in this frame.
There's still only one down.
And
Amara taking
And those 4 hits scored 3 runs.
Yeah, and that's the good work. I mean, they're really fast on the bases. These girls are good base runners. You always know on a hit that they are attempting to get a second base, and it's not just a steal on a straight, on a one base. So Mara's got a 2-2 count on her. She's being very disciplined in the batter's box. And Anna might also need just, a few pitches to just warm up that arm again and just get into that nice rhythm. High pitch. Amara saw that rise ball pretty well.
Got onto it quite early.
Yeah. Look, anything can still happen. This game's not out of reach of Gauteng. It's not out of reach of anybody at this stage. We're at the top of the 7th inning. Perhaps the weather conditions are also changing a little bit. It's getting a bit more brisky outside. You can see the guys in the background. They've all got their hoodies and their jackets on and pulled their hoods over their ears for the wind. So it is getting a little bit chilly. Amara's doing well, fouling off those eyeballs.
Hannah's testing her with it all the time.
She is.
I think that's about the 3rd riser that she's thrown.
Anna's got a lot of versatility. She's got the inside drop ball. She's got the rise ball. The rise ball obviously is a go-to pitch, but she's up in the count. Shanae could throw away from that. She goes inside on the hands.
Oh, and that's a hit, scoring 2 runs.
It went past Lisa Bischoff. And we've been saying that Western Province, Western Cape, always looking to get that second base on a hit. Not just going for a first base, but trying to get a second base. Now, I do feel with a 7-2 lead from the Western Cape,
it's slipping a bit away.
It could slip.
It's slipping.
It could be slipping away from Gauteng, and they've got to keep their heads up, get out of this inning.
We've still only got 1 out. It's important for Gauteng to start getting an out now. Very important.
Yeah, it's Tamsin Daniels batting at the moment. Yeah, it's really important, but you kind of need, even if you need to call a second time out as a coach and try and say to them, look girls, we are in this position, but we need to get out of it.
Maybe just break Western Cape's momentum as well.
Exactly, and we spoke about this.
Just break the momentum and say, just take one pause, not only for yourself, but just to break them, because they're all on a high at the moment.
Exactly. That was a good pitch by Hannah, getting
exactly what Gauteng needed.
Daniels 8, and that's
exactly what they needed.
So Kelsey Fortuin with 2 out is up to bat. So we still have a runner on first base. Came off a hit through second base to right outfield and scoring 2 runs. That's a good job perhaps by the catcher, also playing around a little bit. Making a play to first base. Keeping the goals awake in the
Definitely not given up. Gauteng's definitely not given up yet.
So Kelsey up. Perhaps just
swing and a miss.
Swing and a miss, but perhaps just a little bit late with the hands on the inside pitch there.
It's important for Hannah to get the Gauteng team out here now. let them come, give them a chance to bat.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you never say never, you never give up. That's a foul ball off Kelsey.
The slow hands there by Kelsey.
But in general, both teams, they've done a great job. Really been active in this game. Kelsey bunting on a third strike, taking a look at third base. But the out is
And
made on
that's side
first
out.
base. That retires the side, and here's a replay.
Good call,
We'll
Bubba.
let
Good
you
call. Oh,
guys be the decision makers. That's not for us to decide, but yes, believe that's a really good call from the base umpire. So
the
it's-
runner has to beat the peg. Not be at the same time with the peg, has to beat the peg.
So Coach Prince is having a stern chat with these Gauteng girls. They need to make up
We are now on
5 runs to force a tie-off. They need to score 6 runs in order to win this tournament, to win this gold medal. So is it out of reach? It may be, but we never give up. Never say never. We'll see now
The
if
fat
there's-
lady hasn't sung yet.
Nope. And the Boeing also hasn't flown over yet. Not that I've seen. I haven't seen it. So Western Cape, they look like they've got a bit of a spark and a bit of a spring in
Lots
their
of
step.
smiles, lots of smiles.
Bit of steps.
A lot of
out
smiles
there. You look
happening.
at Misha Hendricks in the right outfield. They do
They
have a
definitely
pep.
feel that they're hoping that they've done enough to seal this victory. The
A lot
first
of the
out
times-
is important. First out is always important.
A lot of the times, the confidence is also so important to get you through the games. And you can just have a look at this side.
You know, everybody that's fielding should be saying, hit the ball to me. I want to get the out.
That's
Hit
right.
to me.
I want
I'm
to be
ready.
the person, yeah. So it's Elrie Herman batting. Now, she's a really powerful batter. Gravon is just not giving her what she wants, and that is smart pitching. So whether it is from Gravon or whether it is from the catcher calling the game, but they are not giving Elrie what she wants.
But that's
And
about knowing your opposition.
correct. And
Knowing the opposition.
she goes a little bit inside. The moment she does that, Elrie wants to take a crack at it. And she'll likely have a look on the outside or keep having a look, and it's up to those batters to then start making adjustments because the pitches are playing to their strength and not to
To your
yours.
strength.
Yes. She went on the outside low, that's popped up in the air. First out for Western Cape. So Shanae Late is up to bat now. Gauteng needs to do something. In terms of doing something, we're not talking necessarily about batting. We're talking about putting bat on ball and giving yourself an opportunity.
You need to get some runners on the base. You can't have a one-man hero here. One home run is not going to win the game.
That's right.
You need to have runners getting on the base, stringing a few hits together, hit into the outfield, scores 2 runs, and that's how you slowly start building up that tally.
Late getting a good hack. It's up in the air, but it's traveling. It's safe.
Could this be the start that Gauteng needs?
This might just be what they need. They're really not giving up, and that's amazing to see.
Keep on fighting to the end.
So Marianka van der Merwe batting now in batting position number 8. Can we see the grit and determination from these guys? Score a few runs. Gravon still holding it together, still doing amazingly well.
Making it as tough as possible for these batters.
You could see the determination in Shanae's eyes on first base. Marianka going up in the air, it's traveling.
It's going in no man's land. Ooh,
A catch by Kelsey Fortuin on a last ditch I don't know what you call it. If my name was Marlene Peterson, I would have had a heart attack by now.
Somebody called and somebody left.
I mean, I would have added grey hairs and
The
years to
only
my
thing
life by now.
with this wind, and I mean, coming from somebody from Cape Town,
Yes.
you would find that more than one person goes for the ball. Because, you know, guess what? The wind changes the direction of the ball.
So we've got 2 outs. We've got a runner stuck on first base. Hannah Hugo is up to bat. Something needs to happen here from Gauteng. Get that on ball, put it in play, give yourself a chance to get onto the base. Hannah Hugo turning for a bunt.
I'm sure that was just, but it's 2 strikes on her now.
Gives her 2 strikes, so she kind of... It's also looking at age, looking at nerves, you know. Makes good contact, good enough to get a foul ball and stick in there.
Gravon showing absolutely no sign of any emotion. Very composed.
It's in a good space. That's evident. It is in a good space. Anna putting it in play, so Kelsey's got to make that out. She gets it in time.
And it's ball game.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the
We've
ball
got
game. We have
Western
new
Cape.
championship. We have new champions, and that is the Western Cape. They've taken it away from Gauteng by 7 runs to 2. Karen, it's been an absolute pleasure commentating
Thank
with
you so much, Lee. It was an absolute crack of a ball game. It had everything. It had
Yes.
hits, it had strikeouts. We had runners on bases. That is what you need of a final.
That's fantastic. It's the best final I've seen in a very long time. So, thank you very much. Thank you all
so
for
much.
watching.
Good luck, Western Cape. Congratulations.
This time I've had enough. Yeah, I can't take it any longer.
Sometimes when I hate where I am, I forget every single place that I've been. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I wanna tear off every piece of my skin. I'm looking for a lover, but there ain't nobody here. Searching for a vessel that can sail into the clear. Endless blue and a crew to hold the line. And if you wanna run away, then we got room for you. Never feel ashamed for doing what you wanna do. Time away doesn't wait to be defined. Wait for me by the Baltic
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I'll try not to.
Going to be commencing with the presentation, and I'd like to invite all the teams that have made it to the top 3 teams. Please make sure that you are closer or come to the field if there are no suitable questions outside the field. On the top 3 teams for the ladies, top 3 teams for the men, come to the field. As part of the presentation this year, we'll also be presenting the individual awards for NPC 2021. We remember that we could not present them in 2021, so the individual awards for NPC 2021 will also be presented to the recipients in this tournament. Only the winners will be called upon for individual awards that took place last year in 2021. In the field, we have Gauteng and I also have KZN.
Can I have Limpopo? Limpopo is here. Gauteng? Gauteng is here. Western Cape? Ladies?
No, I didn't have any yellow shirts. So whenever the movie, now we stand in the back.
Okay. Your program director for the presentation of the 2022 NPC is none other than you, Derek Tikitana Mahapa. I'll be driving this program for a short while up until it comes to a landing. I'm going to, at this point, call on Mr. Kipido, the chairperson of Western Cape Softball Association, to come and say a word or two. Mr. Kipido.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Halala, halala. I don't hear anything. Halala, halala. I want to thank each one who made this tournament a great success. And thank you for making sure that we had a good spirit from the beginning. To our spectators, thank you very, very much. To the City of Cape Town, Mr. Moses, thank you for being here every day, ensuring, and thank you for your hospitality. It was really, really appreciated from the top down to the lowest team. Then from DK's Department of Culture and Sports, Mr. Paul Hendricks, our Director of Development, thank you very, very, very much. If you look at all these guys in front of you, and you look at if you look at you, then there is something burning inside, and that is the love for our children, and our love for our softball. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. And then to our President, thank you very much, sir, for what you have done to trust the LOC of the Western Cape for a job well done. Thank you very much to the LOC for those who left their families behind, and to ensure that we make sure that this will be a tournament that will never ever be forgotten. Thank you very much for all the teams, the provinces. Thank you for taking your time to come to Cape Town. And thank you to our Heavenly Father for gracing us. Without lights, we have a nice evening. And therefore we must thank our Lord that there was no major injuries. And I'm honored to say that up you, softball, forward.
Thank you, Chairperson of Western Cape Softball Association. I'm going to now invite our Vice President Softball South Africa, Ntate Trevor Mohale, to join us here as we present the tokens of appreciation to the City of Cape Town and the provincial government of sport of Western Cape. Can we have the City of Cape Town representative, Mr. Moses, and colleague, and also Mr. Paul Hendricks, come forth please to receive the tokens of appreciation for a job well done. We're saying let's continue with this partnership. It's a partnership that SSA values so much. And with these tokens of appreciation, it's our way of saying thank you for partnering with softball, and let's do it again in the future. Thank you. While they do the last photo shoot, we're going to continue with our program. It's very short. I'm going to now invite our President for Softball South Africa, Mr. Mashilima Tsela, to come and address us. Dr. Mashilima Tsela.
Program Director, all protocol observed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by introducing our two valued guests on behalf of Softball South Africa Executive Committee. My first guest that I would like to introduce is none other than our former president, Mr. Gilo Marapian. Can you give him a big round of applause? Secondly, I would like to introduce the member at large, the Executive Committee Board member of WBIC, Mr. Kiralam Kokoman. Round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, in a nutshell, I would like to thank the city of Cape Town and this Department of Sports in Western Cape, the LOC in Western Cape, the leadership of Western Cape for hosting this tournament. You have done a sterling job. This was a success. Can you give them a big round of applause? On behalf of the Executive Committee of Softball South Africa, I would like to thank all the supporters who came here to support the ball game. Give them a big round of applause. I would also like to thank all the legends who came to support the ball game. Give them a big round of applause. I wish to thank all the players, the teams that came here to come and play in this national championship. Give them yourself a big round of applause. I also want to thank the technical committees that have actually made sure that they guide their teams. And furthermore, I want to thank Blues, the people who have been here managing the tournament, our umpires and our scorers. Give them a big round of applause. And I also want to thank my own executive committee for ensuring that they deliver this particular NPC. Give them a big round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy and have fun as they announce the winners in various categories. On behalf of Softball South Africa, we'd like to thank you very much, and I want to ask the program director and say, may I announce the venue, the host city of the next NPC. The venue and or the host city of the next NPC is eThekwini, KZN. Thank you very much, Program Director.
KZN, Western Cape Chairperson, hand over, as a token of handing over, will receive the tournament shirt, which they'll do the same after hosting in KZN. Thank you. Now, without any further delay, we know we will not be able to play softball without the men and women in blue. This is the opportunity whereby we also appreciate them for the achievements that they do. They also go through some grading and evaluations, and they attain certain levels. At every SSA National Championship, the head of technical, the Deputy Homu, will do the announcement of those who have gained higher levels. Puchihomo, can you present to us the men and women in blue who have achieved higher levels?
Thank you very much, Program Director, President, and all protocol observed. President, we had evaluations and 3 of our umpires were successful in attaining their respective levels. The first one, we have Kabelo Mudisa Die, achieved level 3. The next candidate, these are level 4 candidates. We have Graham Grunewald. And last but not least, level 4 attained, Marion Ford. There you go. Well done to you, colleagues. Program Director, thank you.
Well done to the men and women in blue. We really appreciate the work that you do. We know it's not an easy one, but it's part and parcel of the game. On behalf of all the players and team managers, where we might not have been kind, is because we are also passionate, but we love what you do. We thank you, men and women in blue. Now we're going to go to the individual awards. We're starting with the 2021 awards, and I'm going to invite to assist in handing out the awards WBSC member at large Tirolomo Kokomani to come and assist us to hand over the awards. the awards in totality, they've been announced last year. I'm only going to announce the winners. Best batter in the men's division, senior men, from Limpopo in 2021 NPC, Mandla Matsunyani. In the ladies senior women from Gauteng, Nushka Dibier. In the senior men 2021 NPC, pitcher of the tournament from KwaZulu-Natal, Grant Olivier. In the ladies section, pitcher for the tournament from Western Cape, Grivona Roda. Again in the senior men, catcher for the tournament from Limpopo, George Slanga. I'm told George is not here. The coach will receive the award on behalf of George Slanga. In the ladies section, top catcher from Western Cape, Jadine Davids. That completes the individual awards for 2021. Now we're going to go to 2022, and I'm going to invite the Vice President of Softball South Africa, Ntate Trevor Morale, to assist us in handing over the awards. I'll also ask Mr. Gilo Marapiane to assist us in handing over the awards. For 2022 NPC senior men, third position, only number one will receive the award. A third position from Gauteng, Tyler Croft, betting at 0.556. Again, from Gauteng at number 2, betting at 0.600, Brendan Billion. Our top bettor in the men's section, betting at 0.700, from Gauteng, Rowan Emerson. Top betting in the ladies section, betting at 0.625 from Gauteng. At third position, Yolanda Green. Betting at 0.692 from Gauteng, Ellery Hammond. Our top bettor in the ladies section, betting at 0.769 from Western Cape, Amara Lani. Thank you, former President. You may have a seat. VP Nolande, you may assist us. Top pitching. Pitching at 4.021. Third position from USA, Kwena Nkule. Again in the men's section, pitching at 2.500 from Gauteng, Peter Manaka. Pitching at 1.313 from Limpopo, Tidima Kekana. In the ladies section, senior ladies, pitching at 2.625 from Limpopo, Petunia Hotwani. At position 2, pitching at 1.867 from Gauteng, Daniel Duploy. Pitching at 0.000 from Western Cape, Trevon Roda. Thank you, VP. Benny, assist us with this once. Moving on with the presentation in the catching senior men. At third position, 0.028 from USA, John Nkapele. At number 2, 0.024 from Western Cape, Alistair Viel. Catching at 0.000 from Western Cape, Tyrone Milne. Ladies catching at third place, catching at 0.044 from Limpopo, Kgorelo Mothapo. At number 2 at 0.013 from Gauteng, Shane Late. Catching at 0.000 from Western Cape, Jadin Davids. Now we're going to award for the championship winners. I'm going to start with the senior men's section. I will invite Ntate Matsitela to assist us. Huh? In the men's section, third position, KwaZulu-Natal. Dr. Mapetru, can you assist the president? Ntate Shomane, can you also assist Benny Shomane? Assist so that we, yes. In the men's section, in position 2, runners-up for the championship, Gauteng. Thank you. Now, in the senior men NPC 2022 champions for the 6th time in a row, and again, Limpopo.
All right.